What's up, everybody? Let me know if you guys can hear me. All right, if you can hear me out there. And man, you guys jumped in quick. Already in the chat. Let me know if you can hear me. We have Kelly here. Arpita's here tonight. Jean, my savior, is here. Rhoda is here. Vera Sphere is here. Everybody. Everybody's here tonight. Is my audio working? Is my audio? Okay. Thank you, Gene. Just going to wait just a moment here. See if some other people, some other vampires are up late. See if we have a few other people hop on in a minute or two. So how's everybody doing out there tonight? How are you guys doing? What's going on? What's new? Any exciting news? Any happenings since the last time we spent 9 hours together? All right. Well, Rhodey, you will definitely be first. I'm super excited. I have something really exciting I'm going to share with you guys tonight. And in the next, where are we? It's the 19th, the next week or two. Oh. Rhoda, I will start a new job on Monday. Congratulations. Congratulations on the new job. Gene, I will write to you. So, yeah, I'm super excited to be sharing some cool stuff with you guys. Some things that I've been working on behind the scenes. A little collaboration project that I'll be announcing here in just a moment. And what's the 19th? So we have 11 days left in the year? Is that accurate? Is my math right on that? No. 12 days left. Almost 11 days. Okay, yeah. So, man, here we are. The end of the year. I'm probably going to be on more than usual the next, well, I say this, assuming that the events and plans that I have don't get canceled, then I'll probably be on a little more than normal in the next 11 or 12 days. So you guys will maybe, probably be seeing more of me. I feel like you will. So yeah, because we got some big things coming up. Some big things coming up in 2025. And just going to wait another minute here just to see if anybody else hops on. So good to see all of you guys. Oh, thanks. I miss you guys too, man. So, okay. All right. So, so what I want to share with all you guys is coming up in 2025. So coming up here shortly in January, I am going to be officially starting here, a collaboration. So a dear friend of mine, also somebody you guys may all know. Her name is Trudy, and she has her own tarot channel, Soul Tribe Tarot. And Trudy and I are going to be starting a closed group coming up in January called the Conscious Collective. So, just going to let you guys know about this, and I'll be sharing more details in the next coming days as we get closer to January here. But there's a little bit I can share with you guys right now as we get closer. But so essentially this idea came about, I don't know, maybe like two or 3 months ago. I don't know. The idea started floating around. I mean, Trudy and I have been talking about doing something longer than that. I mean, we've been talking for a while, but it was always just kind of talk. We never formalized anything. But as we started to get closer to the end of the year, I want to say back in like October, November, I started to feel really strongly, just getting my own downloads, that, you know, as we move into 2025, things are going to be very different. And that's like a whole other conversation. But what I felt, you know, or where the direction that I'm feeling called to go in, outside of my own personal world and the things that I do outside of, you know, this channel and doing tarot, is, you know, kind of like in the realm of life coaching and relationship coaching, which, you know, I still do that. But I've been feeling called more recently to kind of connect with people who, you know, consider themselves spiritual, or, you know, maybe spiritually oriented. You know you're different, basically. You know you're different. You know that you have something. You may not know what the something is, but you feel called. You feel like you have a destiny. You feel like you have a purpose. You don't feel like you just came here to just do the everyday matrix stuff. You know, buy the house, pop out the kids, work until you retire and die. Like, you feel that life is more than that. And so I feel as we move into 2025, there's going to be, I don't know, there's going to be somewhat of like a more mass kind of spiritual awakening. Like, I think more people are going to start getting, like, I think spirituality on one hand has become more mainstream. But I think a lot of people are going to start finding an interest or feeling drawn to spirituality, which really just means, starting to wake up to who they are and recognizing, whatever that thing is inside of them that's biting and gnawing and scratching and clawing at them. Many people can't identify. It's like a soul sickness. It's what I call spiritual bankruptcy or purpose depression. And, those people are going to be looking for leaders, mentors. They're going to be looking for all of you guys. Those of you out there who feel like you have a spiritual call or a gift, there's something that that you have. You may not be utilizing it. You may not be fully aware of what it is. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but the world is going to need a lot of people like us. That's the bottom line. And so, it's difficult to find the right type of community that takes spirituality serious. And I'm not talking about surface level spirituality. I'm not talking about, going down and hanging out at the local crystal shop and burning incense, or your yoga class, or getting together with your girlfriends or your guy friends, going out in the woods, having little retreats and things. And I don't have a problem with any of that. But, to me, that's just kind of like, that's just like a, surface level spirituality, right? It's like getting the spiritual tattoos, getting the crystals, getting, the shirts and all the things, right? Like, true spirituality is us knowing who we are. It's introspection. It's going within to connect to the divine part of us. It's essentially us remembering who we are, if we want to say that. Like, we come into these bodies, our souls come into these avatars, and we experience spiritual amnesia. So we don't remember. We don't remember where we came from. We don't remember that we were all, connected and consciousness and all the things. We just come in completely blank and void of everything, because, life is an experience, and we have free will to experience it however we see fit and decide what to make of all the things. That's part of this, our soul's journey. But that doesn't mean that we can't know the truth, or at least a lot of the truth, about where we came from and why we're here, because that information is still inside of our soul, and our soul is what's inhabiting this body. So, the whole idea, the concept of spirituality, going within to connect to yourself, is really just going in to remember who it is that you already are. You're just going in to turn the lights back on, basically, right? And once we understand who we are, because we've turned the lights back on, then we can come out into the world and live life connected to our higher purpose, our higher calling, what have you. And so, one of the goals, one of the drives, one of the missions to setting up this group is, it's intended for people who are very, very serious about their spiritual journey, first of all. So it's not just like a free for all. Like, it's a closed group for very, very people who take this very seriously. People who are growth oriented, solution oriented people, basically. Like, you take your spiritual growth, your personal development very seriously. It's not a hobby. It's not a pastime. It's like, it's a very serious thing for you, so the community element is very important, because it's hard to connect with people as it is who are very serious about, spirituality. And again, not just surface level spirituality, not like, you know, hey, we all like tarot or we all like astrology or something, right? Like there's millions of those groups out there, right? This is a community for very, very serious people, who feel called, who feel like they have a mission in this life. They're here to serve a higher purpose. And they just, it's hard to meet people. Like I don't know very many. I think maybe 3 people that I actually know that I could relate to in this regard out of my whole life. Like everybody that I know, I got like maybe 3 people that I could say I really relate to. And that's just one of the, I think one of the unfortunate things about the spiritual journey is it can be very lonely, can be very isolating. In my experience, people who feel like they have a spiritual calling, we tend to be just a different breed of human beings. We're just not like everybody else. We're not normal, and so it can be difficult to have a place or find a place where you can feel at home being exactly who you are, surrounded by like-minded people who understand the struggle. But more than understanding the struggle, you have a community where people support you in what you're trying to accomplish, right? You have people lifting each other up, people supporting one another in their own spiritual development, in finding the meaning and purpose of their life, and networking and connecting and just becoming a collective, a conscious collective, literally, that kind of represents, the type of world that I feel that we're intended to move towards, right? As humanity, hopefully continues to raise its conscious awareness, and we raise our vibration collectively, then ideally one day we'll all be on the same page in that regard, right? And so, so this group, like we're a tiny fractal of a bigger whole, like we're a seed of something greater that's trying to occur right now in the collective. And so, so that's the first thing, is we wanted to create a community where people who are very serious about their spiritual journey would have a place that they could go to be themselves, and surrounded by like-minded people, they can get to know. You can build, friendships and have community and a support group, and really supporting one another as we go out and serve the world with our spiritual gifts and our spiritual missions, right? That's the first thing. So the second thing that we'll be doing in the group, and again, I'll be explaining more of the details in the next couple of weeks between now and January. So this is just, I'm just kind of giving you guys a quick little, hey, this is coming down the pipeline for those who are interested, or this sounds like something you want to be interested in. It's something you can start sitting with and thinking about as we get close to January. So the second thing is, I personally and Trudy, we both, have felt called to do our part, and doing our part is by serving you guys, right? And so she and I, we've been brainstorming like how we can, use all of our knowledge in, supporting, people in the group with whatever, with our gifts and our skills. And so, she's not here. I think she's probably at work or doing, I forget what her work schedule is, but, so I'm not going to speak for her, but to speak for myself, I'm here, and I will be offering, like all my coaching experience, all my coaching knowledge, all the things we're going to be going through all sorts of things, right, within this group. So we're going to be getting into, basically how to take, control back over your life. How to not have to struggle with the day-to-day crap, the distractions that get in our way that prevent us from actually going out and being true leaders, right? Or it's what I call being a powerful person, as opposed to being a powerless person, understanding human behavior and psychology, understanding a lot of the patterns and a lot of the things that, that keep us stuck as human beings, or, the struggles that we have in really going within to figure out what our purpose is. A lot of people don't know, they don't know. They're confused about, what they're calling their spiritual mission is. They know that they feel something inside of them, but they don't know what that something is. They haven't connected to it. They don't have clarity. They don't know, why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing? How can I get whatever this thing is inside of me? How do I identify it? And then once I do, what do I do with it? How do I get this thing that's inside of me to come out and to become something, to serve something, right? And so, it's going to be really cool. It's going to be very exciting. There's going to be a lot going on in the group. We have a lot of ideas about things that we want to do, but essentially the bottom line is we want to have a community of like-minded people that are taking their spiritual journey seriously, but also a pipeline or a bridge, if you will, for people who they know they have something. You're called, you can feel something inside of you. You may not be connected to it. You may not know what that something is. And, we want to offer a place for people who have that, or they sense that, to come and, we can help basically get you connected to your spiritual purpose in life. And then, as you go out and you do your thing, you'll always have the community and the support of everybody in the community. So everybody will be supporting everybody as we all go out to do the work. Okay. So this is going to be coming up in January. This will be the official launch in January. It's called the Conscious Collective. Again, I'll share more details about, how to access the group and all the things. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up now, so you guys can put it on your, radar, and so that you guys can know, and plan for this, right? So that's the big announcement for tonight. I'm going to catch up on the comments in just a second here. But before I lose my train of thought, what was my train of thought? I was trying not to lose my train of thought, and then by trying to not lose my train of thought, I lost my train of thought. Okay, yeah, about tonight. So I had a little bit of time. Obviously, I won't be pulling a 9-hour shift tonight, which is not entirely beyond me to do, but I did want to just hop on and do, connect with you guys and maybe do some quicker readings here. I will take donations. I won't be on for a super long time tonight. Excuse me, because I actually do have to get sleep. When I don't have plans or things, the following day, that's typically when I can stay up for hours and hours and hours, which I actually enjoy doing. But tonight, for the most part, I will be, I'll be doing quicker reads, I guess. But if you donate, I will obviously more than happy to do a full-blown read for you. So I think Rhoda donated, so I will do her first. And then I have to check. Actually, let me check the comments, and we can just get started. Okay. Okay, so Rhoda and then Xanadu. So Rhoda first, then Xanadu, then we have the free list. Prairie Winds and Wildflower Spiritual Arts. Hey, that's a cool name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, obviously, I can't assume that everybody here knows. I'm so used to seeing most of you guys, but for those of you that are new to my channel, my name is Eddie. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. It's nice to meet you. I'm glad you guys are here. Just a quick little, I guess, housekeeping things before I jump in and go to start Rhoda's reading. You can skip the queue. The information is in the description box below. So, you know, if you're like me and you're impatient and you don't like to wait in line, you can skip the queue. All the directions and all that is in the description box. Also, please like, share, subscribe, support the channel if you find any of this helpful or beneficial for you. Okay. I think that's enough talking from me. Okay. I am born experienced to give to a person who my purpose and my abilities when I have them, why I have them and they come from, and I'm dark light. Okay. Falling asleep. Oh. Just trying to catch up on the comments. I'm almost at the bottom. What is coming up for me from now to January? Okay. All right. We are off. We're off to the races. What's coming up for Rhoda? Just give me a second here to get my mind switched over here. All right, for Rhoda, what is coming up between now and January for Miss Rhoda? Oh. Might help if I get the screen. I had the presentation up. All right. Sorry about that. You guys were like, where's the screen? All right. Well, things are looking really good for you so far, Rhoda. I mean, right off the bat, we got a glare. Besides the glare, we got this happy card. So I can already see where this is kind of going to with these. I'll just show you really quick. We have poise. So this is like the star card. There's similar energy to the star card. I want you to pay attention to something too, though, Rhoda. I want you to look at. So there's like this banner up here that's coming across the top of this card. And then there's like a star that's dangling here. And then obviously she's kind of like looking up at the star. Then over here, it's kind of hard to see, but she's holding a star in this hand. And then she's got another star over in this hand. And so there's almost like this trinity kind of thing going on here. So there's significance to this, which I'll be picking up on here in just a minute. But yeah. So the reason I stalled there was because we have this as well for you. We have the higher power energy here, and I don't know if it'll show up on the camera. Well, it kind of does, but there's like an image here, and there's an image of a woman. It's kind of like in the clouds, I guess. You can kind of see her face right there. And then this is the crown chakra. And so you can see this energy pouring out here. And so what I see, the reason I'm pointing this out, right? It's like, okay, yeah, we see the artwork, Eddie. What does that have to do with anything? The reason I'm pointing this out is because this is like a like a butterfly into a butterfly kind of thing. So it's almost like if you could overlay these two cards, where it's like this woman down here is ascending up. It's like she's becoming, I'm trying to figure out how I can do this, get under my microphone here. But basically it's almost like as this woman here ascends, she morphs into and becomes this one. All right, this is the best way I knew to describe what I'm sensing. I could just show, it's just easier for me to use a visual aid here. But this is what's happening for you. You're going through a process of transcendence and ascension here, where you're going to be moving into a sense of unity here, or a triangulation, going back to these three stars. Because stars are miracles. Each one of these stars is a miracle. So when we say wishing upon a star, that whole concept of wishing upon a star, really what that means is wishing upon a miracle, right? Because the star represents something that the reason that we wish upon it, if we're wishing for something, is because we don't have it yet, right? We're aligning an intention, a desire, an inspiration, an aspiration, whatever. We're aligning something inside of us that our spirit knows is obtainable, and it's basically projecting that onto a physical reference point as a metaphor, saying that what's inside of me is obtainable even out here, right? These mystical things that fly through the air, and we don't know where they came from or where they go, but we wish upon them, right? And I think the way that most people think about wishing, the concept of wishing, is like fairy tale and fantasy, right? It's this idea that I'm going to wish upon a star. So there's this, it's more like Disneyland-ish kind of thing. It's like, it's not something I think a lot of people take very seriously. Like, make a wish on your birthday and you blow the candles out, right? It's like a fun thing. But I don't think very many people really, 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 really believe that when they're making a wish that it's doing anything, right? It's just a concept or an idea. But the truth is, according to the potency and the power of your belief, if you're connected to the power within your soul and you believe that everything is energy and that you are one with everything, because the same energy that is out here that is all the things is the same energy that you are. So you're the one, you're one with that thing is one with you, because it's all energy and that's all we are. We're all just energy vibrating at different levels and different frequencies at different, levels of consciousness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then it's not just a fairy tale wish. It's a reality. So what's happening here, these miracles, these 3 miracles that you have, two, one in your left hand, one in your right hand, because this figure, this woman, is representing you for your reading. And then up here, there's the star that she's looking straight up at, but it's just out of reach, right? And so the reason for this is showing that you already possess. How do I describe this? You already possess the miracle power within you. You have already within your grasp. You have this power, this miracle power, and the thing that you're desiring, the wish, the thing inside of your soul, what your soul's focused on. We could just call it that. What your soul's focus, not your ego, not your carnal desires, not like, hey, I want more money, I want this. It's what your soul's focus is, right? What your soul is laser focused on is this star. And as you continue on your spiritual journey, this is the star. First, this higher power card is this star up here. And so as you reach or you make your wish, right? And again, this is going to sound really weird, but I'm just here to deliver the message. When you make a wish, it's like the star is almost like, how do I say this? It's like intimacy. You're having intimacy with the universe. That's what this is. This is you becoming one with the universe, right? And so, and this is going to sound so off the wall. This is going to sound so off the wall. The shooting star is like the mating call of the universe, right? And I know this is a little bit of a brain twister because, us humans, we have a very interesting relationship to intimacy and sexuality and all these things. But if you can clear your mind of the human act, the mechanics of human sexuality, you can pull all that away, and you can just focus on the concept of intimacy. Intimacy, the oneness, the union of oneness of something. To know something intimately is to become one with that thing, right? And as you become one with that thing, all that thing is becomes one with you, and you know all that it is, and it knows all that you are. That's what the union, the oneness concept is, right? So this star up here is essentially the universe saying, hey, I want you to come become one with me. I want to have I want your spirit, your soul to come and let's have this intimate spiritual encounter, or the reunion of your spirit back to the divine is what's happening here. So here you are. And as you merge and become one with the divine, the universe, boom. There's no trace of, it's indistinguishable, you and the divine. That's what I'm trying to say. Like where you begin and where the divine ends, it's indistinguishable at this point, right? So you're going to be so intimately connected to your higher power that your higher power is basically going to be unleashed. So these miracles that you're holding in your these stars, these metaphorical miracles that are holding in your hand are not going to be metaphorical anymore. They're going to become real. And so your whole life is about to take a wild twist, Rhoda. Your whole life is about to take a very, very, very wild twist, my friend. Because as you come into this divine union, this Trinity union with the divine, as you become one with your higher power, it's almost like Neo in the movie The Matrix, right? He can do whatever he wants. He can stop bullets. He can fly. It's like he can break the rules, right? It's like things that most people would say are bizarre, paranormal, supernatural, or weird. It's like that's just going to be your world. And it's not going to feel weird to you. It's not going to feel supernatural or paranormal for you. It's just going to feel like, hey, something inside of me got unleashed or unlocked, and I'm just starting to realize that, yeah, there's a lot of bizarre things that are occurring in my life now, but they don't feel bizarre to me, right? And this is kind of the thing that you've known for a really long time. I feel like you've sensed it, but you've maybe not been able to put your finger on it, because this was the foretelling of your future. The destiny inside of you was leading you on this path and basically saying, hey, when you get this far down the road, you know, you're going to become one with your higher self. And then boom, it's going to unlock a bunch of, you know, crazy cool shit. And, you know, all of a sudden you're running around like, you know, doing Harry Potter stuff, you know? So here we have the come to the edge for you. And there's a few energies attached to the come to the edge card for you. The first one is there is the human element to this side of the spiritual journey. So as you approach going into the new year and you feel this emergence of you and your divine self, your higher power, there is the human side of you that is going to feel maybe a little uncertain because it's an experience you've never had before. And anytime that we're faced with an experience that we've never had before, even if it's an experience you want to have, there's always an unsettling type of feeling associated with it, right? If, let's say, you know, the first time you ever drive a car, right? And you're excited about it. It's like, man, I can't wait to have a car. First time you sit behind the end, a little unsettling is your very first time. Very first time you have, you know, sex, assuming that it was an experience that you wanted to have. You know, it wasn't an unfortunate event, you know, like a traumatic event, assuming it was an experience that you were excited to have, it still can be a little unsettling because you've never had that experience before. You don't know what it's like. You're going to jump out of a plane and go skydiving for the first time, right? That's going to be unsettling, even if you signed up for it and you want to do it. So that's what this come to the edge card is describing. It's describing that unsettling energy that you experience when something major, but something new is happening for the very first time for you. That's what this is. Now, the second energy that's attached to it has more to do with just having the courage to dive into this kind of uncharted territory because, you know, a lot of it requires faith. And I've talked about this before in my own life, even doing this right now. When I sit down in this chair and, you know, I'm like, all right, I have no idea what I'm going to say. I have no idea what's going to come out of me. I have no idea. People show up with questions and I try to answer the questions. Now, when I first started doing this, and I was brand new beginner, right out of the door beginner, it was all from here, the logic, the ego, right? Trying to memorize what the cards meant and the meanings and trying to analyze, psychoanalyze it and get, well, this card is this card. I mean, maybe this card and this card together means this and that, you know, like It was all ego. It was trying to make sense of it with my logic, my rational mind. And it took me a while to figure out that my gift wasn't in my head. My spiritual gift isn't in here. This isn't where my spiritual gift is. My spiritual gift is in having faith and getting out of my own way to allow the divine to come through me. And you can't prepare for it. There's no way to prepare for the divine to operate. It operates in real time. So the act of faith, like there's the old saying, if you want to walk on water, you got to get out of the boat. Talking about Jesus, right? Well, the walking on the water for me is opening my mouth, right? Like that's me putting one foot out of the boat to put it on the water, and it's like, well, is the water gonna, can I stand on it, or is it just gonna fall into the water and sink like, I would expect it to, right? There's an element of faith. There's a challenge. There's an element of courage of doing something in your spiritual gift where you're kind of detached from it and you're just allowing this spiritual gift to work, to kind of just be present and work through you. I don't know. There's not really an easy way to describe it. It's just an allowing that happens. But it's very scary because your ego is still there. Like my ego is still in the background going, well, if the divine doesn't show up right now, I'm kind of screwed, because that means I'll be going back to reading the cards and trying to figure all this out logically. And that's like a crapshoot. Maybe the reading will be good. Maybe it won't. I don't know. And there's only like 1,000 different ways to interpret tarot cards, especially the more cards you get out and you got to try to figure it out. Which this card means this, and every card has about 10 bajillion meanings. Which one do you choose? And I don't know anything about this person. They're a complete stranger and they're asking me a question. And then your brain starts overanalyzing, your brain starts overthinking. And now it's just like, it becomes a convoluted shit show. And it's not something you can sit and think, because, you throwing yourself out like I am to the wolves, and you're in a live reading, everyone's watching you. And you're putting yourself out here to be judged by the world. It's like, well, this guy sucks. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's a shit show. Or, wow, there's something else happening, right? And so there's always an unsettling with me, because I have enough faith and enough trust in the divine to know that whatever the message is that needs to be said to the person is going to be there. I don't have to beg. I don't have to plead. I don't have to convince. All I have to do is allow. I just have to allow, right? And that's what co-creating or co-collaborating with the universe is. It's you and the universe becoming one and operating as a singular force, right? But I can't control the divine. I can't micromanage it. I have to allow it. It's literally like creating a space, right? It's like there's enough room technically for one person sitting in this chair that I'm sitting in. But it's almost kind of like if I could scoot over really, 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 really far, I might be able to get somebody else to like scoot in, and we could maybe fit 2 people, like a smaller person could probably squeeze in right here next to me. It's possible, right? And so that's kind of what the spiritual act is you're kind of scooting over, and the divine sits down next to you, but you're both holding the steering wheel at the same time, right? And so it's almost like my hands are on the steering wheel, but the divine's hands are on my wrists, if that makes sense. And so my mouth is the representative of my hands. My mouthpiece is the mouthpiece of the divine for these readings. Because I just set myself aside, my ego. It's like I'm just here watching and observing just like you guys are, right? Which is why a lot of times you guys will ask questions. I'll do a reading, it blows my mind because I'm like, man, everything that just came out for this person is something that applies to me, or a lesson, or something that comes through. And I'm like, man, I can apply that to my life. That's not just for the person I do the reading for. This is information and knowledge that's good for me. This is extremely valuable. Like, I needed to know this, right? And so, and you guys have seen me repost some of this stuff on the channel. A lot of you guys have asked questions. I'll go back, I'll rewatch the lives, and I'll find segments where some profound things have come through. And I'm like, well, if I know that it was profound for them and I know it was profound for me, it's got to be profound for somebody else out there too. And so I'll edit that out and I'll re-upload that segment as a video on my channel, because, I mean, that's just how the divine works. The divine doesn't waste anything, right? You can use one message to empower, I don't want to use the analogy of, one stone to kill two birds. It's more like, I want, one miracle to empower 100 people, right? It's like one message to empower 100 people. That kind of thing, right? So all that to say for you, Rhoda, is this come to the edge thing. The universe is wanting you to get used to the unsettling feeling of that collaborative space, right? It's like, because again, the ego wants to control, the ego wants to micromanage, the ego wants certainty, the ego wants to know what's going to happen. It wants to be able to predict the outcome, and it wants us to feel comfortable doing our thing. And I'm not saying a degree of comfort can't be achieved after a long, long period of time. But, I do think that if it's never 100% comfortable, like I'm not 100% comfortable doing this every time I come on here. And I'll do it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, right? There's always an edge. Come to the edge. There's always a slight edge of discomfort involved, right? And it's not discomfort in a bad way, but it's just I can feel that there's a part of me that isn't in control, and my ego doesn't like it. But I still allow that part of me to not be in control, because that's the part that I'm allowing the divine to work through me. So the reason I'm spending so much time explaining this is because the universe wants you to prepare yourself for this unsettling feeling as you basically become one with the divine here, and all this crazy stuff starts happening, and all of a sudden you start operating in your spiritual gifts in ways that you've never operated before. It might feel a little intense at first. It might feel a little bit unsettling, or at first you might have some trust issues with yourself, because it's like, well, it worked with this person, but will it work for the next person? Will it work for the next person? Again, going back to using myself as the analogy, it's like, well, I could feel the divine, working through me when this person asked a question, but what if, is the divine going to be here for the next person's question, or am I going to be screwed? I'm going to have to rely upon me again, my logic, right? And so over time, you start to build confidence and you start to build trust, because it's like an experiment. You feel that unsettling feeling that wants certainty, wants to know what's going to happen, wants to know that the universe has got your back, right? And you can't give yourself that certainty, because the universe doesn't come behind you and just take that unsettling feeling away. It's in the moment of the operation that the gift is in play, is the best way I know to describe it. And so there's no way to prepare for it. It's literally in the doing that the thing occurs. And that's what makes it so unsettling and so scary, because it's like you want some type of reassurance that when you do the thing that you're about to do, that you know that the universe has got your back when you go to do it. That's not how it works. At least not in my experience. Maybe some people out there who've mastered this and been at it a lot longer, maybe they, you know, I don't know, different people, different gift. I don't know. But for you, as you start to step into this new you that you're about to step into, the universe is wanting to warn you ahead of time about this unsettling feeling, because it's an encouragement for you to keep going. That's what it is. Just lean into it, lean into it, lean into it. When you feel that unsettling feeling, don't pull away, don't shy away and go, oh my gosh, and then you miss a moment, you miss an opportunity, you chickened out, you know, because there's people around you that need what you have. And that goes back to the group at the beginning of the read that I was talking about, right? This conscious collective group that we're starting, because there's a huge need. As we go into 2025, it's like there's going to be all these people who are starting to have these, you know, spiritual realizations that they're unhappy. It's almost like a mass spiritual awareness of spiritual bankruptcy. Like all of a sudden, all these people are going to start having this awakening type thing happen where it's like, I'm spiritually bankrupt. I'm unhappy. I'm unfulfilled. There's something inside of me that wants to be fulfilled by something, and I can't figure out what it is. It's relationships isn't fulfilling it. Drug isn't fulfilling it. This isn't fulfilling. Materialism, all the things. There's nothing that I can grab a hold of and apply to my life that's going to fulfill this space. Whatever this thing is, it's eating me up from the inside. Spiritual bankruptcy. And so people like us, we're going to go out. You're just going to be living your life, and the universe is going to guide us as divine appointments. Like we're going to be the serendipity moments. We're going to be the wheel of fortune. We're going to be the fated people that these people meet. You're just going to show up randomly in this person's life, and by being ready to use your spiritual gift, you're going to have interactions with these people, and their life is going to be changed because you're a fated meetup, a divine appointment, right? You become this divine appointment that changes this person's life forever. It was this moment, and the universe knew exactly, you know, no pun intended. The universe knew how to align the stars to get you in front of that person at this exact moment, at the exact place, so that you could utilize the gift that you've been given to help point them in the direction that they need to go, or hand them something, or teach them something, or say something, be whatever you need to be for that person, so that they can get connected to their spiritual self, right? And so we are the light workers. And what is a light worker? Is to go out and spread the light for those that are ready to accept the light and become awakened to the light. So we're, you know, the first thing we have to do, we have to go within ourselves and flip on the light switch. We got to turn the lights on in ourselves first. That's step one. And once we turn the lights on in ourselves, we go out in the world and we flip the lights on for other people, right? And so that's what we do. We're just out in all the different ways, shapes, and forms that we are as collective people. You just your purpose is to go out, use your gifts, your talents, whatever it is that the divine has given you, and help people see that they have a light switch. And then help them understand how to flip the lights on. That's it. That's what we're out. We're just out here, light flippers. That's what light workers are. We're literally light switch flippers. I'm just here to flip your lights on, turn your lights on, turn your lights on, right? Or show people how to turn their own lights on, right? So that's where you're headed, Rhoda. And the universe just wants you to get comfortable in areas that you are maybe a little bit uncomfortable right now because you've never done it before, and it's going to push you out of your comfort zone a little bit because you actually are a light worker, a switch flipper, you know? And so the universe is just encouraging you that in the moments where it might feel the most scary because you feel the most uncertain, but something inside of you saying, no, you're here, right now. And you just know that whatever's happening in that moment, you'll feel it inside. You'll feel it inside of you. There's something inside of you telling you that this is far more important. This isn't just you thinking it up. It's not just a fluke. You'll feel it. And in that moment, you might feel scared or apprehensive, or you might feel like, oh, I don't know, I don't want to be wrong, or I don't want to say this. And the mind gets involved. The ego starts to get involved, and you start questioning yourself. You start doubting, you start getting afraid, and all these things. Or just the feeling of the spiritual gifts starting to come out of you might feel intense. Sometimes that happens to me, right? And that's sometimes why I stutter, why my words don't come out right, because it's like a bottleneck of the divine energy. Just like this surge of energy is just trying to come through me all at once, and it bottlenecks. And it's like I have to I have to manage it in real time. It's like all this energy is wanting to come out of me at 1,000 miles per hour, right? And if I allowed it, I'd be talking like the Micro Machine guy commercials from back in like the 90s, the little Micro Machine cars, the guy that could talk like 1,000,000 miles per hour. That would be, I'd just be like, I'd be talking like 1,000 miles per hour, because all this energy is just like, wanting to come through me like the speed of light, and I have to like rein it in sometimes. So just be aware of all the sensations with this here. But you're coming in here to a very happy time. So I think overall 2025 is going to be one of the more profound years of your life, I'm feeling, especially spiritually speaking. 2025 is going to be like a very unforgettable year for you in your spiritual journey, for sure. Underneath that, we have the message in the bottle. These are spiritual messages, but they're also connections. You're going to be making a lot of connections this year, kind of divine, fated, serendipitous connections, because the more that you start opening yourself up to how the universe is wanting to kind of show you how crazy the spiritual stuff can actually get, where it's almost kind of like you start pushing the walls out further, like you're pushing your own boundaries out, because you're like, wait, I've been like living in here. What happens if I push the boundaries out over here? Well, now the universe has all this extra room to work and blow your mind. And you're like, well, what if I push the boundaries out way over here? The universe now got even more room to blow your mind. And so it's almost going to become like this game where you start pushing your comfort zone out further and further and further and further and further, and you start to see the universe filling in the gaps of the space that you've created by pushing your comfort zone out. And it's the incredible things that you're going to be experiencing as a result of that happening, right? It's going to blow your mind, and you're going to start like connections that you would never believe. Like you're going to meet somebody and they're going to be like, my brother or my sister or my dad or somebody that they talk to like on the phone, like they could just pull out their phone and, call somebody, and it's going to be like a famous person, or it's going to be like a really super high up politician, or it's going to be some multi-billionaire, or it's going to be an actor, or it's going to be an actress. It's just going to be like, you got to be kidding me. Like, I literally just went down to like the Starbucks and I bumped into such and such's daughter at the Starbucks where I live, no less, right? Just doing my everyday thing. And we just started chatting. I didn't know that this was such and such's daughter. And we started chatting, and we got onto this topic about whatever, spirituality or whatever this thing is, or this thing that's going on in their life. And, all of a sudden this synchronistic, crazy, divine appointment is happening. And then by the end of the conversation, I'm finding out that, oh my God, this is such and such's daughter. I can't believe I just bumped into this person's daughter at the Starbucks. And it's just like that's the kind of stuff that's going to start happening for you. Again, as you push your comfort zone out, the universe is going to fill in that space with all these crazy things, right? So that's what this message in the bottle energy is. It's divine messages that are coming to you, spiritual messages for you to deliver, almost like Roto, like you're the spiritual mailman. This kind of sounds kind of random, but that's like, you're like the spiritual mailman. You're just going out, or the spiritual mailwoman. Let's be correct here. And so you're just running around, just like handing out the messages, doing your thing, right? But the other side of that energy, again, is messages in terms of like a little bit of a play on words, like more like divine connections that you're going to meet with people, right? And those are these divine connections, by the way, that end up happening for you. They're not little things. Like it's a whole side quest that is going to go into this whole other thing, and you're going to be like, I cannot believe that I met this person. They were the daughter of this person, and now next thing you know, you're being invited over to their house for some party or something, and now you're just hanging out with the daughter and this actor, this A-list celebrity person. You're like, what the hell? I just went to Starbucks to get my coffee. I met this freaking actor's daughter. I didn't even know who it was, and we just had this cool conversation, hit it off, and it said, we exchanged contact information, and then a week later, I get a text from that girl and the person's daughter saying, "Hey, I'm having a get together. Blah 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 blah. Do you want to come over?" And you're like, "Sure, I'll come hang out." And you go over, and it's like, holy crap! It's like Brad Pitt's daughter or something. And you're like, "There's Brad Pitt hanging out," and you're like, I'm just hanging out. Brad Pitt's barbecue, like, and then you're like you're doing the spiritual mailman thing. You're giving out your spiritual messages to all the people at the barbecue. You're sitting talking to Brad Pitt, like, "Hey, dude, I got one for you too. Here's a spiritual message for you, man." And then you're going home and you're slinging in bed and you're going like, what is my life right now? Like, what is my life right now? Like, I just went to Brad Pitt's freaking barbecue and basically told him about the universe and this, that, and the other. And you're just laying there like, what was my life before? Right? So this is the expectation that you can have, Rhoda, as you push the boundaries of your comfort zone further and further and further, and let the divine fill in that space with all this crazy shit that is possible for you. Okay. Okay. I have 3 cards. I mean, that's pretty much the core message, but I'm just going to get 3 cards here for you because I felt like I just needed like something to punch, to slit, or ram the whole thing home. All right. And just for grits and giggles, let's get 3 out of the little potluck here. All right, we got the Magician. I'm not looking, by the way. We got the Devil in reverse. And then we got the 7 of Cups. All right, so Rhoda, the last thing for you is we have Ace of Pentacles. So again, these are new opportunities that are becoming for you financially. So let's just get on like the 3D level plane really quick. So you're going to have opportunities to start creating things, building things, expanding your resources. They're going to come to you in the forms of ideas. So these are ideas about things that you can start doing as, you get more and more connected to your spiritual gift. The 2 of Pentacles here is not the traditional 2 of Pentacles of juggling and balancing. This is you basically having to like you're circulating all these ideas. So these are the spiritual ideas that you're being handed as you step into the new year. And this is you cycling through like a filing cabinet, like a Rolodex, right? Like you're cycling through all these ideas that are coming to you, and they're limitless, because the 2 of Pentacles here is that the infinity symbol here. And then the 7 of Wands is basically saying, for every step that you take, the universe will take 7 steps with you. 7 of Wands. Wands are about action. Every step that you take, so he's got this character, they got the one wand in their hand, right? That's you, that's representing you taking the initial step. The one wand in the hand, and then you have the other 6 wands out ahead of you, which is the universe. For every step that you take, I will take 7 for you, right? And then the small cards that we have here at the bottom, we have the Magician, saying recognize your power, utilize your power, step into your power. The Devil, release and let go of any things that are holding you back, any residual fears, any limiting beliefs, all the things. And basically imagine, dream, start to envision, get connected to the infinite possibilities. So the 7 of Cups here, again, not traditional 7 of Cups, meaning the cloud represents the universe, and here come all the messages in the bottle. Can't make this up. All these little cups coming are these bottles. These bottles, these messages that the mail, the universe is giving you the mail. Remember, going back to our analogy, the universe is giving you all the mail. And see this person down here? Their hand's kind of like holding it out. Like, yeah, give me the mail. The universe is giving you all the messages, all the things for you, handing it to you so you can go out and you can go be the delivery person now. Okay? So, between now and January, the universe wants you to keep leaning into the things that you're doing and to prepare for the things to come, but also enjoy the rest of the year. So just don't forget to just actually enjoy the next 12 days that are left in the year, 11 days now, I guess. But be ready that you're about to step into a really, really happy time. All right, so I think Xanadu said he was going to go to sleep. Or Xanadu, are you still here? You donated. If you're here, I will do your reading. If not, then I'll send you one through email if he's not. Mariah Amethyst Celentine. No, that's a lovely name. You're so welcome, Rhoda. Thank you. Your readings are always profound, by the way. There's Xanadu. Xanadu, my friend, you were up. When will the Aries break no contact? Thank you. All right. Okay. Well, let's just start here. Well, Well, I didn't see that coming. All right. So here's the thing, Xanadu. Hold on. This person will reach out to you when the Aries, will reach out to you when they get bored and they're basically unfulfilled. So whoever this person is that you're dealing with, they like to get a lot of attention. We got validation here, we got superficial here, and where was the other one I saw? We have fulfillment here. The Page of Wands is part of it. Let me put these down here because I'm just going to show you really quick. Let me move this over. I'll put this guy up here. Oops. Watch what I'm doing. This is like a little bit of a story here, but oh, you can't see that one. I'm gonna have to put this one. I'll just have to show it to you. I'm running out of room here. Yeah. Yep. In the world. Okay. So it's this one. This one. We have a quick little story here. I'll take you through the story. So, the Four of Cups. Let's start here. Yeah. We're going to start here. When this person is done wandering around out here, the Eight of Cups, walking around, little Page of Wands here, looking for excitement, looking for attention, looking for their fulfillment here. We got the Five of Wands over here. They like people kind of, fighting over them, so to speak. I mean, they like having that competitive, like competing for my attention. This person gets off on that with the validation. They like people obsessing over them and competing over them, like in their mind, like they have an inflated ego, basically, is what I'm sensing here. But eventually, once they've gone out and they've had their fun, doing whatever they do, they always come back to this place. They always come back to this Four of Cups. This is the central part of your reading. It's right here in the middle. And if I wasn't thinking about this, by the way, when I laid the cards down. It just so happened that the cards, when I put the cards down, they ended up in the order that I laid them out. It was not intentional on my part. But right here is the middle of your reading. We have the Four of Cups, we have fulfillment and superficial, right? And so this person is seeking superficial fulfillment, superficial validation. And so unfortunately, just like anybody in life that seeks superficial attention and validation, they're significance-driven people. They need to feel special and important and good enough and all these things. Eventually, the gas tank gets on empty. You run out of gas, right? And then you become bored. You become apathetic. And you become, disinterested, right? Like, because you found out the hard way that it wasn't actually long-term fulfillment. So then you have two options. You can either go out and you can try to get the same type of fulfillment that you were getting before and hope that it'll be as exciting as it was before, which, for most people it's not, because we naturally build tolerances for things, right? Just like, smoking or drinking or even sex. Right? You do things habitually again and again and again and again. Your body and your nervous system gets used to it. It becomes boring. It becomes dull. It's not exciting anymore. So you have to look for the bigger thrill, the next best thing, the more exciting thing. Well, this person, I can see it. And even sense it. This person has a history of doing this. So they jump from thing to thing, and basically, with the 5 of Wands and the 2 of Wands here, it's like, you know, he's got this wand over here on this card. Let me grab the card and show you, so it'll make more sense. See if I can, get it out here. So this wand behind him or her, this wand right here, is like, I already played with that one. That one, I'm done with that one. It's just out here over here. Now, this wand is the one that they're interested in because they're holding it in the hand, and the other hand, they're holding the world, which is a metaphor. It's like they're looking at this wand as if it's like they're holding the value of the world in their hand. It's like, oh my gosh, this wand is the special wand. This one is the glorious one. This is the one that's going to fulfill me and give me the whole world, right? But it never does. This person's gone through this many times. He's gone through it 5 wands here. He's gone through it 7 wands here. He's gone through it 8 wands there. And this person is searching and searching and searching and searching and searching for their satisfaction and their fulfillment, but they're not finding it. Hence the 8 of Cups up here. They're dissatisfied with their life, always searching, always looking for the next thing, looking for the next thing, looking for the next excitement, the next thrill, right? The next attention, right? And it seems like, you know, and this, the Divine Masculine card up here in reverse is indicating that this person is disconnected from their conscious truth. They have an imbalance, right? And that's where all that egotistical need for attention and validation is coming from, is because their masculine energy is out of whack. So, you know, they seek, you know, fulfillment in superficial relationships, connections, whatever, maybe status here. But this person has been getting some karma too. And if they haven't yet, they're going to be getting karma because justice is here. And justice sees everything. Nothing gets past the eyes of justice. Justice actually isn't blind at all. Justice sees everything. And so all this that this person is doing or has been doing in an attempt to find fulfillment and happiness is actually just, they're digging a hole, you know, for themselves, basically. Now, I'm going to slide these cards up because they're off the screen here, but I'm going to slide this one up. So this is you, the Page of Swords. You're waiting for this person, but the universe is basically trying to send you a different message. The universe is wanting you to think long and hard about, the universe is wanting you to really think long and hard about this person. And I'm just going to keep it real. Okay. You think that this person is your 10 of Cups. That's why you're waiting for them. You think this person is your son. This person is going to make me so happy. They're going to make me fulfilled. Look, we got a family. It's unicorns, fairies, and rainbows. Oh my God, this person, I just can't wait for this person. And the universe is like, I think we might need to rethink this. Right? Like, the universe is wanting you to really, really sit with, is this person really what I want? Is this person really going to make me happy? They can't even make themselves happy. How can somebody who is incapable of making themselves happy, how are they going to be able to make you happy? And are you searching for your happiness, your son, inside of this other person because you're unwilling to give that happiness to yourself first? Just keeping it real. Don't shoot the messenger. Because if you're searching for your fulfillment in this person, and this person's searching for their fulfillment outside of themselves, well, you got two problems, because you got two people that are searching for their fulfillment outside of themselves, which is, you know, why it says like attracts like. You attract who you are, not what you want. You're attracted to somebody who's seeking fulfillment outside of themselves because you're seeking fulfillment outside of yourself. And the universe is wanting you to take a closer look at that with the Page of Swords. The universe is casting light with the sun, illuminating this to you so you can look at it, because this situation is not going to fulfill you, because this person isn't the right person for you. This person is not the right person for you. Doesn't mean you can't pursue them. But to answer your question, because that was just all the extra, that was all the free stuff. to answer the actual question you asked, you're going to hear from this person. When will you hear from this person? This is the yes card. So first of all, just to be clear, you will most likely, I can't say 100%, that's impossible. You will most likely hear from this person, yes. So this is more of a yes than a no. When? The timing? I don't know the timing, but I can tell you the circumstances. I can't tell you the timing. I can tell you the circumstances. And the circumstances when you'll most likely to hear from this guy or this girl, whoever, is when they get really, really bored and they're really unhappy and they're really unfulfilled. They've gone out, they've tried all the things, they've done all the things, they've been with all the people, and they're bored. They're bored to death. And they're empty inside. And so then they're sitting under the tree. Man, my life sucks. My life sucks. I'm really bored. I'm really unhappy. I've done all the partying. I've slept with all the people. I've did all the excitement. I've done all the things. Man, what do I need to do to get that fulfillment back? What do I need to do to get that attention and that validation? What do I need to do to put some life and some spark back inside of myself? Right? And so then this person starts thinking about you. Like, oh, I know who I can reach out to. And then that's what they're going to do. They're going to send you a message when they're unhappy, they're unfulfilled, they're bored, they've tried all the things, and now they're coming around full circle again, circling the wagon, coming back to you to hit you up because, hey, why not? I got nothing else going on. You know, nothing else happening in life. What are you up to? And here's the message. Now, what you do, obviously, is up to you, my friend. However, again, the universe is here asking you to consider a different truth. Ace of Swords here at the bottom of the deck here. The universe is gently trying to save you from more heartache, dissatisfaction, and maybe even potentially getting yourself into some karmic situations with this person that are unnecessary. And the universe is trying to show you where your happiness is. Your happiness and fulfillment isn't in somebody else. Your happiness and fulfillment can only be found inside of you. And until you learn to give yourself the happiness and fulfillment that you're seeking in this unhappy and unfulfilled person, then you're just going to keep attracting those types of people. So even if this guy goes away and, nothing comes of this and you're like, well, or girl, whatever it is, guy, girl, then when the next person shows up in your life, it'll be a repeat. It'll be the same type of person, just in a different body. It'll be somebody who's out looking for their happiness outside of themselves, searching for happiness. Where's my happiness? Where's my happiness? Where's my happiness? And then you're going to be looking for happiness in that person. So you're going to be repeating the cycle. Like, oh, I want you to make me happy. And they're out trying to find their happiness in something else. And so now you're just right back in the same cycle all over again. And the universe is saying, look, let's cut the sword. Let's cut this off. Let's stop this here now. It's unnecessary. You don't have to go forward and experience a cycle of doing and doing and doing and doing like so many people do. So many people go through this vicious cycle all the time in relationships. One toxic person to another toxic person, one unfulfilled, unhappy relationship to the next one, 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 right? And the universe is saying you don't have to do this. The truth that you need, the answer, the real truth, the real answer to the fulfillment that you seek is that which can only be found inside of you. And when you turn your attention inward to seek and find your fulfillment inside of you, then you will attract the person who's done the same, and then you two will come together, and that's when you'll find and have your true 10 of Cups. The person that's meant for you, the person that will actually love you, support you, your longtime partner, your forever person, is somebody who isn't looking for fulfillment outside of themselves. They are happy with who they are. They give themselves their own happiness, right? And because they've made themselves happy and they've fulfilled themselves, they will be capable of fulfilling you in the same type of way. However, this person will only be attracted to you and energetically aligned with you if you're the same type of person, right? Because somebody who knows how to make themselves happy and how to fulfill themselves and is spiritually whole from the inside out is not going to be interested in somebody who isn't spiritually whole from the inside out. They're looking for somebody who's also whole because they know better. They don't want somebody to be codependent on them, like I have to be this person's happiness, right? Like that's an inhuman responsibility. And it's a mistake that unfortunately many, many human beings make, is that we believe in the illusion and the lie that it's other people's jobs to make us happy, or that we need something outside of ourselves to become happy. And that's what the spiritual journey is really all about. It's learning all of this. It's undoing all the bullshit programming that we're taught, all the stuff that we're taught that creates our own prison, basically, our own dissatisfaction, our own turmoil, all these patterns and paradigms and belief systems and all the crap that we get indoctrinated with as we grow up in this externalized culture. It's no wonder why people are unhappy and unfulfilled and, repeat patterns and make the same mistakes, and everyone's having the same problems and the same challenges. Yeah, because we've all been programmed the same, right? And so the spiritual journey is about reversing all of that and going, playing it backwards, going and rewind and untangling all the knots that culture gave us, basically, right? So, I'm not going to leave, I'm not going to leave this just on that note, because here's the silver lining for you. The silver lining for you is you do have fulfillment. The universe is promising you. This is a promise card. The universe is promising you the fulfillment that you seek, but you just have to be willing to go a different way to get it. You have to be willing to surrender to the process of going within yourself to find this fulfillment, to find this treasure inside of you first. This treasure is here inside of you. When you go in here and you find this treasure, then what's going to happen, because your eyes are looking down. If you're looking down at this treasure, okay, I found it because I was looking at it. I was looking for it. You're looking down at the treasure. Well, when you find it, guess what happens? As you start to look up, all of a sudden you look up and what's staring right back in front of you? The external fulfillment. That man, that relationship, that love, that thing that you desire will be staring you right back in the eyes. But you have to go here. You have to turn your gaze inward to see it first, to find this inside of you first. And when you find it and you lay hold of it, as you change, you move your eyes back outside of yourself, what's going to be staring you right in the face is this, the thing that you were waiting for. That's the process. That's how you get the thing you really want. But it's up to you. You have free will. You have free will. Like, hey, you know what? That was great. That was fine. Thanks for all the extra, Eddie, but no, I'll keep the guy. I like him. Like, and that's okay. No judgment here, by the way. I don't know you. I don't know him. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. But I also am going to keep it real. But there's no seasons. There's no specific indicator of like this specific moment or this date or this month or this time of year or, and I'm not saying that there aren't certain people out there who can accurately pick up on that kind of information, but I definitely would say that I would be questionable of it, and not so much even questionable of the person giving the information, but just questionable of the need of why it's so important for one to know when, right? Because again, that's a scarcity. That's a scarcity mentality. It's like, I need to know, 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 I need to know. It's right. Because there's a fear there. There's a scarcity there. There's limitation there. There's a reason that you want certainty. There's a reason that it's very important for you to need to know the when. And that's part of the things, that's one of the layers that as you go within yourself, that's one of the mountains you have to climb. You have to climb over that mountain and go, hey, it's not important for me to know the when. And this is what's crazy about it. And this is just, again, and this is an extra to the extra to the extra. I'll just throw this extra bonus in. When you climb over that mountain and realize that the wind doesn't matter, the reason, this is what you'll discover and I challenge anyone out there to go do this and come back to me and tell me that I'm wrong about this. And I'm not saying this to sound like a conceited asshole, but just, I have yet to see that it's different from anybody who's done it, myself included. You climb over the mountain, conquer the mountain of trying to understand the winds, and this is what you're going to find out. The wind was never up to something outside of you. The wind was up to you. That's the paradox in it all. You're the one who decides the when. You're the one who's the magician, who has all the tools and resources and the power. And you won't believe it until you're connected to it and you have a personal experience with it. That's just human nature. I can sit here and tell you story after story after story after story from my life and the lives of people I've coached who have found this to be true for themselves, and you wouldn't believe it because that's not your experience. Those are stories. It's not your reality. And we have a tendency to not believe in something until we experience it ourselves. That's just human nature. But if you go within and you climb the mountain of not needing to know when, you're going to find out on the other side of it that, hey, I get it now. I didn't need to know when because I was the one that was in control of the when. Because I'm the one who's in control of my entire destiny. Everything about my destiny. You want love? The reason you don't have love, you want money. The reason you don't have money, health, the reason you don't have health, anything that you have or you don't have has nothing to do with the forces outside of you. It has to do with you. That's it. That's the answer to all questions. Every question that all of you have in the entire chat, this whole thing, we could end this chat right here, this whole live, right there. That's the answer to everything. The spiritual answer to everything is you are the creator. You're the determining factor. The number one determining factor of the destiny that you shape, and you're the director of your own movie. What's the movie you want to create? The universe has given you the power to create your own movie. It's just that you haven't been taught how to use your power, so you don't believe that you're the creator of your own movie. So you're, stuck doing what everybody else is doing, waiting for life to bring you the thing. Waiting for life to give me the money, to give me, my soulmate. When is this going to happen? When will I be the lucky? When will I play the spiritual lottery and I'll win something finally? When will luck be on my side? It's not how it works. We create our reality. You create your destiny. We are the ones, and we do it all the time. We're just not aware of it. And the more that you learn your power and you pay attention, that's what conscious awareness is. It's literally the act of being aware and present with your awareness. Being present with reality as a conscious being, going, wait, I did create that. How do I know I created it? Because literally was just thinking this, was talking about this, was in my mind, imagining this, and then instantaneously I turned the corner and there's a synchronicity there. Or the thing was literally there, or it came to me like an hour later. This shit happens all the time for people. And it's just, most people don't believe it because they're not the ones that are having the experience. It's just a story. And it's like, well, I don't know. I don't want to call the person a liar. And even if it happened for them, that's cool. That was them. It's not me. Right? Because we think that other people who are able to do things that we can't do, like they're special. That person's spiritually special. They can get synchronicities and manifest and law of attraction and this and that and blah, 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 blah. No, they're no more special than you. The only difference between you and them is they're over there experimenting. They're just trying to practice and learn and understand. They're just doing the things. They're just figuring it out. And the more time you spend figuring it out, then the more that you learn. And the universe rewards those who take effort. You put forth effort in something, you take something serious, the universe goes, hey, that person's serious about this. Let's help them out. And then stuff starts happening. And you start figuring it out. Like, wait, like, just go to the bookstore and like read, just go through the section of the law of attraction. It's like every day there's a new author who wrote a book about how their life was a literal shit show. I was a druggie. I was an alcoholic. And I was living with an abusive, toxic relationship with someone who smashed my head and I was all cracked out. And then I OD'd and then I left my body and this, that, and the other. And then I lost my house and then I had this and like these crazy horror stories of this life where people have like literally their life is a dumpster fire, and they just basically reduced to nothing. And then something happens, they cry out to something. They speak to something. They call out to something. It's just like they've reached the end of themselves. It can't get any worse. So what the hell? Or something else happens. Something profound happens to them, and they follow the yellow brick road. It's like, hey, this is interesting. And they start to follow this thing. Whatever that thing is, whatever that voice was, whatever the answer was, they start to follow it and they keep following it. The next thing you know, they're writing a whole book about how their life was a shit show. And then in two years time or something, they become a millionaire and they write this book and they found the love of their life and they were asked to go on all these TV shows and this and that. And all this crazy stuff happens. Like, how? Because they just got up. They're not more intelligent than you. They're not smarter than you. They just did something. They took a different action. They took a new action, right? And they fumbled their way through it. Just like, I don't know what I'm doing. No one taught me this. And that's the other thing you'll always see in these books. These people aren't spiritual. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in the universe. They don't believe in anything. But yet they have a spiritual experience and they decided to follow it. Like, I don't know what I'm following because I don't even believe in this shit. And they follow it. And then all this stuff starts happening. And they figure it out. They didn't have a spiritual guru teach them. They weren't reading spiritual books. They didn't even know what the law of attraction was, right? They just got off their butt and just started following the path and stumbling their way through it. And it's like they figured it out because the universe was helping them. It's like, oh, hey, we know we can, you need to learn this now. So we'll help you learn this. We're going to bring that person to you. We'll bring this thing to you. We'll connect that dot for you. And you'll see like, oh, they start figuring it out. And then it's like, oh my God, like I found out, I was doing the law of attraction. I was manifesting. I didn't even know what that was. I realized I was manifesting, Just hundreds of stories. This stuff happens all the time, man. People write books about this stuff all the time, and the reason I'm saying this is because anything that you want in your life, if you're not experiencing it, it's not because life is withholding it from you or you have to wait for it. It's waiting for you. It's waiting for you. The things that you want, you're not waiting for them. It's waiting for you. But you have a divine right. We all have a divine right to two things. You have a divine right to lay hold of the thing. You have a divine right to deny the thing. That's the paradox. That's the paradox of life. You're the puppet master. The paradox of life is it's up to you to lay hold of it, or it's up to you to deny it. The universe isn't going to force anything. It's the assumption is you not having the thing is because you don't want the thing. That's the assumption of the universe. The universe's assumption is you don't have it, but because you don't want it. But I do want it. Well, that's not what the universe doesn't rationalize like a human being. It's like, hey, you don't want it. because you don't have it. You don't have it because you don't want it. Because if you wanted it, you'd go and you'd have it. You'd use the power that you are as an infinite spiritual being inside of a human body. You'd use all the power within you to go and get the thing like everybody else has done. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of stories all the time. New people figuring this out. No spiritual background, no help, no knowledge of anything. People figure this shit out all the time. So, we're all guilty. We have no excuse. Every single one of us is guilty. Not every single one of us, we're without any excuse when it comes to this. The life that you have is the life that you've created. The life that you don't have is the life you haven't created. If you want to create the life that you want to have, then you have to go create it. And I'm guilty too. Am I living the perfect life that I want? No, I haven't. I'm not. Have I figured this out? No, I haven't. I know how it works. I know enough to know that this is how it works, the big picture. Do I know all the intricate details? Have I spent enough time in my own spiritual journey, tuned into all of my spiritual gifts to completely, know how to operate in that level, at that level of power to create that? No, but I'm figuring it out, right? I'm figuring it out. And so my being here is where I'm at in my journey in the becoming of the life that I plan on living. So I'm in the process of creating it, right? And different people are at different places in their journey. Some people are just starting. Some people are way ahead. They've manifested all the things and they're on a whole other different plane. It's not a competition. Who gives a shit? It's about you. Are you happy and fulfilled with your life? If you are, great. You're doing it right. If you're unhappy and you're unfulfilled with the life, then you're doing it wrong. Because it's not about anybody else's fulfillment or what other people think or how they judge and compare their fulfillment to your fulfillment, their life to your life to their life, all the bullshit. It has nothing to do with that. It's just up to you. If you're happy and you're fulfilled, then you're doing it right. That's it. If you're not, then you're probably doing it wrong. And your life is your life, not somebody else's life. Your life is your responsibility, not somebody else's responsibility. So who gives a shit what people think about your life or not your life, or what you want, what you don't want, right? And, you focusing on what other people have. What business is that of yours, right? Why are you focused on what other people are doing? You should be focused on what you're doing. And so these are what I would call the spiritual fundamentals that are so often overlooked in spiritual world, right? And it's irritating, for me to see it and experience it because you have all these people that are spiritually scapegoating and promoting powerlessness, like, great, let's go get to the tarot. Let's go talk to the psychic and the tarot reader. Hey, when's such and such going to happen? Cool. Well, why don't you just keep coming back and coming back and coming back? I'll see you again, 100 more times, 1,000 more times. You'll be here for 5 more years waiting and asking the same question or hooked up on the same person or wondering when the love is going to happen because it's been 5 years and you haven't seen a peep, a crack, and nothing, or some toxic person that, comes in your life and fucks you all up and then they leave and then you get all fucked up about them leaving and then you want to know when they're going to come back and fuck you all up again so that they can leave, so then you can be all fucked up about them leaving, so then you can wonder, well, when are they going to come back and fuck me up again? And then it's like, we'll just be here, go to the tarot readers and we'll just sit here and tell you, we'll keep the carrot dangled in front of your face. Like, are they going to come back today? Carrot. You create the carrot. It's up to you. It's up to us. And it sucks. I hate it. It's probably the thing that I least enjoy about spirituality is the amount of powerless co-signing of bullshit that I've ever seen in my life. People just co-signing powerless bullshit, which doesn't help anybody. Keeps people stuck. You're just going to keep coming back to the tarot readers with the same question. Because you have this hope. You're hoping, oh, well, I get the reading today. The reading, maybe today will be the day they come. Maybe today, and I'm guilty of this, by the way. I used to do this. So I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm not Saint Eddie over here, holier than thou. I'm guilty. I've done this before. That's why I can speak from experience of doing it myself and watching other people do it. I had friends, you obsessed with getting readings for the same thing. And again, it's always keeping the carrot dangled. There's always, it's just like, okay, yeah, I think that person is changing. Oh yeah, I think you might hear from them this week. Oh, and then a week goes by, nothing's changed. A month, a year, you're still waiting. Oh wait, but they might be changing. Oh wait, there was a delay. Oh wait, no, something else happened. Oh wait, no, but they're back. Oh wait, here they come. And it's just like this drama, and it's just, it keeps you on the hook, keeps you baited. Right? And all this time is going by when we could have just been using our own power to just get the effing thing that we were wanting the whole time. All this time and energy spent on getting readings and wondering and worrying and when's it going to happen, all this, we could just bypass all the bullshit, cut through all the bullshit, get to the end and go, I want the thing, I'm going to create it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to get it, I use my powers, boom. No tarot readings needed, right? Don't have to do no spiritual, no, just manifest it. Become the change, be the thing, and attract the thing in. Like, and that's, that's why I do this channel the way that I do it. And that's why the first channel that I had got deleted by YouTube for no reason a year ago. It wasn't very big, but whatever. I was part of the problem, doing readings, dangling the carrot for people. And I knew I wasn't happy doing it. It's like, this sucks, man. But I'd be thinking like, oh man, I got to work on my YouTube channel. And I would cringe. I'm like, man, I do not want to go do a freaking reading. I'm just not excited. This sucks. I'm just like everybody else out on YouTube. Here's another astrology reading. And I still do some of those, but I try to do them differently. And obviously I'm not doing them all the time, but I wasn't being true to myself. And so the universe is like, no, okay, well, this isn't going to go. So boop, we're going to hit the delete key and you're going to have to start all the way over from scratch because you weren't doing it right. So it was a divine intervention and I was thankful for it. Yeah. Did it suck having to start over again? Yes, but also no, because once I figured out what the problem was and I changed it, it's like, I don't care if there's one of you out there too. I don't care if I'm talking to me in this tiny little black hole right here, this camera right here, staring in this tiny little black dot, talking to myself. Then I'll be here talking to myself, but I'll be fulfilled doing it. I'll be happy doing it. And I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that I'm doing it for the right reasons because I stayed true to myself, stayed true to my calling, right? That's another important lesson here. What is worth betraying yourself over? What man, what woman, what job, what addiction, what pleasure is worth betraying yourself over or for? We all get what we tolerate. Are you going to tolerate self-betrayal? Are you going to keep betraying yourself? And how long are you going to keep betraying yourself? How long are you going to excuse your powerlessness? How long are you going to continue to go another day, another month, another year, unhappy, unfulfilled, waiting, wishing, hoping, wanting the same thing? Life is the same. It's Groundhog's Day. And nothing's really changing, right? And if you're really honest with yourself, for those of you out there that I'm speaking to, if you're really, really brutally honest with yourself and you know that you're unhappy, you know that you're not fulfilled and you're not happy inside, if you stop running from the fact that you're unfulfilled and you're unhappy and you actually turned around and you looked it in the eye and you got real and you got honest with yourself, then you could fix that shit because the truth sets us free. But you have to be willing to stop betraying yourself to see the truth in order to gain your freedom. That's how this works. It's how it works. There's no magic pill. There's no magic tarot reading that's going to give you the fulfillment. There's no magic pill that you can take. You can wake up tomorrow and be like, oh man, I got it. I think, that love of my life is just going to randomly, today's going to be the day. It's a different calendar day, a different number on the calendar. But today will be the day that they came in. Even though nothing else was different, nothing else changed. Just a different day. But today will be the day my soulmate comes in. Like, is that really how it works? That's how I think a lot of people think that it works. It's just, it's a crapshoot. You're just going to wake up tomorrow And tomorrow will just be the day that the thing that you've been waiting for to happen is just randomly going to happen. It's just a series of random events, right? Well, there's actually a psychological term for what that whole thing is called. It's called learned helplessness. That's literally everything that I'm talking about. There's a psychological term for it. You can look it up. It's called learned helplessness. We have learned how to be powerless people. And the purpose of my channel, and the reason I'm even spending this much time saying all of this, is because I'm here to help empower you all. Whoever has he or she who has an ear to hear, let them hear. Like Jesus used to say, right? Preaching to thousands and thousands of people. 99% of them in one ear, out the other. That 1%, that 10 people out of 10,000, 10 people out of 10,000 that needed to hear what he was saying because they got it. It's like, hey, I want the truth. I don't care what it takes. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I've reached my threshold. I'm not desperate for a quick fix. I'm desperate for the truth. I'm desperate for whatever the fuck's going to fix this once and for all. I'm sick and tired of my life being pathetic. I'm sick and tired of not feeling good enough. I'm sick and tired of feeling like, why is it that everybody can have the things that I wish that I had and I can't have it? I'm sick and tired of trying. I'm sick and tired of endless tarot readings. I want to live my life. I want to fucking live. I want to feel. I want to thrive. I want to feel alive. I want to glow. I want it to be real and authentic, not fake. And I want to have a sense that it's not going to leave me. It's not going to go away. That it's not a game. It's not a joke, not a prank where I thought I had the thing and then boop, nope, no, you don't. You don't have it. Or I'm snatched away. Oh, no, it went away. Oh, it lied to you, it betrayed you, or it died, or God knows, whatever. This channel exists for the 1% of you out there that actually hear what I'm saying. This channel exists for the truth that will set you free. By you taking the power back into your hands as the divine being that you are. And when you take your power back and you get out of the learned helplessness, bullshit, lie, then everything changes. And everything that I just said that you've been waiting for will be yours. Not maybe, it will be. Just like I have certainty that I can pick these cards up. I have certainty. I can pick these cards. I can set them down and I can pick them up. Set them down and I can pick them up. 100% certainty. That's how much certainty that we can have in creating the lives that we want and taking our power back. But step one is always getting out of denial. We have to be willing to embrace the truth. Stop lying to ourselves. Stop pretending. Stop running away from the fact that we feel things that we don't like feeling. Stop being afraid of discomfort. No one said it's going to be easy. The treasure you seek is in the cave you fear to enter. Courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing the thing scared shitless sometimes. But every time you step into something through an act of courage, you realize that fear is just bullshit. The things that most people are afraid of most of the time, once they finally face those things, they realize just how insignificant it was, how foolish it was. Like, I can't believe I was so afraid of this thing. And when I faced it and I confronted it and I realized it was like literally a nothing thing, like, holy shit. And then you do it again, you do it again, you do it again, and then you start to realize, like, wow, like, man, maybe anything really is possible for me. Just have a little bit of courage, embrace a little bit of truth, and do some scary shit sometimes, which most of the scary shit is the shit about going within ourselves. That's the scariest thing. It's not all the stuff out here that we think. It's the stuff that we have to do within ourselves. Confronting you confronting you is going to be the scariest thing anything will do. But if you want your power, that's the gate. The gateway is not out here. The treasure's not out here. The treasure's in here. Right? And for the people who understand this, then when you come to this table and you pick up these cards and you get a reading, then you get something profound. Like Rhoda earlier, the first reading I did tonight. I'm getting tingles right now all over my body. Very first reading out of the gate for Rhoda is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Here's a woman, and I don't know her, by the way. She's gotten readings from me before. I do not personally know her. I don't know anything about her personal life, what she's doing. But just based on the information that has come through in her readings in the past, and based on the types of questions that she asks, I know that she's in tune, man. That woman, she gets it. She's living it. She's wrestling with it. She's figuring it out. And she doesn't come in here to ask powerless questions. She comes in here because she's open to receiving insight from the divine. Like, hey, teach me my power. Tell me something. I want to know how to be that powerful person. I want to know how to take control of my life. I want to know how to create my life. Teach me, show me, what do I need to do next? What do I need to do next? If you're that kind of person and you come to this table and you get a reading for that, which is a totally different question, you're asking a question that can empower you. You're asking the universe for gold that will transform your life. Then it's a game changer. Then all of a sudden, these little pieces of paper that you can buy for like $20 become invaluable. You cannot put a price tag on these cards when you ask the right questions, because the information and the knowledge that you can receive is everything that you need to know if you ask the right questions, right? And that woman gets some pretty freaking profound answers. Like that whole reading I did for her way back at the beginning of this live, I would claim that for myself. Like, this is profound. I could never go back and do that reading. I could never regurgitate that the same way twice. And I don't, when I do a reading, I forget it most of the time. I try to hold on to bits and things, then I have to go back and have to rewatch it because thank God YouTube saves it. But I'm just giving you guys an example of maybe something to think about. I'll do whatever reading. You're here for a free reading. I'll do whatever reading. You want to know when Joe's going to come over and kiss you for the first time, or you want to know when such and such is going to come back? You want to know? I'll do whatever. I'm just here to serve you guys. But just as a side personal note, my personal opinion is why live that way? Why live in a place where you have to wonder what's going to happen instead of you making it happen, because you have the power to make it happen. You don't have to wait. When you're in control, you don't have to wait for shit. You want to drink of water? Do you have to wait for the drink of water, or can you just get up and go get the drink of water yourself? Common sense answer. Get up, go get the drink of water. You don't have to wait for shit. So, maybe there's new questions. When we ask better questions, we get better what? We get better answers. So maybe just something to think about for the 1%. The 1% of you out there are actually catching what I'm throwing. But that's the end of my spiel for that. So that was my big spiel. So where are we at with this? Okay, so now that I've come out of my epic rant, I'm just now seeing all you guys who've come in. Trudy popped in, Brandy's here, Gina. Hey guys, I'm sorry I didn't see you. You guys you slipped in while I was in my little trance state here. For those of you that just joined in, go back once the live posts and it's over. I want you guys to go back and watch the very beginning, because I announced something really exciting coming up in January that me and Trudy are collaborating on. I'm going to be talking more about it, and then the next coming days and the next 2 weeks, I guess, that are left in the year. So you guys will have all the full details before January 1. Okay, I just introduced it tonight, so just. I'll just give a little flash up on the screen here really quick for those of you who just joined in. So for those of you who just joined in, Miss Trudy and I are going to be collaborating on a group called the Conscious Collective. And I'm not going to rehash all of that now because I got to get back to the readings, but you can get back to you can go back to the beginning of, oh wait, there we go. You can go back to the beginning of the live, and I talk about it and you can hear about it. And I'll probably post a separate video. There will be more videos I'll be talking about this. So this isn't the only time I'll be sharing it. So just, check back in with all of that. But anyways, let's see where we are on the list here. I don't know who's still here or what. So it's going to be super cool. I'm super excited about this. And, obviously it's open for anybody that's extremely serious about it. And again, like I said, I'll be telling you guys more about it so you can know. If you're interested, you'll know what all the details are and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let me go to my list here. All right. So we should be on the free list now. So Arpita. All right. And I'm going to try to get through these more quickly. So, because I can't be here for 9 hours tonight. So if you donate and you want a full-blown reading, absolutely feel free to donate and I will give you a full-blown reading. But for those of you that are here, more or less, I'm just kind of do like simple stuff. Like you have a simple question, something that I can answer quicker than not. That's kind of what I'm looking for, because I won't be on for too much longer because I actually do have to wake up tomorrow. So, should I close the free list? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Leave it open for just a little longer, Gene, because I might be able to get. I mean, if people have quick, a quicker question, I'm going to give quicker answers. I know you guys are like, yeah, right. He's not going to give quick shit. It's like, well, no. If you want a real reading, I'm going to give you a real reading. But if you're on the free list, then I'll just try to go through it kind of quickly. So, Gene, you can leave it. You can leave it for right now. It's 1:16 my time. I got at least until 2:30. At least until 2:30. If I'm really, really pushing it, maybe 3. But 3 would be my absolute my cutoff time. So I got some time. It's not like I'm leaving in like 10 minutes or something, but. Okay, so Arpita. Let me scroll back up. Your question. I saw it a second ago. Appreciate all you guys. I'm seeing all you guys' comments. Brandy, so happy to see you, my friend. Cinnamon Jones. Gina. Elaine's here. The master herself is here. She's working. Arpita, here we go. I finally found it. Any messages Spirit wants me to know for my current situation? Okay. Really quick, Arpita, your current situation. Is your current situation about relationships or about money? Career and finances, health, or relationships? Like put me in the ballpark here, Arpita, because I've just learned that when people are overly generalized, then the reading can start going anywhere. Okay, career, got it. Thank you. That's it. That's all I need to know. Just put me in the ballpark, and I can go from there. Career situation, got it. else? Where are we? This guy. And then advice. All right. So actually, I'm going to just take one really quick look at one thing. All right. All right. So the first thing that I'm seeing, Arpita, for you is, yeah, right off the bat, obviously you're super stressed out right now, super anxious, super stressed out. We have the overthinking card up here. We have the Nine of Swords here. So something's really got you got you this, whatever the situation is with your job, it's got you really, really, really in knots right now. So this is, I've got you can't see it. Well, you can kind of see it a little bit. You get the Ten of Wands over here. So you know, I feel like obviously you get a lot of pressure right now. You're under a lot of pressure. I think obviously finances is a big deal. We got the Seven of Pentacles here. And these three cards over here, you can't really see them. And I didn't pull them so much for you as much as I pulled them for me, because I was curious about this Y card. Because I feel like you're trying to understand. Like I'm not sure what the situation is, but it's obvious. I think there's something tied to either a commitment, family. You got investments here, so obviously, you know, this could have to do with, like, you have a family, you have a home, you might have kids, or somebody that's you know, that you're tied to, you know, whether you own a house or you live at a house, or something to do with your investment, your house, and that could be anything. Investments is anything. Being able to pay your bills, paying your car. You know, children is here, so either you have children, maybe you're responsible for children, I don't know. But children is involved, investments involved. We have the Hierophant here. That could be a marriage or a commitment, or, you know, or it could be a metaphor. Could have just saying, okay, you're having a hard time maybe with a contract, I don't know. You're looking for work. You're looking for something here. Or this could be advice, because they have the leg up here, which I'll get to in a minute with the Three of Pentacles. So I'm kind of still sitting on that energy. But you're in between worlds right now. But you're in a transitional period here. And so what you don't see is that there's whatever this thing is that you're stressed out about is necessary. That's what you don't see. And so there's this part of this, might be this why energy here, could be you asking why this is happening to you. And it's because this situation is not for you. Whether it's the job, whether it's circumstances that are affecting your career, because maybe it's like, for example, like if you're in a relationship and the relationship is gone south, or something happened with a family, or just some other situation that's not directly related to career and money, but it's potentially affecting career and money, right? So whatever the situation is, that situation is not for you. And so the universe is trying to get you, actually move you out of one world, this one back here, the dark one here, and move you into the new world where all the life, the happiness, the success, the wealth, and all the positive things are. But this transition that you're in right now, so you're in the gap. You're in between back here and where the universe is trying to guide you. You're not here yet, but you're not completely back here either. You're in that middle space, which is where everybody hates it. The gap between where you are and where the universe is trying to take you, that middle space where all the uncertainty is, you're asking why, you have more questions than answers, you still got to pay your bills, things are still happening, and it's like the world can sometimes feel like it's crumbling down around you. Or you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's the next thing. It's the next thing. It's the next thing. It's the next thing. All these things are starting to pile up and stack up, it feels like, which might be part of the reason why, you're overthinking, and you got the 9 of Swords energy, which is off camera, which I showed you a second ago. But you feel the burden of all this stuff that's happening to you right now. And that's what happens when we're in the middle phase, because we don't know. Right? You're in the storm. And when you're in the storm, it's the storm, right? That's what it is. But what we don't realize is that the universe actually has a divine plan. It's just sometimes we don't see the divine plan because we're just in the storm. And when you're in the storm, it's always scary because it's like we think that the storm is never going to end. That's why we end up here. We end up in this 9 of Swords because when we're in the storm, when we're in between worlds, we think that it's never going to end. It's always going to be this shitty. It's always going to hurt. It's never going to end. The bills, the responsibilities, the stress, it's going to keep piling and piling and piling and piling and piling. There's no relief. There's no relief. We're never going to have any relief ever again. Nothing is ever going to change. It's just going to get darker and harder and darker and harder. That's not true. That's the illusion that we experience when we are in the middle of the storm, like you are. Okay. So here is part of the problem. It's about your beliefs. So the overthinking card is different than just overthinking something is different than being concerned about something. Right? For example, and I'm going to use an extreme example. You go to the doctor and they say, we found a lump in your breast. We don't know what it is, but we found a lump in your breast. And you're like, oh my God, I've got cancer. I'm going to die tomorrow. Nobody said it was cancer. Nobody said you were going to die. No, none of that happened. They just said you have a lump. That's it. We got to go check it out. Got to run some tests. See what it is. That's it. That's the reality. Right? Well, sometimes the reality when we go overthink it is we turn the molehill into a mountain. We start thinking about worst case scenario, and it spirals and spirals and spirals and spirals. And because what you focus on, where your focus goes, your energy flows. You're feeding this thing. You're feeding this monster that's not even real, right? You turn the lump into Godzilla. right? Without knowing even what it is a lot of times, right? And this is just an example. And so this paradigm card is essentially saying, like, you have a habit of overthinking and turning these things, making situations worse than they really are. And I'm not saying that the situation isn't what it is, like on a scale of 1 to whatever, right? Whatever it is that. Like if I fell and I broke my arm, the reality is my arm's broken. It's not worse than that, and it's not less than that. It's just my arm's broken, right? But having a broken arm doesn't mean that I'm paralyzed, right? A broken arm doesn't mean my back is broken and I can't walk and I'm stuck in a wheelchair the rest of my life. Those are two totally different realities. But whatever this pattern is you have a pattern. This paradigms card is here to show you that you have a pattern of turning things from the reality of what it is, no matter how good or how bad it is, and then, blowing it way much bigger. The word I'm trying to use here, exaggerating it into something far greater than it is. And the reason that the universe is pointing this out to you is because it's creating a shit ton of unnecessary stress, right? And this is why this is important to know. Because the more you allow the enormity of the thing to become in your mind, then your nervous system responds, okay? This is psychological. I'm just giving you some free coaching here. Your nervous system is going to respond, and you're going to live in a state of self-preservation, fight, flight, or freeze. And when you're constantly living in fight, flight, or freeze, this is biological facts. The chemicals in your body are not allowing your brain to think. You can't even logically think. You're literally cutting yourself off from the powerful resources that you need to actually function and troubleshoot this situation. Because every problem has an answer. There's no such thing as an unsolvable problem. No such thing as an unsolvable problem. It's just we can't see the forest from the trees when we've hijacked our nervous system with adrenaline, self-preservation chemicals. We're constantly living in a state of the tiger's going to get me, the tiger's going to get me, the tiger's going to get me, right? So your brain, when you're in the mode of running because the tiger's going to get you, your brain doesn't give two shits about stopping and thinking about anything. Your brain's not, hey, let's just stop and think about this logically and figure this out. There's obviously a solution here. No, the brain's like, run for your fucking life. Run. The world's going to end. Run. And so you can't think. You shut down. So you have to learn how to regulate and gain. You need to get this control back of this, because when you gain control of this, you can regulate your nervous system. And when your nervous system regulates, now you can troubleshoot. You can step into a resourceful state, a state where you can actually look at things objectively and go, okay, well, what needs to be done? This needs to be done. This needs to be done. This needs to be done. This needs to be removed. Okay, what are my options? No matter what the problem is, if it's finances, okay, let's look at this. What is my reality? Let's not make it better than it is, but let's not make it worse than it is. Let's just look at it for what it is. What is my reality here? What are my finances? Okay. I have, and again, I'm just making up stuff here. I'm just giving examples. Maybe it's debt, or you have too much spending and not enough income, or whatever. Well, you need to look at it. You got to get on paper and actually look and go, okay, these are my bills. This is what I need to be able to pay to survive. This is the amount of money that I have coming in. And if the money can't cover this, then what kind of adjustments can we make? Again, I'm just giving you examples here, right? Can I remove things? Do I have to get another job? Like, what do I need to do to make this work? And you start playing Tetris with it, right? But at least you're figuring things out. But when you're overthinking and you're exaggerating things, making things worse than they are, your nervous system takes over and it shuts you down from being able to troubleshoot and problem solve this in a way that's going to be beneficial for you, because you actually have options here, right? And the other thing that's making it worse is the injustice of whatever it is that you're feeling, because you feel like something's happening to you, because you're like, why is this happening to me? And the universe is trying to say, well, it's not about, why is it happening to me? It's why is this happening for me? Because something's not for you. Something is not for you. The universe is intervening to get you out of something that's not good for you, a lifeless, colorless, dead something, and walk you into a colorful, bright future. But you're in the in-between. You're in the storm. So it doesn't seem so colorful right now. It seems very gray and very cloudy and very scary, right? And so that's why you're in this transition here, okay? So this passion card here, I've been interested in this guy. He's just been camping out here, but I feel like there's something here about, there's a lot of energies attached to that. There's energies attached to like love, relationship. There's energies attached to not understanding the meaning of life. There's energies attached to not understanding, what you're good at, what kind of job would make you happy, or what would make you fulfilled, not fulfilled. This is also some devil energy in there, like escapism, passion, whether you escape through food, drugs, sex, whatever, not here to judge. I'm just saying, like, there's some escapism tied to this here, right? So lots of things going on in this. This card is the most distorted one. When I say distorted, I mean it's cloudy. There's just so much energy swirling in that's being represented by this. I can't sort it all out. It's just many things, right? Many things. So the answer here for you, okay, let's get to the point here, is one, everything I said about this, you got to learn to take control of your mind. Otherwise, your mind's going to keep taking control of you. And when your mind is taking control of you, you're screwed. In your head, you're dead. You will not be able to troubleshoot. You will not be able to show up in your life as the person you need to be when you're in your head like that. You need to get this thing up here to obey you. Retrain that son of a bitch. Teach this thing to obey you and not to just go to instantaneously to catastrophe mode. Like, oh my God, the world's like, you gotta tame this beast, right? That's the first thing. The second thing, it's not, whatever the situation is, even though it feels like it's the end of the world, it's not the end of the world. That's the second thing. That's why the Between Worlds card is here. And that's why I'm spending this time for you. The intention was this actually to be just a really quick reading for you. But the universe said, no, I don't want you to do a quick reading for RP. I actually want you to deliver this message, right? And so I'm obeying here because I can see that you're in a very difficult place right now, right? And I'm not gonna leave you hanging with some surface level bullshit when you need some answers right now, right? But on the spiritual side of this, you need to understand that what's important for you to know is that there is an intention behind this. This isn't just a random shitstorm that's coming out of left field and now you're caught in this whirlwind, like, why is this happening to me? It's not random. It's intentional. You're being moved out of something that if you stayed back here in the comfort zone, that's the illusion of the comfort zone. This is for all of you, by the way. All of you that are here listening to me right now, do this reading for Arpita. The illusion is the comfort zone. You think that because you feel comfortable, where it feels safe, even when safe sucks, you're robbing yourself of life, and the universe doesn't play that game. Just because you like the comfort zone, and just because you're willing to tolerate a sucky life inside the comfort zone, doesn't mean that the universe agrees. Your higher self, the universe goes, nope, we did not sign up for you to sit in the comfort zone and to accept a sucky, shitty life just because it's cush and it's safe and it feels good. Even though it sucks. Even though it's not exciting. Even though it's boring. Even though it's unfulfilling. Even though there's a part of you, every day you wake up and you wish it would be different. I wish I could be more. I wish I could do more. I wish I could become more. I wish I could have more. There's a part inside of you that's like, I know that the more is out there. I know that the more is out there. Let's go get the more. Let's go get the more. No, not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Let's go get the more. Let's go get the more. Nope. Not today. It's comfortable. Comfort, 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 comfort. The universe is like, I don't play the comfort game. I'll let you sit in there for a little while, because, there's a time for rest and relaxation and rejuvenation. There's a time for you to sit and ponder and go, hey, maybe I needed to sit in the discomfort for a while to learn to appreciate pleasure. Sometimes it's a lesson of gratitude. So the universe will let you sit in the suck and the shit so that you can learn gratitude. It's like, hey, here, sit in some shit for a while. It's like, man, this smells terrible. It's like, yeah, I know, it's shit. Doesn't smell very good, does it? Like, oh, God, it's terrible. This smells terrible. Yeah, we'll just sit in it for a while. Sit in it for a while. Man, I can't breathe. This is terrible. I'm going to puke. I know. But just five more minutes. And you're like, I can't do 5 more minutes. Oh, well, just sit there. Just smell it. Breathe it in. Take deep breaths. Because once I take you out of the shit and you get that first inhale of fresh air, you're going to really, really appreciate clean air versus shit smell. Right? Sometimes that's the lesson. The universe let us sit in the comfort zone so we can appreciate something. Right? But in this case, we've gone through all of that other stuff. The universe is like, hey, look, I'm not on board with just sitting there just to sit there because you think that life is about just sitting there and having comfort. That's not what life is about. That's just the stark reality of it. But that's what people believe. People believe that life is about finding as much comfort and security and certainty as you can have. If I know if I'm just certain that I can be taken care of, my bills are paid, I can have this and I can have that, and I can just sit and live in comfort, then that's living life. That's a fulfilled life lived. Universe is like, no, that is not a fulfilled life lived. And I'm not on board with that. So what the universe does is the universe lights a fire under our ass. It's called a tower moment, right? It's called a shitstorm. No pun intended. You get a shitstorm, a tower, because you're back here living your life in comfort zone, and the universe is like, nope, you can't imagine the life that I'm trying to give you. And that's the crazy part, is the universe is having to try to convince us to actually go and get into the life that would actually be more fulfilling for us. Imagine that. Imagine having to be sold on a better life. And that's what the universe has to do for so many of us, myself included, right? Universe is like, hey, I know you think you want that relationship, you want that job, you want that thing, but it's not right for you. But you're so damn adamant. No, I want that. I want that. I want the toxic fucking thing that's going to kill me. Give me the toxic thing. And the universe is like, I'm not giving you the toxic thing. Just like you wouldn't give a child, a rattlesnake. You wouldn't give a toddler a rattlesnake. You wouldn't let a toddler loose in a room full of rattlesnakes to go run around and play. Because you know what's going to happen. Instant that toddler hits the floor, that rattlesnake is going to bite and kill it. But, we're so adamant. No, I want it. Give it. Give me the rattlesnake. The universe is like, I'm not giving you the fucking rattlesnake. It's not a debate. You're not getting the rattlesnake. The universe has one thing, one method, one approach for all of you, for all of us. And it's called what's in your highest good. That's it. If you want to know what the rules of the game are between you and the divine, the universe, it's called what's in your highest good. And that's the only thing that the universe supports, period. The universe doesn't support low vibration. The universe doesn't support comfort zone. The universe only supports what's in your highest good. That's it. That is the one non-negotiable that the universe has between you and it. Is if you come to the universe and you want to barter, you want to ask for things, it's like, cool, infinite possibilities available to you with one exception. Whatever it is that you want, whatever it is you ask for, it has to be in your highest good. You can't come to me and ask me or seek something that's not in your highest good, because I won't give it to you. That's it. That's the one non-negotiable that the universe has with you. And so for you, Arpita, that's what's happening here. Whatever this Y card is, whatever the situation is that's happening with you, is the universe is moving you out of a situation that is no longer good for you, not for you. You're being forced out of a situation. The universe is forcing your hand, and the universe is not going to give you something that's not in your highest good. It's a non-negotiable. So let's take a look at I've got these actually 4 cards here regarding career and whatnot. So the first one is timing. It's all in the timing right now. Pull another card to see if you need to do it now, wait a while, or make a different decision. Okay, well, I can do that just a second here, but there's the card, the timing. The next card says, if I can pick it up, long term. An opportunity could turn into a long-term career move, or you will be asked to commit to a position in exchange for more money. That actually could have been what this Hierophant card is, because this is being a teacher, somebody in a position of authority. So this card could literally be tied to this. So you have something coming towards you, you just don't see it yet. Which again, like I said earlier, there's a sense, all this worry and overthinking, worrying about job, money, resources, it's not necessary because the universe has your back. It just may not be the thing that you thought that it was, because the universe is not going to give you something that's not in your highest good. The next card is adventure. You make exciting work moves that could take you outdoors or on a trip. You will need to climb steadily to reach your financial goals. So yeah, whatever the universe has up its sleeve for you, it's something that's going to you're going to be excited about. Something you might actually even be passionate about. And this is going to be the silver lining. And when it happens, you're going to look back and you go, man, all that shit that crazy tarot guy said is kind of crazy because it's kind of true. I was worried about all this stuff, and then the universe actually had a plan the whole time. There was a divine plan. I was just in between worlds. That's why I was freaked out. Because I couldn't go back to the old world, but I wasn't quite in the new one. So I was worried. I was stressed out. But the universe has your back because there's a divine plan, and you're right in the middle of it. Progress. It seems like a long slog. Right there, you can literally see. It seems like a long slog, but your efforts will pay off soon. Stay on course for at least a few more months before making a change. Now, anytime there's pre-scripted words on a card, I ignore that. So I don't think whatever this is going to take months. So I don't want you to be more freaked out over seeing that word taking months. Let me see. I don't really have anything that determines timing, but I'll pull a couple of tarot cards for you just really quick to kind of wrap up your reading here. What does Arpita need to know in terms of some type of timing? So we've got a Queen of Cups here. So if this is a person, this is a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, it could be you, doesn't have to be, but this is a time of, it's also about connecting to your emotions, right? Opening up your heart. Listening to your heart, following your heart. But it could also, refer to an opportunity. So a job where, more nurturing qualities might be needed. Counseling, therapy, caretaking, nursing, like all kinds of different things. I mean, you can literally do a search on the Queen of Cups online, careers, but there's something with that energy, obvious, because it came out. If it's timing, it could be Pisces season. So it could be, maybe something major that happens in Pisces season. But I take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, trust your intuition here. Listen to your intuition. Trust the divine, even though your mind is trying to hijack you. Your mind's like, no, you can't trust the divine. You can't trust these fucking readings. What are you doing? This is crazy. You need to be freaking out right now. You need to be worried. You need to the world is ending. What are you doing? You can't trust the divine. You can't just have faith and believe in this weird spiritual shit. It's like, that's just crazy. This is insane. No, yep, that's what the divine is saying. It's saying, yep, got to remember what I said. You got to get control of this thing. You don't control this. It's going to control you. Right now, you need to be listening to your spirit, your soul, your spiritual truth, not your head. Can't make this shit up. Ace of Swords on the ground. Your truth, the sword, the truth. Victory, success, the truth. And the Eight of Pentacles. Work. Work is coming. So something to do with communication, something to do with your intellect, your thoughts, your creativity, maybe even something that you do with crafting here. I'm going to say between now and Pisces season. So between now and March, something, that's your time frame. I don't know anything else. This is also Pisces, by the way, the High Priestess, so double Pisces energy. But again, take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. I hate doing timing shit because so many things can affect timing. It's very hard to predict timing when you're dealing with stuff like this. But between, I would say now and March, significant changes are going to occur. So you're going to be out of the storm completely. I'm making a big claim here. Like I'm making a bold prediction. By March, you should be out of the storm, assuming you listen to this reading. Now, you can sabotage this. You can keep thinking and going into overthinking and crazy mode, and you can sabotage. That's a possibility too, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent all this time on this reading saying all of this. So as long as you don't sabotage this and you trust the divine, then between now and March, you could be well out of the storm and well on your way to some really cool shit. I hope that makes sense for you. And I appreciate everybody else for your patience. But when my guide tells me, hey, I need you to deliver an important message, I got to listen to that. Because sometimes people's situations are sometimes literally life and death. You never know. You never know what's going on with somebody in that regard. Okay, who are we up to next? I tried. She's not gonna make it to bed by 3. I'm sure gonna try, Gene. I'm sure gonna try. I'll tell the universe to put a sock in it. Be like, hey, you know what? I'm running the show now. And then all the readings will just turn to shit. And you guys will be like, what happened? That was like the worst reading I've ever gotten in my entire life. Oh, there was a donation. So Trudy and Elaine. Okay. I didn't see the donations. Now I know why you said it's going to be till 3 because you got the donations. Hold on, let me scroll up. Arpita, you're welcome. Thank you for thank all of you guys. Brandy, are you are you telling, I think Brandy, I think you just suggested that I should be like a phone sex worker. That's my future career. I'll be one of those call-in lines where we have phone sex. Hi, you've reached Giovanni. Elaine, so hold on, I gotta find, oh wait, Trudy didn't ask her question yet. I have a new guide come through. They're called Ramen? Raymond or Ramen? Ramen. That makes me, your guide is going to strike me with lightning because it makes me think of ramen noodles. your guide's like, this is not ramen noodles, dude. This is not ramen noodles. What I need to know. All right. General reading for the master. General reading for the master. And don't you guys forget. Don't you guys forget. Coming soon to a plate. Wait, what's going on here? I got to get the thing off. There we go. Wait, no. Go back. Coming soon. Just going to keep flashing you guys with that. Keep it fresh. Keep it reminded. Now I got to figure out how to get back to my my reading here. One day I'm going to figure this out. There we go. Pressing on like a guy in a kid in a cockpit, just pressing a bunch of buttons. I don't know what they do. All right. Focus, Jedi. Focus. It's getting hot in here, Brandy. You started saying all that stuff to me. I got to take off all my clothes. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Bipolar weather in the south. Nope, don't do that. Let's not do that. Yeah. We do not need to break anything. Okay. Where do we start? I know what I'm going to do. We're going to go this. We're going to go this. And I think those. Maybe these. Yeah. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's just start. Brandy said guided meditation. Yeah, it's about to be it's going to be a guided meditation. He's dark skinned and looks like the god of the sea Neptune. He holds a trident. Sounds like you're describing me. It sounds like you're describing me, actually. I mean, I'm not holding my trident right now, but well, there's your guide right here. A light-filled angel is at your side. So there's Raymond. Raymond. I swear I'll probably get struck. It's like, listen, dude. I got an effing trident. I will trident you when you're sleeping. I'm going to wake up tomorrow with stabbed in the head. A message is trying to reach you, Trudy. Your guides are talking. Things fixing to crank up, my friend. Things are fixing to crank up. Let me get the other ones here. What else we got here? Awaken the magic of your creativity. Immerse yourself in the world of feelings. This is interesting. Yeah, there's something here about I think we talked about this maybe in like your last reading or one of your last readings about getting really like feminine, like dancing in the kitchen naked and getting the R&B, the R&B Trudy back, bumping and grinding on the doorpost, like you're at the club, like grinding. But there's something here about this is what I'm seeing. And I don't know if this makes any sense to you, but I'm seeing, like how when you go to the doctor, and I don't know how it is like in Australia, but, or, I know you're not, I don't think you're there now, but I'm sure you've been to the doctor's office or a doctor's office at some point. And, back in the day, I guess before, and I don't know if they still do it now or not, because, technology is so far advanced now. I don't know what they do. I haven't been to the doctor in so long, but, they would put those lead blankets on you when you had to do an x-ray. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this, like, it's almost like the analogy of the iceberg, where what you see on the top is just a teeny tiny bit of the iceberg, but then under the water, it goes down really, 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 really deep. And it's almost like I want to say, like, this lead blanket is the barrier to this whole world, this underworld sort of kind of thing, where it's like what you've been experiencing up until now in your life is the tip of the iceberg. It's everything that's been on the surface, and it's kind of built. It's almost kind of like you've built. How do I describe this? It's almost like your spiritual gifts have been built on this lead blanket, and it's like you thought the lead blanket was the ground level, and it's like, oh, this is just the ground level. This is where everybody starts. And then you were building and building and building and building and building. And it's like you got, you built up and up and up to this certain point where it's like you're operating you're operating within your spiritual gifts at this level, at the level you've achieved, building on top of this lead blanket. And what the universe is showing me is if you could punch through that lead blanket, it's like it would open up this whole massive, almost like this abyss of like infinite power, energy, resources, this whole other like underwater world sort of thing. And it's all there inside of you. And there's been this lead blanket that has kept you. It's been a barrier for so long in your life that you didn't even know it's there. Like you just not even known that this lead blanket is there. And it's just kind of like, where you are in your spiritual development. It's just like, well, I only know the life that I've lived. I don't know anything different than what I've experienced and what I've lived and where I've achieved and what I've got to. But what the universe is saying is like, you had to get to a certain level of preparedness. Now I'm getting the Star Wars analogy. So in the first Star Wars, I think it's the first one. Maybe it's the second one. I think it's the first one. Obi-Wan Kenobi sends Luke Skywalker way out into space to go find Yoda. He finds Yoda and he starts training, right? And, Yoda's trying to teach him all the things, whatever. And then there's the very famous scene where Luke's, I don't know, his spaceship or whatever he has, it's like, it sinks into the swamp. And he's like, great, now what am I going to do? And Yoda's like, well, use the Force, man, right? And he's like, what are you kidding me? Like, I was like, you were teaching me how to lift rocks a second ago. Now you want me to lift a plane? And he's like, it's no different. Rocks, plane, it's all the same. It's only in your mind. You think that one is bigger or more than the other. It's the same. It's the same energy, the same force. It's the same thing. And he's like, okay, well, I'll try. Like I'll try to lift it up, out of the swamp. And, he fails. He miserably fails. And, Yoda interrupts him and says, do or do not. There is no try. And so then Luke tries to lift it out. He fails. And then he walks, he's like walking away, feeling defeated. And so then Yoda lifts it out using the Force. And Luke Skywalker's just like, he can't believe it. And he's like, I don't believe. He literally says, I don't believe it. And Yoda looks at him and says, that is why you failed. And so how does this relate to the analogy I'm trying to give you is that you've had all this training up to a certain point, just like Yoda had to get Luke to the point to where he had to face something that he constructed in his mind was a limitation to his power, right? And if Yoda had tried to get him in that position before he was ready, even the limitation wouldn't have made, it would have been pointless for him to even have that experience, the experience of the limitation, because it was already too far advanced, right? And so your whole life, the universe has been advancing you up to the point to where you could confront this unknown, we'll call it a limitation. It's not really a limitation. It's just this thing that's been there that you haven't seen. But now you're ready to have the awareness of its presence because you're ready. The universe is like, she's ready now. She's ready for she's ready to see now that basically there's been this barrier between her and the true depths of her spirituality. And so now that you've gotten so far up into your spiritual journey, the universe can now show this to you because now you have the power to address it, to see it, to become consciously aware of it, and to actually embody what is actually going to come to you once that blockage is removed. So it's like I know it's a really long-winded way to try to describe this thing to you that's there. So what this card is telling you to do here with Awaken the Magic of Your Creativity is this is kind of like the answer to what is supposed to help you drill down and break through this quasi, what we're calling the lead blanket thing, right? Or going back to the analogy of the iceberg, like the ice is frozen and you're drilling down, you're breaking down through the ice to see that there's actually this ocean underneath the ice. And it's tied to your feminine energy. And so the drill, so to speak, that you need, the tool that you need to be able to punch through the ice, to break in, to get down, to let and unleash all of this is through your feminine energy. It's through your emotions, your feeling, and even your sexuality. Not sexuality in the typical human sense of like the way that we just instantaneously go to the mechanical idea of sexuality, like having sex with somebody or our private parts or the sexual, the image of the naked body and all of that. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the energy of sexuality. And people don't understand the profound power of sexual energy. Sexual energy is literally a big bang it's literally like every time something major is created in the spiritual realm, it's from the same type of energy that we call sexual energy. It's an explosive, profound big bang of energy expanding, because that's all that creation is. Creation is just the expansion of energy. That's what God is. God is the expansion, the infinite expansion of creating, expanding and creating. And the opposite of that is contraction or implosion. That's what death is, right? When things contract and implode because there's no longer any expansion. And when there's no longer any expansion, there's no longer any creation. And so the opposite of creation is the opposite of God in a lot of ways, right? A little bit more complex than that. If we're going to go into the science of energy, because energy can't be created, it can't be destroyed, it would just be repurposed. But I'm not, that's a whole other conversation. The point that I'm saying here is that the sexual energy, if we understood the spiritual component of the sexual energy, then we could utilize that energy, we could embody it, however you want to embody. There's all kinds of ways that we can meditate. We can literally act, like being like acting and or dance. There's all kinds of ways to get into that sexual energy, and then focus that energy, funnel that energy towards something and utilize it, right? And this is something that a lot of people in the occult have learned, whether, and the occult doesn't mean anything evil or bad. The word occult literally just means hidden. That's it. That's literally all the word occult means. It's just hidden. Something that's hidden is occult. Whether, how you use something makes it good or bad. Everything is neutral. How you use it makes it good or bad. And so there are people on both sides, people who on the light side of the force utilize energy to manifest and create good things. There are people on the dark side of the force who can use that same type of energy to create, negative things, right? That's the whole idea behind the concept of spells and all that kind of stuff, or hexes and curses and all these types of things. It's all energy. That's all that it is. It's just a manipulation of energy to influence a certain outcome. Energy influencing energy to create certain types of outcomes. So you having this extreme well of spiritual energy that's laying underneath this lead blanket thing, it's like you can penetrate and go into it, and you can break this thing open through your feminine energy, but you can do it even quicker through a sexual, through that sexual type of energy. And so the more that you kind of get in tune with like I don't know, almost like I almost want to say almost like a practice or a ritual or something you can learn to do, or experiment with, and it becomes a very sacred and spiritual thing. It's one, it's very healing for you, but two, it's going to open up this thing, this well. And this is like the kind of like the, going back to the analogy of Star Wars, like this is when you become the Master Jedi. Like you've learned everything you need to learn. You've fully embraced the Force. You've connected all the dots. All the connectors are in place. All the power plant. Everything is just, everything is on maximum. Everything is turned up to 11, right? And you finally, it's like you've stepped out onto the stage as, like, I don't know, kind of like the ascended master of Trudy. It's like Trudy was master level before, but now you like you came out now as like the ascended master. It's like when Jesus goes up onto the mountain in the Bible, and he goes through the transfiguration, he's transfixed, and it's like, his whole body is glowing and emitting light and all the things. Like that's kind of like this experience. It's like you're getting your super like your true full, you're going full power version of you, but it's down here and it has to come out. And this is the key that unlocks it. But there's been this lead blanket from something way, 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 way back in your past, way, way, way back in your past, and it was laid there. You inherited this lead blanket, and it's only giving you certain elements and aspects of things, or access rather to certain levels of your power, because it's been limiting you, right? But this thing was implemented in your life so long ago that you don't consciously remember it, so you would have never known that it was there to know that it was limiting you. And despite the limitations that this has had, you've done profound things regardless of. That's just how much of a badass you are. So the fact that you've really basically been running on like 20% power out of 100%, because the other 80%, is the other part of the iceberg. The 80% of the iceberg is still down here waiting to come out. So you've been running at 20% and you've been a badass at 20%. So imagine what's going to happen when you get that extra 80% of your power. Holy shit, Batman. So protect what you love. Now this is interesting because this is also tied to your gift, your inner child. And if you look at this woman's holding a little puppy, right? And if you just look at this picture for a minute, and you can see like it's blue, and it's just a very peaceful, a very, very, very peaceful picture. And this puppy is a metaphor of innocence. because puppies, they're these tiny little innocent creatures, right? Almost like a baby, but in some senses, um, some people would say puppies are almost seem even more innocent than a child in some cases. Some people might disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But certain people might see a teeny tiny baby puppy as being maybe even more, innocent than a child in some sense, right? And this is representing you. It's representing your inner child. And so when this card says you need to protect what you love, it's saying that this part of you that you're about to crack open and get access to needs to be nurtured and loved and cherished. It needs to be treated in a sacred way because it hasn't been treated that way all the way up until this point in your life. So it's almost kind of like it's like whatever relationship that you've had with your inner child, like that's about to go to a level it's like, I don't have words for it, but you're going to connect to your inner child in a very, very profound way. And it's like this innocence that embodies power. And it's not a weak innocence, but it's just an innocence inside of you that your divine power is created to, because it's the divine feminine. And it's like you're a very, very pure. The energy that your soul is made of is almost like a very purified, refined, feminine energy. I know that sounds really weird, but it is. It's like it's a very, if we're talking about energy levels and vibration, it's a very, very, very sensitive vibration. In other words, the environment for this vibration to exist on, it's a very, very sensitive environment. The environment has to be an exact certain type of way for that energy to really thrive. And you have that energy inside of you. That's what that part of your soul is made of. And so your ability to access this power is also tied to your ability to protect the conditions that power needs to thrive within you, which again is tied to that feminine energy and the innocence. So the universe is wanting you to kind of almost have an awareness of maybe like a spiritual hygiene in a way, right? Like, it's like if you I don't know, if you like exotic fish or something, right? Like certain types of fishes are very, very difficult to maintain, right? Because the water has to be at a certain exact type of level, certain exact type of pH. You have to change the water all the time. You have to do all the things. Like people who are super into like fish tanks and exotic fishes and shit, I've seen it. It's crazy the stuff that you have to do to maintain and to keep up the environment for this fish to thrive. Well, that's kind of the idea here. There's a level of maintenance that you need to be aware of, and a level of protection and guardianship that when you open up this part of you and you get connected to this power, for you to be able to keep that channel open, keep the wires clean and wide open so you can access that energy all the time, there's a level of discipline, inner discipline, I should say, that's going to come with this. And it's a type of spiritual protection regarding this. And so that's kind of the catch-22 maybe. It's like you're going to get access to all this power, but in order to access it and to get the fullness of it, it comes with like the upkeep of one of those tropical fish. It's like it's not something you can't have a cheat day. You can't, and I'm just giving you a metaphor here. I'm not being literal, but it's like the idea of a cheat day, or just kind of like, well, today I'm just going to like whatever, it's like, if any moment that you take your, you get careless with it, it's like it's going to collapse that energy, and you're not going to get access to that level of power, right? And so to keep access there, to keep that power flowing, there's this need here to protect, if that makes sense, right? And so yes, you do have your guides that are working around you at this time. Messages are coming to you and trying to reach you. This is part of it, because you're also going through the next level of spiritual evolution, because, just like I said at the beginning, is you weren't here for it, but as we're moving into 2025, it's like there's a lot of people who need the light switch flipped on inside of them, And, there's not enough people out here flipping on light switches. So there's very few of us who actually understand the true nature of a spiritual calling, which is to go out as light workers, which is a overgeneralized used term. Most people don't even know what the hell that is. It's like, well, it's the light inside of you that goes in and helps people see how to turn the lights on inside of them, right? To oversimplify. And so, but your magnitude in what you have and the resources that you have as a spiritual leader and a spiritual teacher, those resources are needed as we step into 2025, because it's the next evolution of you that's going to take you through to the end of your life as like, hey, all that, nothing 2020, potentially 2025 moving forward for you, my friend, nothing in your past is going to look anything like it. It's like literally like you've closed the book. When you step into 2025, the book is closed. And that book that's closed, that is your old life. Everything. Done. Old life. Cool. You got the book. You got the memories. You get to keep it. This new book is a totally new life. And that's the life you're going to live for the rest of your life, is this brand new life. So life is about to look nothing like the life that you've lived. That book is closing. This book is starting. Right? And it's literally going to be that dynamic. It's going to be that strong of a contrast, So, yeah. See, the first thing that just came out right here is learning. So yeah, the universe is about to start bombarding you basically with, like, as you start to access this new power, or this latent power. It's not new. It's always been there. It's just been, suppressed. You're going to it's like, I'm going to have to use another movie analogy. It's like in the movie The Matrix, they can teach people quickly. They just lay back in the chair and they plug in, and they can basically download, they just upload rather, programs into the mind. So like Neo learns Kung Fu without having to do anything. He's just laying in the chair, and you're just, basically he downloads how to do Kung Fu. That's what's going to happen for you. You're just going to do your thing, whatever you're doing. And it's like the universe is just going to just send you stuff, and you're just going to just you're going to inherit knowledge without ever needing to research it, go look it up. You're just going to know things. It's divine knowledge that's going to be handed to you as you need it and when it comes to you. And it's like you're going to know stuff about astrology, and it's like I don't know this. I've never learned this about astrology, but I know it now. The universe just gives it to you, because it's speed. It's speed learning. It's speed. You need the resources now, as opposed to the time it would take to sit and study, to learn, to take a course, to do all the things, to inherit that knowledge. The universe is like, nah, we're gonna bypass all that shit, and we're just gonna give it to her when she needs it. Right? When she needs the info, it's just gonna come to you, and people are gonna be like, how did you know that? Like, did you learn that from someone? It's like, no, I have no clue. I've never read about it. I've never heard about it. I don't know that term. I don't know what that's about. I've never researched that. I didn't even know that thing was real. Like, whatever the knowledge is, it's just going to come to you. This is interesting. So you have this this karmic relationship. And this is really weird. Because immediately when this came out, like, it kind of surprised me. I was like, because it was like, this doesn't fit. Like, immediately I felt in my energy, I'm like, karmic relationship. But then I realized it's not about you. I think this is tied to your daughter. I don't know, but I'm getting strongly that this is tied to your daughter, and there's a reason. I'm going to have to look at this. There's something that you need to know about a karmic relationship that your daughter might end up getting involved in, if she's not already. Hopefully she's not. I mean, it's inevitable. We're all going to get into a karmic relationship, all of us, at least once in life, but there's a reason that they're wanting you to know about it. Obviously, because it's showing up here for you. The bottom of the deck, we have fears. But underneath that, we have abundance. underneath that, we have respect as well. I'm going to have to come back and check on that in just a second, because that one just kind of came out of left field. But I think it's about your daughter, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh. What else was it? Yeah. All right. This was the other deck that that I felt I needed to get some advice for you on here. So I'm just going to get these cards out, and then I'll just really quick, I'm going to pull a couple of tarot cards on that karmic relationship thing, because it's not very clear what it is they're wanting me to know. And maybe I'm not supposed to know. Maybe it's just like a heads up about something, and maybe it'll make sense to you later. I don't know, but I won't know until I investigate here. So I got one more from this. Come on, I know I can feel it. There's one more in here. There, oh, well. It's like, here, have 3. No, I said 1, not 10. I'm just going to be looking at the keywords anyway. All right, so there's those. All right, put this over here. Get these. Why is this karmic relationship here? Well, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, all right. Okay. I mean, I get it, but why does Trudy need to know about this? What's the relevance of it for her? Okay. Well, this is some weird shit. The guy pulling the tarot cards just said this is some weird shit. As if all of this isn't weird already. All right, so this is what I got. Okay, so your daughter, Trudy, has your gift. Your daughter has your gift, but she doesn't. I don't know if she thinks she has the gift, or she knows she has the gift, or to what, or if you know if she's had any of those experiences, or to what degree or to what level. I don't know. Your daughter is going to get into a situation. I hope that I'm wrong. This is one of those times as a reader where I hope that I'm full of shit and that I'm wrong. Okay? I hope that I'm wrong. But I feel like your daughter's going to she's going to fall hard for a guy. Your daughter's going to fall really hard for a guy. We got the Knight of Wands here. So it's going to be an on and off again, passion, lust. It's going to be toxic. She's going to have a really hard time letting this guy go. We got the 8 of Cups in reverse and the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. But here's the silver lining. This situation, what she's going to learn as a result of going through this karmic relationship is she's going to realize that she has your gift. And it's a really weird way that she's going to learn this. Well, we got the favored card. So this is her realizing that she has your gift. The events surrounding this unknown card is here. So it's like, I feel that there's something to this that's unknown to her. She doesn't understand. She doesn't realize that she has this gift or this power inside of her, right? And there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. Like whenever this situation starts to play out in her life, there's gonna be a lot of unknowns, a lot of uncertainty here. And I think that, then there's a few energies tied to this, multiple energies tied to influence. The first energy that's tied to this influence card is her situation is going to influence you potentially. And this is one of the reasons why it's coming out in your reading, is because the universe needs you to understand what's going on before it happens, so that you don't get sucked into it. Or rather that you understand that there's a divine plan of what's actually unfolding for her. Because some of the things that she might go through might be very difficult for you as her mother to know that she's experiencing. And it can be very, very difficult to watch your child kind of, submit herself to a situation that makes no sense to you, because it seems very clear, like, hey, of course this guy's hurting you. Of course he's hurting you. He's a fucking player. It's toxic. Of course he's hurting you. But she's just not going to see it. It's like no matter what no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter it's like she's going to be in a tunnel vision. Rose-colored glasses. This guy is going to have her number. It's just one of those things, right? And she's going to have to go through what she's going to have to go through, and it's through the going through of these things that she's going to discover her power, right? But what she goes through can potentially influence you, and you may feel like you need to intervene, and the universe is saying that despite there being a lot of unknowns, that mysteries, the things you're not going to know because they haven't happened yet. I don't feel like this is something that's occurred yet, but there's things that have yet to happen potentially in your daughter's life that might be difficult for you. But it's one of those situations where you just have to trust in knowing that the divine is telling you that there's a divine plan for her, even though it looks really shitty from the outside. And so you trying to potentially intervene on her behalf because you're her mother, it's like the divine is wanting you to know, like, hey, this isn't your responsibility. We got it. Like we know what's going to happen. And it's actually part of a divine plan to get her to where she needs to be. And so they're just kind of giving you fair warning in advance so that you don't try to go in like rescue her or save her, or, overextend yourself getting involved in something that the divine is fully in control of. Right. So that's one of the sides of the energy, is just be careful the amount of influence that her future situation has on you, but also understanding that as she begins to go through this, she's actually going to come to learn to respect you a lot more because of, and I think the respect card is under here. Yeah, it's right under. So it's there was the spheres card at the bottom, the abundance card, and then there was this respect card. Your daughter's going to come to respect you in a way that she's never respected you before, because she's going to start to realize that she has the gift, and you're going to be able to teach her. So now you become Yoda. And this will be down the road a little ways, I feel. Not in the near future, but ultimately you will get to share this profound thing with your daughter one day. You and her, one day she's going to be like, holy shit, I got a gift. And you're going to actually get to bond with her on a spiritual level in a way you've never bonded with her before, because, she will have gone through all of this stuff. She'll respect you more. She'll understand more. She'll have more life, more experiences. And she'll realize, she'll have a lot more compassion for all the things that you went through, because she'll realize that, oh, this is what spiritual leaders have to go through sometimes. And you're like, yeah. And she's going to be like, oh my God. So Mom, you went through all that shit and I never understood because I hadn't gone through my shit yet. And so now in the future, she's going to go through her shit and she's going to have compassion for the shit that she never understood that she went through. And there was that disconnect there sometimes. Like she just couldn't quite understand. It's like, and yeah, she's my mom, but like what the fuck? Why is Mom so like, why is Mom? Like, why is she like that? Or so like that, It's like, well, she's going to know. And so there's going to be all this massive level of respect. You're going to, in the future, going to have an opportunity to guide her, to train her, to pass the baton. But it's not going to come easily for her without whatever this relationship that she, it's gonna, yeah. So I was like, what in the world? Like, Holly or Sarah, younger daughter, old? Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know you had 2 daughters. I only knew about Sarah. That's terrible. I feel like I should have known that you had 2 daughters, but I only knew about Sarah. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see if it'll give a sign real quick. Holly or Sarah, can you give me a sign for which daughter? Which daughter is this? Which daughter is this? Knight of Wands. Do you have is one of them a fire sign? We get the Knight of Wands twice. The Fool. Is it a fire sign? Can you give me... Which daughter is it? I got the Wheel of Fortune. I mean, that's Sagittarius energy. Can you show me your queen? Any queen. King of Cups. Yeah, that might be the guy, because the 5 of Swords just came out. I mean, do you want Trudy to know which daughter it is? Who is it? Knight of Cups. 3 of Swords at the bottom. High Priestess. Yeah, it's I might can use the board and email you or send you a message. I can use my my pendulum maybe. This guy. And use my pendulum and try to figure out the sign, the sun sign, to see who it is. It's not giving me. It's not being definitive. Sarah is with the Aries. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I only knew about Sarah, so I assumed it was Sarah, so it might be. I don't know if Sarah's the older or younger, but I mean, that feels right, but that could also be partial because I only knew that there was their one daughter. It feels like Sarah, but I could be wrong. Okay, so this is the immediate near future advice for you. The universe wants you to know. So this first card, when the Storm Spirit plays, this card is about understanding how to navigate divine chaos. Can't make that up. Understanding how to navigate divine chaos, clear the air, stir the pot, scatter seeds, bring new possibilities. Yeah, so this is kind of like, I feel part of it, obviously has to do with what we talked about here, but also has to do with, breaking open the divine chaos of you breaking open yourself to get that power that's inside of you to come out. The next one is called All the Shoes Fall from the Sky. Waiting for the other shoe to drop, expectation of failure as a mean of self-sabotage, fear of success, and not trusting good fortune. So this is, and this is just basically, we had the abundance card, and then we had fears right underneath here. So I think this is, again, just the universe saying, hey, you might still be a little concerned about resources, right? Like afraid to cut the cord, when it comes to jobs, security, money, and all that kind of stuff. Like, can I actually do this spiritual shit for a living and make it? Can it sustain me, right? Like there's still some, I think, residual fears around that is what that's basically saying. Card number 3 here. This one here, the artwork on these cards it's atrocious to me. But this deck is one of Colette Baron Reed's decks. I don't know. I guess maybe she was tripped out on mushrooms, but who knows? Not my favorite artwork for sure, but the cards are amazing. So this card is called When the Coyote Calls Your Name. Again, I think she was tripping on mushrooms or something. The meaning of this card says divine detours, the value of not getting what you think you want, discovering greater treasure when you were forced to change course. So yeah, it's basically just saying, again, it's like facing that fear of like realizing that, to get something better, you have to give up the thing that's comfortable, essentially. My paraphrase. This card here, if a cat curls round the moon, letting go of codependent relationships and the value of interdependence. Yeah, and I feel like that this one is just, again, tied to everything I said over here. Like, as, it's just saying, like, don't be a rescuer, essentially. Like, when it comes to the temptation to go and rescue, because I think part of one of the things that's going to happen when you start to get deeper inside of that emotion of yours, it also means there's probably going to be a lot more compassion that comes out of you. And so you might, whereas in the past, it was like, yeah, like I care about people, but I also like, hey, if you fuck around, you found out, right? Like, you're very practical, Virgo. It's like, hey, if you're a dumbass, then you're going to get, put your hand on the stove, you're going to get burned, right? Whereas like when you kind of break open this inner thing, you're going to have a lot more compassion. I think it might even surprise you, where it's kind of like you start feeling so much of people's pain, like even more than you ever before. And there's like so much compassion because you're starting to see and realize just how hurt and lost people really are. You were already picking up on some of that, but it's like now it's like next level. It's like, oh my God, people are so lost and so hurt. And I have so much compassion for them now. And so this card was basically saying like, hey, just be careful not to, go into rescuer mode. And then the last one here says reinvention, learning from past mistakes, surrendering to the lesson with grace and maturity. So, these are just different keywords, but this one here, this was actually, the artwork on this one is really cool. And it's called When the Grit Became a Pearl. So, for those who don't know how pearls are made, it's when a piece of sand or a piece of dirt gets inside of an oyster or a clam, and then it calcifies and becomes pearls. So it's literally a piece of dirt that becomes valuable. And so, and I love it. So it's actually probably my favorite artwork in this deck, because it's something I can relate to. But this is saying, hey, and this is you cracking it open, right? Like this is you cracking open, busting through that lead blanket that we were talking about, because that pearl is in there. This is you breaking down in there, and that's the reinvention energy. So there's a lot there, but that's the main thing. That's the main thing for you right now, is like, really, really knowing like the next big change has to do with you kind of going in and breaking through this super old thing that's been limiting your capacity, and then learning how to protect it, to create an environment where you can stay connected to it. And so you have access to that additional 80% of power that you don't have access to, or you haven't had access to yet. Right. And so then you'll just be running at full power all the time. And then of course, obviously all the things that the universe wanted you to know about your daughter there. And, I'll try, offline, I'll get my pendulum and see if it'll give me a specific zodiac sign, and that can further maybe isolate which one of your daughters it is. But another profound to me, another profound, which I'm not surprised that any of that came out for you at all. I do have Cash App, Gina. Is Cash App email? If it's email, then I think I know what email it is. But I do have a Cash App. I just don't, I don't use it very much. But it's there. I can receive money at the Cash App. Okay, so okay, so you're so welcome, my friend. Thank you. So who here, just really quick, really quick, who is here who has in a more or less quick question that can be answered in 3 cards or less, or a yes or no? So who is still here on the chat? You know that you know that you know that you know. You have a very simple, quick question. Can be answered in 3 cards or less, or it's just a basic yes or no. And if there's several of you that are here, I will do a quick, I'll knock a few of you guys out that have been waiting. I can just do a really quick 3 card or less, and then I'll get the other donations, because they probably will be, it'll be a reading. So if you have a super quick question, I am more than happy to give you a super quick reading before I take care of these donations. I did not anticipate, I'm obviously very blessed and very honored. Appreciate all the donations, 100%. I definitely was not anticipating. Nope. Okay. Then we will continue to do the donations. All right, Elaine, what does my spirit team want me to know? So hold on, let me ask really, let me check one thing really quick for Gina here before I switch gears. Where are we at? It's on here somewhere. Where is it? Where did I hide you? Did I hide you up here? Yeah, we go. All right, Gina, where's my personal, this? So do you need, what is it? A phone number that you use for Cash App, or is it email address? What is the, I'm trying to find out where, oh wait, I see. So this is my Cash App for Gina. Let me just type it in really quick. Did I spell it correct? I did. Okay, there's my Cash App. If you don't have PayPal. Okay. That I can answer for Brandy really quick. I didn't know you were in a motorcycle wreck. Was that before I met you? Or was that recent? Is Brandy's motorcycle wreck going to pay more than she thinks? Yes. Also, for everybody here who doesn't know Trudy, my sister from another mister, my partner, my soon-to-be literal partner, please go to her channel. She's in the chat. You can see it. It's right there, Soul Tribe Tarot. Go like and subscribe to her channel. She goes live like all the time. And she is the badass. She's the grandmaster of all readers. And you won't have to wait forever with Trudy. I can tell you guys that. I promise you that much. You won't be waiting forever with Trudy. She gets it done. So Brandy, I think you are. We got the Ten of Pentacles here for you. The yeah, it's I feel like right now it's like you don't know a whole lot about what's going on right now. Maybe Brandy with the high priestess. It's like, but it's almost like you're you're being called to have a little bit of faith and trust here. There's some things that you don't really know. I'm guessing this is the wreck here because this is the obviously the chariot in reverse here. I feel like there's some delays here though, but we do have this Ten of Pentacles here, which is good. So that's to me. But I'm gonna see. Can you verify this? The Ten of Pentacles, is this her getting more? Yeah, there's some other people involved. And we got the authorities involved. We got the Emperor. We got an Aries, and then we got this the King of Wands. So I don't know if this is another man involved or somebody else. But I mean, this could be the same person, or this could just signify the authorities, right? Like, or the insurance company. I don't know. Why is it Ten of Pentacles here? Or just tell me. Let's just tell me is she going to get more money? Give me an increase card or a decrease card. I hate when it does that because that's going to go both. Because like the Eight of Cups is like one of those cards that can literally go either way for me. All right. Well, you do have the Empress, so that's. I mean, that's definitely an abundance card, but give me like a Pentacle. Or a Ten of Cups. Jesus, how many dudes are there? The King of Pentacles? That's not what I meant. Okay, a Tower. Yeah, but it came out sideways. Five Pentacles. Okay. It's trying to tell me something's going to happen with the payment, the money. There's a story here. It's not a crystal clear yes or no. It's like somebody's having to pay because obviously somebody got hurt, but somebody doesn't want to pay. So it's like, and I feel like that's why this tower, I feel like this is why this is in reverse, and I feel like this tower kind of came out sideways. Hold on, let me get this other deck right here. But is she going to get more money? It's something that the universe starts telling me the story, and I'm like, I don't need to know the whole story. I don't need to know who did what and what's happening behind this. I just need to know I just need to know a yes or no. That's all I need to know. Yes or no. Okay, it's obviously it's going to legal justice here, and justice upright is a favorable card. So that would be a yes. But give me something concrete. Can you give me like the jackpot? Or the loss? No. Nah, I don't care about the story. If you don't want her to know, just give me the unknown card. Yep, somebody's learning a lesson. I get it. Don't care about that either. Don't care about that either. Fulfillment. Okay. Jackpot. Fulfillment and jackpot at the bottom. Like, for freaking its sake, man. That's just how it is sometimes. Okay, so I think you will, but I don't think that it's going to. I don't think it's going. I think you will, Brandy. I think you will get money. Maybe more. Yes, more money than you were thinking, but I don't think that it's going to necessarily happen quickly. Perhaps. I think there's going to be a delay. And it may not. You may get a false positive. A false positive meaning they may try to come back with some bullshit and try to like well, the insurance companies or whatever's happening behind the scenes, they may try to come in and like, you know, try to bait you, like see if you'll take less or see if they can do some kind of thing or we can settle a different way or there's some kind of bullshit that's going to happen and it's part of the delay. But if I feel like if you stand your ground and you stay strong and you stand your ground and you don't sign off on some other bullshit that they try to pass you over, to bait you into, because a lot of people that are desperate, they'll just take anything. It's like, oh yeah, well here, will you take this? And a lot of people like, man, I really need money right now. Yeah, just give, because it might sound like a lot to some people, right? So, I do think you're going to get it. I don't think it's going to happen quick. I don't think that it's not going to come without some drama. There's going to be some drama attached to it, if that makes sense. I was a passenger on the back when they've been paid out. I have a lawyer. They were paid out, but you haven't. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. A year already. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the chariot in reverse, that makes sense that it, that's the thing with the insurance companies, right? And like a lot of people, I don't know, for those of you who've been watching the news, the guy in New York that shot the insurance CEO guy, which, I'm not by any means am I for murder or heinous crimes or, two wrongs never make a right or any type of evil, especially to that level. But I will say that it's interesting to see how many people almost kind of like felt a sense of justification by what that man did by shooting the other guy, because it's like a metaphor for the frustration that people feel dealing with insurance companies, because it is true. So many people pay and pay and pay and pay and pay and pay and pay, and then when it's time for them to cover you and pay you, they don't provide shit. Or they make you wait forever, or they make you jump through a bajillion hoops. But man, when they want your money, you got to pay right then, right there, and it's got to be paid on time, right? There's no excuses, there's no delays, there's no anything. So it's very interesting, right? To me, it's very interesting that it's kind of like, I think that guy, again, I'm not by any means saying that what that guy did was acceptable and it's not justifiable on any level. It was evil, 100% evil. But it is interesting to see how that kind of sent a message that so many people seem to, like, it resonates with so many people, the frustration of the insurance companies. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. Okay, here we are, Elaine. Elaine, you are up. Just had to grab a quick little drink here so I don't lose my voice. What does Elaine need to know about her dreams? I'm hearing that song. What's that song? Dreamweaver? Oh, Dreamweaver, I believe I can get you through the night. You know what's really interesting also? That's the name of that deck that I just used for Trudy. That deck that I just had out here, it's called the Dreamweaver deck. Elaine, I think we're onto something here. I think Elaine actually is the Dreamweaver. You can't you can't make this shit up, dude. Look at this. Now this card is 6 cents, but look. This woman is like in the dream state, literally. Like she's asleep, her hands are up by her head, and she's in the nebula of the dream state. So Elaine, I think you're like a what they call a seer, but like a prophet. But there's a certain type of prophet, right? Edgar Casey. Do you know who Edgar Casey is? If you don't know who Edgar Casey is, he's like a renowned. They call him literally the sleeping prophet. And this guy, he's just a normal dude, and people would come into his office, and like this is literally what he would do. Like he would, people would come in and pay him to get readings, and what he would have to do is he would take a nap. He'd go lay in a chair, and the dude would literally take a nap. So imagine this sales pitch. Like, all right, you're going to pay someone to give you a reading, right? And then you go into their office like, okay, so you're here for blah, blah, blah. You ask your question, whatever. And you're like, okay, well, just give me a minute. And then they fall asleep right in front of you. Like, imagine that. Imagine like having to sell people on the fact that you're going to pay me money and I'm going to fall asleep in front of you. And somehow I'm going to give you a reading from that. But that's what he did. He would, Edgar Casey. This dude is renowned. You got to look him up. It's like this dude is super famous. Like they have a whole institution built after this guy, the Edgar Casey Foundation or institution. But he was called the Sleeping Prophet, and they've got books where he had an assistant, and so he would fall asleep, and he had an assistant that would like record his downloads. And so when he would go to sleep, it's like he was channeling, he was channeling all this information. So you might want to check into that, because I think you've got something similar. There's something to this. You have a gift, a spiritual gift. And I think the universe is wanting you to, I mean, I think you're sensing it, which is why you're asking about it, but I don't think that you understand just how gifted this actually is. It's like, this is like a really, like a big deal. Yeah, you're recognizing patterns here. So when you're sleeping and you have these dreams, you wake up and you recognize the patterns that you're having. And these patterns are actually things that are playing out around you synchronistically in real life. Some of them are going under your radar, though. And because obviously I think some of them you're just forgetting. But the ones that are profound, that just sometimes they don't make sense, the universe is saying you're not putting two and two together, even though the 2 and 2 is right there. So you just need to learn how to speak the spiritual language. Like metaphors. I'll give you an example in my own life. So I dream almost every single night, hands down. Like I always dream. I go to sleep, I'm going to have a dream. I've learned that when I'm dreaming, if the setting of the dream is the room that I grew up in, my childhood home, the room that was my room, my bedroom, that room always represents my soul, like the deepest part of me, right? And so as you start to learn the symbology of what things mean in your dream, it's like learning tarot, right? It's like you're seeing the images of the tarot cards, and you know that the 6 of Pentacles means this. You know that the Ace of Wands means that. You know that, the Empress card means this. Well, you can start to learn the symbology of your dreams like a language, and the universe is wanting you to start learning your dream language with this patterns card. Okay, so that's what this patterns card is here for. The universe is saying, I want you to learn your dream language because I'm speaking to you, and you need to learn how to speak the language. Because not only am I speaking to you, but there's things outside of you that are happening to you and in other people's lives, and I want to be able to communicate with you about those things so we can get you plugged into your spiritual gifts so you can start doing some crazy cool shit, right? You'll get dreams for other people, and you'll just intuitively know that when I saw this happening and this was happening in the dream and this, and you'll remember it. You'll wake up and you'll go, hey, I had a dream about you the other night, and this was happening, that was happening, and I know that means this, and this means that, and that means this, and then you're going to deliver this message, and people are going to be like, holy shit, that's exactly what's going on in my life. Oh my gosh. Or you're going to be out in the real world and you're going to see like a real world event. And some of them will be actually huge real world events. Like maybe you predict a natural disaster. Maybe you predict some other kind of crazy thing, right? Like there's something here, something big. Um, Children. So this is something that goes all the way back to your childhood. You've had this gift for a really long time, basically. But I think a lot of it has been kind of suppressed due to childhood as well. Like there's a part of you that you're not accessing because of things that occurred to you when you were really young. So there's actually more access that you have to this gift. You just don't realize it yet. But that's why the universe is wanting to talk to you about it now, because when you start to bring awareness to something, it casts light on it. That's what awareness is, right? Like when you're unaware of something, it's just simply because it's not in your view. But the minute that it becomes into your view, you become aware, right? I know that sounds like common sense, but it's true in any shape or form. Where you're unaware of something inside of you, then you have a blind spot. The minute you become aware of a blind spot, the blind spot, is out in the open. Now you can deal with it, right? And so there's something tied to this. You've had this gift since your childhood, but there's also a suppression here from your childhood as well. There's a block that's limiting your access to the full range of what this ability is that you have. At the bottom of the deck, we have wisdom. Yeah, this is the universe speaking to you through dreams, because the knowledge and the wisdom that you have isn't just for you, it's also for other people. You have a spiritual gift, essentially, right? Another thing too, this wisdom card, really quick, before I continue, this wisdom card is also you teaching children. The universe wants you, when you learn to develop this skill, the universe wants you to, wow, okay. All right, Elaine, I've never been this bold before in my entire life. I'm literally being told. This is a direct, extremely direct message. The universe is literally telling me she is supposed to teach children how to do this. So at some point in your future, whether it's a side hustle, whether it's a side job, or whether you stop doing whatever it is you do and you go into this thing full time, you're supposed to be like a like a spiritual dream therapist. Like you're like, I don't know. But I can see it, and the universe is saying, yeah, she's supposed to basically help people understand the subconscious, the dream world, all the things, because it's actually even healing for them. So on one hand, you're going to basically find other people like you who have a gift, but they don't know they have a gift, and you'll teach and you'll train those people. On the other side of it, you're basically going to help people decipher and basically heal subconscious trauma through their dreams by a methodology. Like you're going to learn a methodology. Like, so you're going to understand the dream part of it, but you're also going to understand the way that dreams connect to trauma, and you're going to have a way of leading people through a process. This is the methodology. I don't know what that process will look like, but you will know, you're going to learn a methodology that will help you guide people through unlocking and learning what their dreams are telling them about their trauma. And then you're going to be able to know what to do, what process to provide them to heal that trauma. Okay. And this is specifically working with children, by the way. So, more adolescents than not. Right? So probably not a whole lot of adults, mostly adolescents here, okay? The universe is also telling me there's certain dreams that you're wanting to know about because they feel important to you, and this is more like on a personal level. Like these are like personal dreams that you feel like you're having, and you're trying to decipher and decode there. I'm trying to hone in, tune into what exactly they're wanting you to know about that, because I feel like it's like there's dreams that you're having, and you're wanting, it's like you're wanting to know what they mean, because you feel that you sense that they're important to you in some way, shape, or form, and you sense that they're important to you in regards to things that are going on in your personal life. And so it's kind of like you're trying to like figure out what the message is regarding those things. But the universe is like basically wanting you to understand that there's something more important. And I know it's not, that sounds kind of rude, because it's not that the dreams that you're having about things that you feel are personal to you aren't important. It's just that the universe is trying to help you understand the bigger picture here. And so, you know, in somewhat of a sense, the universe has been using these dreams that feel personal and important to you as a way to get your attention. Because if you were having dreams that didn't feel intense, that didn't feel important, then you would blow it off and say that was just a weird dream. And then you wouldn't have there would be no curiosity. You wouldn't be investigating this. You wouldn't be here asking this question right now. So the universe is using somewhat of a ploy to get your attention and say, hey, I know what to do to get her attention. I'm going to send her messages and dreams, and it's going to feel very important to her. And it's going to feel like it's a personal thing. And then that's going to get her going down the rabbit hole. Like, I feel like there's something to this dream. And the universe is like, you're right. That's me getting your attention because I want to talk to you about this stuff. Right. And I'm not saying that there isn't something specifically important about those dreams having to do with your personal life. I'm just simply saying that the more important message so far, we still obviously still doing a reading, but the bigger, more important message right now transcends that, right? Because here we have this manifestation card, which is essentially the magician energy. This is about you learning that you have a power. And it's really important for you to understand that you have this power right now, right? And that this power is not meant for just you, the miser. It's not just, this isn't, you know, it's bigger than that, essentially, right? The miser card is a metaphor for holding in, right? Like keeping, being, penny pinching or stingy or, like very conservative, right? Like the universe is saying this is bigger than that. So here you are and going through this transition process of the universe has been stringing you through these dreams, has been dangling this little carrot, like follow the yellow brick road, right? And you've been like, okay, I had a dream. What does it mean? You go up a next step. You go to sleep, you have another dream. You go up a next step, and you keep following these dreams, and it's like these dreams are a pathway that are leading you up to this light, which is the illumination, and the realization that you actually have a gift. And the purpose of the gift is for you to become the master so that you can go out and you can teach the gift and use the gift for the collective, because there are many sick people who are suffering right now who need your gift. So this whole message is about you learning that you have a spiritual purpose and a spiritual calling and a spiritual gift that's meant for you to use within the collective, right? Now, on the these, okay, I'm being told to use these. All right, so let's look at the personal side of it. So that's the big picture. Let's look at the personal side of it. What does she need to know about the personal side of this? What is the nature of the dream or the message? You can let me know if this makes any sense. Because I don't know if it makes, I don't know. I'm not you. I don't know if this makes any sense to you. But, okay, yeah, the base chakra. There's the root chakra, right? I should know, like, I should have these memorized, but that's all the security-based stuff, right? So they obviously want you to know something about your base chakra. It's the first chakra. It's the lowest one, right? The bottom one. I can't pronounce the name of it, but there's something they want you to know about that. Okay, we have listen. This is the next card. And so again, this is the universe speaking to you and wanting you to get the messages, to hear the messages clearly, the spiritual messages that they're sending you. And this is tied to the Sixth Sense card. This is you receiving the spiritual messages here. Okay, and we have release. Give me the full scoop here. It's giving me the pieces of the picture. Put the picture together for me, please, so I know exactly what this is. Well-deserved reward. Okay. Love abounds. Rebuild and nurture. And then the solar plexus chakra. So somebody you care about, the dreams that you're having have to do with somebody you care about, and there's a few messages here. Obviously. Let me see if I can let me see if I can sort this. Okay. You're having dreams about somebody you care about. Okay. I feel like this is it could be a soulmate, could be a relationship. There's somebody, I don't know, but it feels like a soulmate connection, right? A soul contract. There's somebody here you're having dreams about, and what the dream is that you're having, what it's essentially about is you and this person have been through some shit. And somebody, whether I don't know if it's you or I don't know if it's them, their base chakra has been blocked. So this person is kind of maybe, they could be like an avoidant attachment style kind of vibe. They could be very controlling, very just like this person really just needs a lot of certainty, you know. And if they don't feel like they can have certainty at all costs, you know, then the worst side of them comes out here, basically, right? And when I say certainty, it's like their need for safety and security, predictability, and basically having control and feeling like they have control of things is very high. And I don't know if that's you. I don't know if that's them. There's been a need for you and this person to like there's been a little bit of a codependent energy here. Whether it's conscious or unconscious, there's been a level of codependency here. And basically the universe is trying to show you or reveal to you a need for you to release yourself from their energy so that this person can actually heal, because the universe knows what's going on. And so the universe, you know, it's, how do I explain this? Okay. You can't heal in the same environments that hurt you, right? There's that saying, you can't heal in the same environment that's hurting you. You and this person, you care a lot about each other. We have love abounds. You and this person care a lot about each other. However, because of trauma that pre-existed your relationship, okay? Because of the trauma that pre-existed your relationship with this person, meaning you didn't cause this trauma to them and they didn't cause trauma to you. You had baggage when you came in, they had baggage when they came in, right? And you guys being around each other, because there's so much love between you, it's triggering all the fear of the pain and the loss and the hurt of said love, right? It's like the closer you get, the more scary it becomes, because love is courage. It's a risk. When you become emotionally invested in something, your nervous system knows if this doesn't work out, it's going to hurt like shit. And so your nervous system tries to protect you from that emotional attachment, because it's like, hey, we don't want to be hurt. I'm here to protect you. You love this person and they love you. This is a recipe for disaster because you guys could get hurt. So let's sabotage all of this. That's your nervous system. Your nervous system wants to sabotage it so you can't get hurt, right? That's what's been going on. Well, the universe is stepping in and wants you to understand the energy of what's happening, not the physical, not what happens out here in the real world. Understanding the metaphysics behind trauma. Everything is energy, including trauma. And when you learn to release yourself and you become neutral as possible, I'm not saying this is easy to do. If it was easy, everybody could do it, right? But I'm saying the universe is asking you to release yourself from the energetic attachment that you have while you are in this phase, right? It doesn't say release forever. It's not saying let go of the person or any of that. It's saying to release yourself from the energy that's keeping you in this specific phase, right? It's sort of like when you get a scab, you know, and people pick the scab, and so you keep picking the scab so the scab never heals because you keep picking it. Every time it scabs over, you pick it again, and so it takes forever for the scab to heal because you keep picking it, right? It's like, no, if you just let it scab over and just leave it alone, it's doing its job. Your skin knows how to heal itself. It's going to do its job. You just need to leave it the hell alone. Let it finish the process. That's what the release card is. It's don't pick the scab, pick the scab. And again, this is just an analogy of being on top of the energy, being obsessed with the energy, being connected to the energy. The universe is saying, release yourself from the energy so the energy can heal. What the universe is trying to do to heal this person and heal the relationship, it can actually be done. So basically, the universe is saying, hey, just let me do my job. Like, just let me do all the worrying about all the healing and all the coming back together and all the reuniting and all the things. Okay? That's what the universe is saying. Like, let me handle this. I want you to go focus on some other things right now. And while you're over here focusing on these other things, I'm going to be over here healing your relationship behind the scenes. And you're going to go, well, but if I'm not participating in the healing of this relationship, then how is it going to get healed? That's the paradox. The universe is saying, I don't need your help. I don't need your help to heal this relationship. What I need you to do is to go focus on something else. In fact, that's the best thing you can do. Remove your energy, remove your focus. Where your focus goes, energy flows. Change your focus on something else, put your energy on something else, and the universe will heal the scab because you're not picking the scab by focusing on the scab. You're focusing on the scab, so the scab can't heal because as you focus on the scab, it's like picking the scab. The universe is like, change your focus. Go focus over here and let me heal the scab. That's what it's saying. And what you're going to get is the well-deserved reward. Love abounds. Rebuild. Nurture. You're going to reunite with this person. Okay? So the dreams that you're having have to do with this concept. It may not make sense to you because you haven't learned the dream language yet. We talked about that up here. All the dreams that you're having will make 100% sense to you when you learn the dream language that you're supposed to learn. If you choose to learn it, you have free will. You don't have to do anything. But if you choose to learn your spiritual gift, you're going to learn the dream language. The dream language is going to teach you what you need to do. But for now, the dreams you're having have everything to do with this. The universe is trying to speak to you through the dreams to say, hey, your relationship with this person is coming back together. I am rebuilding your relationship. Love is going to abound. You're going to get your reward. And look, I'm nurturing. You're going to be nurtured. You and this person are going to come together and you're going to have a nurturing relationship, not a dysfunctional relationship. So this reading, you're going to reunite with your person. Whoever this person is, you're going to reunite with them. You're going to come back together. But, the timing and all that is really just dependent upon how consistent can you be in letting go and changing your focus and just allowing the scab to heal. It's going to take a lot longer. The longer you focus on it, it's like picking the scab, just taking longer to heal. It's just creating a delay. Remove your focus, go focus on something else, let the scab heal, let the universe heal the scab, and it'll happen much, much quicker. Your reunion with this person will happen much, much quicker, if that makes sense. And by the way, I've never done a reading like this before. I've never had anything like that, like a person who has a gift for dreams. Like this is a first. I don't think I've ever met anybody, which is why I mentioned the Edgar Casey guy. So make sure you go check him out. I'll put the name in the chat for you. This is how you spell his name. It's Edgar Casey. It's kind of a strange way of spelling it, but go do some research on him, and there might be something there for you. Like he might have he might have a course. He might have some books. There might be something, but it's a breadcrumb. That name isn't coming out just because. It's a breadcrumb for you. It's something. It's a synchronicity. It's something for you to go explore. I'm excited for you. Let me know what happens, by the way. And that goes for all of you guys. I like for you guys keep in touch with me and keep me posted on what happens. Like, some of these readings are very deep and profound and personal. And obviously I get to know you guys. You guys are like Soul Tribe to me, so I like to be, kept up to date with what goes on for you guys. And I'll just put this in really quick. Gina is next. You can ask your question, and I'm going to just drop my email into the chat for those of you who want to keep up with me and stay in touch and let me know what happens. Gina's like, I fell asleep. That man's voice is like sexual chocolate. Brandy's like, that man's voice is like porn. Porn syrup coming out of his mouth. Porn honey. Okay. I'm having anxiety. What do I need to know right now for the best way to go? Anxiety. So are you just wanting to know why you're having the anxiety, or are you like kind of looking for like what you can do about it? Miss Ba. I remember you, Miss Ba. Yeah. That's so cool. I love that. Send me an email. What happened? Jean called me out. She's like, there's no way in hell you're going to sleep by 3. I mean, I should know better. Like one day I'm going to get this thing kind of dialed in. I'm going to figure it out one day, but okay. My son's death anniversary is Saturday. Well, first of all, I am extremely sorry to hear about that. I know that those anniversaries are really, really, really not fun. I have one of those just after Thanksgiving, and of course having it this time of year makes it even double so. Any messages from Spirit? Gotcha. Well, this is one thing, just really quick, Gina, that I feel led to share with you really quick is it's actually, it's a really easy technique of something you can do when you have extreme anxiety. And you can actually do it with me right here. Obviously, I don't have to see you or anything. It's just something you can do. And it's just a really quick guided exercise. And then I'll do your reading here. But basically what you want to do is you want to close your eyes. And I want you, this is going to sound kind of weird, but if you just go with me here for a second, I want you to ask the anxiety that you feel. I want you to ask it what type of object it is. Any type of object. Could be anything. Anything in the material, physical world. And when you know what it is, I want you to type it into the chat so I know that you know what it is. And I want you to picture it. whatever the object is, when you ask your anxiety, say, what type of object are you? Just talk to it in your mind. And then don't overthink it, but just let the first thing that comes to your mind, just let the image of whatever the object is come to you naturally. That's the first thing. And if you're just intuitively allowing, it should come to you pretty quick. Like again, it's just, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just a thing. It's just any type of object, right? So, it could be fruit, it could be a pencil, it could be anything in the tangible world. Doors closing. So, I want you to zoom really, and just again in your mind's eye, I want you to zoom in really close to the doors, like really close, like they're right in front of your face. And I want you to pay attention to the details of the doors. And then I want you to zoom way, way, way out. Like just go way out to where the doors are very, 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 very tiny. And then once you zoom way out, I want you to zoom back to just normal. Just the normal, like you're standing 10 feet away from the doors, but you're looking at them. And then I want you to walk around the doors in a circle, like you're inspecting them. And as you walk around the doors, I want you to ask the doors to tell you what else they are. And when you ask what else they are, I just want you to allow whatever image or object or whatever comes to you. I want you to see the doors become, transform, or metamorphosize into whatever those doors are. Whatever new thing, object that the doors become, I just want you to just allow it to choose itself. Allow it to become whatever it is. And when it becomes the next object, I want you to tell me what the new object is. What did it transform into? What did the doors become? And I'm watching in the chat here. But take your time. There's no hurry. And all of you guys out here, this is something you guys can practice and learn when you feel anxious. Anytime, for any reason you have anxiety, you can use this technique. Flowers and roses. Okay. So the doors have turned into flowers and roses. Wonderful. Now I want you to do the same thing you did before. I want you to zoom in really, really close to the flowers. Like a microscope. You're taking in all the detail. Notice everything about the flowers or the roses. And then I want you to zoom way, way, way out to where they're in sight. You can see them, but they're far away. And I just want you to observe and take notice of how they look different from far away as to how they look really close. And then I want you to zoom back, not super close, but close enough. And I want you to ask the flowers or the roses to show you what color they are. And I know that sounds weird because you might see them as a certain color already. But rather what I'm asking is ask the flowers to show you what color they are and then tell the flowers to transform into the color. And you'll just see a color. It won't be an object, it'll just be a color now. And what color did it transform into? What color do you see? Orange. Beautiful. Now, that you're seeing the orange color, I want you to ask the orange color. I want you to ask the orange color what its name is. I know that sounds really weird, but again, just go with it. This is just a completely intuitive exercise. There's no right or wrong. Ask the orange color what its name is. And just let the first name that comes to you be what it is. Faith. The name is Faith. Now I want you to ask Faith. I want you to ask Faith what its favorite song is. But this is how I want you to ask. I want you to ask Faith what its favorite song is by giving you a certain feeling in your body. So it's not a song in terms of like an artist or a certain song you hear on the radio. This is a different song. This is a song of your soul. I want you to ask Faith, what is your favorite song? And tell Faith to give you a feeling in your body. And when you feel that feeling in your body, I want you to tell me what emotion you're experiencing so we can know the name of the song by the emotions that you're feeling. Whatever feeling it is that you feel, just let it be what it is. Just honor the emotion that you experience. Protection. Beautiful. Now I want you to ask protection I want you to ask the feeling of protection exactly the way that you feel it, exactly the way that you were just feeling it. I want you to ask protection what your son is feeling right now. Ask that emotion that you just felt, that you called protection, the emotion that you called protection. I want you to ask that emotion what your son is feeling right now. And then allow that energy to come to you, the thought, the feeling, the energy, whatever that feels like. Let that answer just come to you. Ask protection. What is my son feeling right now? Confused. Ask. I want you to ask the confusion. Where is home? Where in your body is home? Where is home for you and where is home for your son? And just let confusion tell you where home is for you. And I want you to place your hand. This is you. There's nobody, it's just you. Feel the part. Yeah, don't worry about what the mind is wanting you to do right now. Stay connected. The answers are always there. And just stay connected in your spirit. Let confusion tell you where home is. Where is home? Home for me and home for my son. Where in my body is home? Let the truth come from your body. Where do you feel home is for you and your son right now? The soul. And where in your body do you feel the soul? Where do you feel your soul right now? Yes, the heart, because the heart is the gift of life. It beats without us asking. It's the source of all life, all creation. It's the house of the soul. And now I want you to ask your heart. Ask your heart to give you the truth. What message does your son have for you right now? Ask your heart. Stay in this beautiful place where you're connected to your heart. Don't leave your heart. Stay right there in your heart. And ask your heart, what message does your son have for you? And let your heart speak the truth. Let your heart say whatever it wants to tell you, the truth, the message from your son. The heart is pure, it's divine, can never lie. The place of oneness, the inseparable place. Because your son can never leave you. He came from within you, and he still resides in the space in your heart. That's right. You are not alone. Don't look in the past. You're okay. And you're okay because he hasn't left you. He's there with you, right there inside of you, in your heart, in your truth, speaking to you right here, right now. There is no separation. Separation is illusion. And you can feel him. You can feel that warmth that you described all over your body. You can speak to him anytime, all the time. There's no limitations. You can connect to him just like you connected to him right now. You can have conversations with him. You can spend time with him. You can go on walks with him. You can go on adventures. He's just as present in your life now as he was when he had physical form. He just has the advantage that we don't have because he's not limited to the physical body. He's not limited to the limitations that we have in the physical form. So my last question for you, Gina, before I do your reading, my last question that I have for you, Gina, is tell me about your anxiety. What do you feel about that anxiety that you mentioned earlier? What happened to it? Where is it? What's changed? What's different? No, it's not. That's confirmation. That's literal confirmation. This is what you're describing right now, by the way, is a very, very normal occurrence for people who go and speak to mediums. They talk about this all the time. That when we become aware, we get out of our own ways and we connect to our heart, because it's true. Your heart center is where your soul is. We spend so much time in our head that we become disconnected from our heart when we give our heart a true chance to utilize its power, its divinity, its truth. We can connect and we can do incredible, amazing, miraculous things. The heart is the frequency of love. The heart is the frequency that your son can speak to you on. It's the soul frequency. And when you're connected on that soul frequency, your body attunes to it. You become like a radio that's tuned into that frequency. So it's very, very normal to be able to experience feeling things, smelling things, sensations, all kinds of things can happen when you get on that. And I shared this with you, this technique with you, to prove to you and everybody out there that you can change anxiety. You can change many things. You can use the same technique for mental disorders, for paranoia, all kinds of things. You can use the same technique. But in this instance, for you, Gina, you just, you came across an ability to communicate with your son because he wanted to communicate with you. And not an illusion or a fantasy of communication, but this is real. So I'm very excited for you about how this is going to develop for you. So let's see what else Spirit wants you to know. Okay. So in addition to the things, Gina, in addition to those things, you actually have some really, what I think is very exciting for you. Actually very clear messages, very exciting as well. I think it's exciting. So you have here, I'm going to show you some things up here up top. It's a continuation of what you just experienced, but there's some messages here, because you're about to access a level of freedom from a huge weight that's been on your shoulders for a while. There's this major weight that's about to be lifted off of your shoulders here, where it's like you just feel like free, like everything in your world is about to just feel a lot lighter. Yeah, so, and it's interesting. So this card here says expanded heart. This is literally this is what you literally just did. It's called expanded heart, openness, liberation, let yourself love and be loved. That freedom I was talking about. This is the feeling of freedom that's coming to you. As you step into this place where you learn how to connect to your heart and not be so much in your mind, your whole life is going to completely go in a whole different direction, because your heart basically has been suffocated for a long time. It's been suppressed. There's a whole level of energy that you're going to be able to access now, and this is going to lead you into a whole different, like, you're stepping into like a different level. And I don't want to overgeneralize by saying abundance, but it's an abundant type of energy. Like, everything in your life is going to shift. Like vibrationally, you're going to shift. You're going to feel a difference in your thinking, in your thoughts, in your well-being, and the lightness and the freedom. Like, everything's going to start to shift here. So the first card out is illusions, and this is the illusions of the fear and all the things, right? Everything that you experienced. That was the anxiety. The place that we started when you said you had anxiety, before we started walking you through the things, the meditation, this is the anxiety. It's the illusion. It's the false evidence appearing real, the fears, right? It's the cloud, the murkiness, the haziness that kind of comes over, that feels like it just shows up when it wants to, right? But we just proved that you have the power to control it. You have the power to dissipate it, to remove it, to transmute it, to alchemize it, to turn lead into gold, right? You literally transformed anxiety, something that you were feeling. You went through a process of literally turning this thing that was negatively impacting you into not only a source of power, but a source of love and connection, so much so that you're literally able to pull in an open space for your son to literally be present with you in a way that it was tangible. That's how powerful this is. This time where a time of struggle for you is coming to an end. This jackpot card is in reverse. And so this represents a lot of things. There's been a lot. This is like the weight. Everything I was telling you about, that the heaviness, right? And just feeling like, almost like you're pouring water into a cup that has no bottom. You're pouring the water into the cup that has no bottom, and it's just going out. It's like the cup never gets full. It never gets full. It's like you just you were walking around like just feeling like you're on empty all the time. Or that there was no matter how many deposits you were trying to put into your life in some way or another, it just felt like they were empty, like just empty deposits. Like where is it going? It's evaporating. It's disintegrating. It's going into a void. It's going to a black hole, right? Well, all that's changing now. And this moment in your life has been kind of written in the stars. I know it sounds kind of fantastical, but it's true. The zodiac energy here. The shift is changing. And so there's another energy attached here to the zodiac as well, which is the universe saying, hey, I want you to get curious. I really want you to start getting curious about what you just experienced, because there's something about you that you need to know. You need to learn about yourself. Like whether it's getting, your astrology chart done, if you've never had one before, whether it's doing a personality test, whatever. It's just, there's something here about you, like actually learning about the different parts of you, like in detail, like actually kind of studying, what makes you who you are, because there's some things here, there's some gifts or some things here that you have that you don't realize that you have. And that's just going to give you further access to even more things within yourself, but also the ability to help others, right? Because this is the beauty of the gift that you have, is when you discover something that's beneficial and helpful for you, just like the exercise that I walk you through. When I learned this exercise and I applied it to myself, which is the only reason why I could, the only reason that I could, the only reason I could share it with you is because it's something I've done for myself. And I know that if it works for me, then there's no reason why it shouldn't work for you, right? I can't teach you something that I haven't used myself, right? It's not like, hey, I just made this up on the fly on a tarot reading, and, and just had you do this because it's just something I just made up randomly. It's like, no, this is something that I've used for myself, and I've used for many people who've had anxiety problems and other problems, right? It's a very powerful technique. And so now that you've experienced this, you can take that and you can go teach this to other people, because you've done it yourself. You've experienced it. And this is the beauty of how this stuff works, is you learn something, you alchemize something, you transform something within yourself from lead into gold, alchemy. And now you get to go share that gold with other people and show them how to do the same thing. You pay it forward, right? That's the beauty of it. And so this zodiac card is the universe is wanting you to learn more about yourself, because there's more treasure within you for you to discover. But that treasure is also something beautiful that you can get to share with others. And as you share your gold and your treasure with others, you're going to help them do the same thing. It's going to encourage them to go out and learn, because like, oh my God, this is profound. Like, yeah, I know, right? Like, you should check it out. They're going to be like, oh my, I'm going to go check it out, right? And so the next card is pause. And this pause card and this letting go card are two energies that are kind of in the same ballpark. The first card about the pause is the universe wants you to start, is for you to learn how to slow down. The universe doesn't want you to miss out on life anymore. Very specific message. The universe is saying, Gina's missing out on so much life. Why? We stumble around in the dark for so long, and sometimes we don't even know that we're in the dark because we've been in the dark for so long. Our eyes adjust. You get night vision. Sometimes we walk in the dark for so long, we adjust to the dark. We get night vision. And so we don't know that it's dark until we experience some light. Right? And so now that you're coming out of the dark because you're seeing the light, the universe wants you to appreciate and enjoy it. And not get in a hurry anymore. Not feel like, on to the next thing, or busyness or distractions or whatever. Like, the universe actually wants you to take the time to sit and enjoy life and yourself and the experiences around you and the gratitude and the appreciation of things, and to learn how to embrace your own healing in a way that's not a chore, but in a way that's empowering you, because there's actually a benefit to it. The only reason that people don't do things is because they think that there's no, like people do things for one of two reasons: inspiration or desperation. Those are the two modes of operation, right? Either inspiration or desperation. And unfortunately, people will do more to avoid pain than they will to gain pleasure. And so sometimes we subconsciously associate healthy things to pain, and so we become disinterested. I'll give you an example. I hated reading my whole life. You know why I hated reading? Because when I was growing up, when I was in school, they would make you do these book reports. And instead of letting us choose what books that we wanted to read, the teacher forced us to read some bullshit like Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn and whatever, some bullshit that, supposed to be like, I don't know who came up with the idea and institutionalized that there's only a certain set of books that are these historical, legendary books, these all-time books that apparently we all should read and be exposed to, and we should all do book reports on them, right? It's like, I'd rather stick my wiener in a meat grinder. I'd rather chew gravel than read frickin' Huckleberry fucking Finn. Pardon my French. But I have zero interest in Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn. But I was forced to read it. And I was forced to do this detailed report on it. So I associated pain to reading. So I didn't want to read. So my whole life, I was missing out on the beauty and the benefit of reading because I associated pain to something that was actually really good for me. Reading is a part of development and growth. The most successful people in the world read books all the time. But I hated reading because it was it was a chore. And I associated it with pain as being a chore. And so there's things that maybe in your life you consciously or unconsciously have associated to some form of discomfort or pain or being a chore or something. And so it just doesn't feel practical to want to go do those things. And the pause button is saying, hey, let's go back to the drawing board and reevaluate this, because now you've had a new experience. The experience you just had is proof that these things are actually worth doing. Your health, your spiritual health, right? Personal growth, personal development is actually something very beneficial. It's very exciting and it's very fun, because as you dive into this beautiful mystical world, you start to uncover all these treasures, whether it's, a technique like the one that I shared with you, or whether it's all the treasure that's waiting inside of you to be discovered, right? Because most people just live their life out here on the surface level. They go to work, same job, take the same route to work, come home to the same house, watch the same TV shows, eat the same types of meals, have the same hobbies. It's like same. It's a very superficial way of living, right? Like, we are not that basic. When you start going inside of yourself and you start plunging into the depths of your soul, I guarantee you, it's infinite. There's thousands, if not millions, of lifetimes of God knows what inside of every soul. Because who knows how many times you've incarnated? Who knows how many times you've done this stuff? How many lifetimes and across how many galaxies and dimensions, and who knows what's in there? We're not superficial beings. It's just that we're conditioned to live in these superficial lives. And we can't figure out why we feel so unhappy and unfulfilled, why we're so spiritually bankrupt. Because we're not going in here to find that treasure. And so the pause is here to tell you, Gina, that the universe wants you to connect to that treasure and find it. And the letting go energy is all about the freedom. It's saying, hey, you don't have to hold on to that anxiety anymore. You have to hold on to the ideas of loss and scarcity and all that stuff, because it's not real. You just proved it's not real. You just proved that anxiety isn't something that happens to you. First of all, anxiety is not an uncontrollable event. You can change your anxiety that fast. It's not true that your son's disconnected from you and it's lost, and you have to live the rest of your life from this state of disconnection, never getting to experience him in a very real and tangible way. That's not true. You just experienced it, right? So what else could you let go of that's not true and substitute it for something that is real and valuable and life-changing, right? And then we have two energies here with this male card. One is, this is your son, obviously. He's with you. He's going to stay with you, and you're going to be able to continue to connect with him. The second thing is you have love coming in. I don't know what your romantic situation is. I don't know if you're with somebody. If you're with somebody, your romantic life is about to change. It's going to go to the next level. It's about to become the best that your relationship's ever been. If you're single, you're about to meet somebody and you're going to basically find your soulmate. How do we know that? Because we got the door to romance right here. And we have the sixth chakra. So this is your third eye chakra. You're going to start getting downloads about this. And this is also you connecting to spirit and talking to spirit, also talking to your son, right? And we have the third chakra. So there's something here about, again, speech and the ability for you to translate spiritual communication, but also there's something inside of you that's about to open up as well. Ways that you've never been able to communicate before, communication styles, right? And if you've been in a relationship, or if you've been in relationships where communication has been difficult for whatever reason, that's about to change. Those communication problems are about to go away. Over here, the cornucopia energy is essentially the Ten of Pentacles or the Ten of Cups. It's the same thing. It's like this is you getting all the things, essentially, here. So, okay, you're single. So if you're single, you have a soulmate coming in. And when you meet him, you're going to know that this person, you're going to feel it. You're going to know that this guy's it. He's coming. There he is. Here's the door to romance card showing you that he's coming. And there's not going to be any type of communication issues here. Like you guys are going to communicate very, very well. You're going to understand each other very well here. At the bottom of the deck, I almost forgot, over here, we have conquer. This is you conquering. You're overcoming a lot of things now. This is a tipping and a turning point for you in your life, where a lot of challenges and obstacles and things that you've experienced, especially this last year, as you start to go into 2025, I'm getting chills. All this stuff it's like your life is about to 180. Okay. Conquer, your life's about to do a 180 here for the better with this cornucopia energy here. This is like essentially like the Wheel of Fortune too, the Ten of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. All right. So now we got these 4 cards here. This one we talked about earlier. So this is Mary Magdalene. It says, you are the answer. Be guided to your purpose. You are the answer. Be guided to your purpose. It was tied back to the zodiac energy. Again, you going within to find the treasure because, the universe wants you to know. And it's interesting that it's Mary Magdalene, the mother of Jesus, right? It's like this card could have been any archetype, but it's a woman. Not only is it a woman, it's literally the mother of Christ himself, right? Something there for you to think about. But it's saying, be guided to your purpose. This is part of your purpose. Joan of Arc, sacred activist. Do not be afraid. Stand up for your beliefs. Yeah. So as you move forward and as you start to learn and discover this beautiful new you that you're becoming, it's saying it's time for you to start to learn to be unapologetic about the new you that you become. And that's part of the freedom and the liberation. It's like, as you step into this new skin, it's like, hey, I'm just going to let me be me for once. I'm not going to suppress myself. I'm going to be unapologetically who I am. And, I'm not going to water myself down anymore for anyone or anything. I'm going to set myself free. I'm going to give myself the gift of freedom, right? And then you have this one. It says, divine magic. The teacher awakens, the student becomes the master. Because, like I said, as you discover your treasure, you're meant to pay it forward and help other people discover their treasure. And then we have Michael in faith. And this card says, divine protection and a breakthrough moment. So this is again saying, here's the man behind you. Here you are. Here's your son with you all the time. Divine protection and breakthrough moment. This is your breakthrough. This is the beginning of your breakthrough moment, because again, everything for you is about to change. And going into 2025, let me put it to you this way. When you get to where you are this time, this coming year, December the 20th, 2025, a year from now, to this day, who you are and where you will be exactly 1 year from now will be so far different from where you are right now. It will be almost unimaginable. I see you with a romantic partner. Your life is different. Your life has changed. Your perception of change, your perception of reality, your abundance has changed. It's like you're just an entirely new human being. 1 year from now, when you look back, you are not going to recognize your life. Mark my words. You are not going to recognize any part of your life when you look back a year from now. So you have some amazing, amazing changes heading your way. But the key to this, because this isn't just fairy, unicorns, and magic. We participate in these things. These aren't just things that just, it's not mystical. It just doesn't just happen. We participate in them. But as you participate into things that have been discussed in this reading, you're going to see those changes occur. Because again, for every one step that you take, the universe is going to take 10 with you, or 10 for you, or 10 towards you, however you want to look at it. So you've definitely got a very, very profound changes and year coming up for you. So stay the course and do the work and just watch the magic unfold. Like I would take the reading that you just, I would take that for me in a heartbeat. Like I hope my year is that good. I hope my year is that good. All right, so who are we at? We're H. H donated, right? I'm not mistaken. If H is here, H donated. And for those of you who are maybe looking for a quick read, I did just notice that Trudy just got on and she just went live. So if for those of you that are looking for a free reading from the master herself, she is live right now. I got the notification. You guys, obviously, be sure to go over there, hop over there, subscribe to her channel, and get a reading from her. Just thought I'd mention it because I saw the notification pop up. So H. Let's see. Okay, thanks, Brandon. Brandon's going to sleep. Don't blame you. Brooke, I don't know if Brooke's here. Hey, Brooke. Nice to meet you. And H, if you are awake and you're still here, you may ask your question. You're so welcome, Gina. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Keep me posted, please. Keep me posted with all the things. Gene, we can do you really quick while if H posts, then I can try to get at least a few more of you. I'm pushing it over here, but I'll suffer the loss of sleep for you guys a little bit. I felt like tonight, I knew intuitively tonight I needed to come on. I just didn't know. I didn't know it was going to be such a profound night. Okay, may I ask if the passing of one of Virgo's acquaintances has affected our connection in any way? I never liked the guy because he was blatantly using Virgo for money and he didn't like Virgo. Virgo is autistic and doesn't understand social cues. Okay. Yeah, and misinterprets communication. He thinks the guy was genuinely his friend. Affected our connection. Okay, let's find out. Let's get an overview of it. Interesting. So, you were on the money, Gene. With the patterns, the patterns card in reverse was everything you just said. Him not really. He's not good at, obviously he's not good at spotting patterns. The patterns in reverse is a confirmation of what you're saying. Yeah, he's focused on the past right now. I gotta check this love card here. Um, and the mastery thing here is about him learning, essentially. He's learning something right now through all this. The love card, I gotta check this because I don't know if this is like love for the guy, because love, it's not just limited to romance, or this is your relationship with him. I feel like this is your relationship with him, but it's not clear. I'm gonna double check it. But yeah, right now he's focused on the past. Obviously, here's the friend. He really looked up to this guy. There's something about this guy that he looked up to, because when I was first shuffling the deck, the leadership card in this deck wanted to come out. It didn't completely pop all the way out, but it wanted to come out. And here it is. This card wanted to come out right here, leadership. And so I feel like, this card here and the fulfillment card, these two cards are like, he looked up to this guy in some kind of way. And, he might be having a come to Jesus moment, because the illumination card is here. Like, he may realize that he might have put this guy on a pedestal and it wasn't kind of warranted, or at least, to the very least, there's some degree of confusion. Like, he's not sure. It's like, I feel like maybe there's a part of him deep down that's kind of like, was trying to show him some of the red flags, but then there was this other part of him where he kind of looked up to this guy. And so it's kind of hard for him to reconcile this too, because he's here in this place of like release, like he's mourning, he's grieving. And it's like, it's almost kind of like he wants to like remember, even if he's bullshitting himself, he wants to be able to remember this guy the way that he thought of him. Even if this guy was a jerk, even if this guy was manipulative or narcissistic or whatever this guy was, if this guy was using him, whatever, even if he is sort of kind of, with the illumination card, even if he's sort of kind of starting to recognize that a lot of that was probably true, he doesn't want to remember him that way. And so it's almost kind of like he's holding on to the version of the guy that he looked up to him as, if that makes sense. But let me check this love card here, because that was really about what your question was really regards about you and him, not so much this other guy. So what about the love? Why is this here? Is this about Gene? Or is this about the lost friend? I think this is about the guy, because we got the Six of Swords, and this is like literally this release energy. But I'm gonna triple check here. Yeah, so the Ace of Swords in reverse. Yeah, it's everything I literally say. It's like he wants to believe in he doesn't want to see the truth. He doesn't want to believe the facts, basically. So it's like he's choosing to believe that this guy is, he's choosing to believe the version of this guy that he saw him as, right? And so I think that in some ways, yes, it's affecting your connection with him, but it's in an indirect way. Like, it's almost kind of like until he mourns and grieves this guy, he's going to be like defensive. He's going to defend his perception of that guy. And so it's kind of like, because he's in a mourning state, he doesn't want, it's almost kind of like he just wants to be left alone about it. And really that's almost like the advice that I would have. It's like, let him believe whatever he believed about this guy for now. It's not important that the guy was obviously not that, right? What is important is for him, for now, to believe his own bullshit about the guy so that he can mourn and release it. And I think that when he comes out the other side of his grieving process, it's going to come, this Ace of Swords will be upright, basically. The clarity, the illumination will come. And he'll start to slowly but surely realize, like, yeah, I think that guy is, he'll start to realize that he wasn't, what he built him up to be, right? The Hierophant. Why is the Hierophant here? This is also, again, I think that tied to the leadership energy, like he looked up to this guy. It's the same type of vibe, but I'm just going to double check because I am clarifying this love card. So it could have to do with the relationship too, the commitment. So why is the Hierophant here? Is this about his relationship with Jean? Or Page of Wands. That one kind of slipped. Nine of Pentacles. There's the Virgo. There's the King of Swords. So yeah, it's like saying like this was like his buddy, I guess. Like that, I'm assuming the King of Swords is this other guy, because here he is. There's the Virgo. Yeah, he feels kind of lost right now. He's in this grieving, like trying to. He's grieving. This again, because now this is the third card. There it is. 8 of Cups, 6 of Swords, and the Release card. He's grieving, and look, can't make this up. We have the Death card. Like one of the very, very few times ever that the Death card is literal, right? So there's the loss. This is him trying to make sense of it. The Judgment card. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Why did this happen? He's trying to make sense of it, right? He's trying to reconcile the loss. He's very defensive right now. So this is what I was saying. Like, this is not the time to probably bring these things up to him, because right now he's very triggered by this. It's fresh. So he's very defensive right now, and he's wrestling with it. So he's definitely trying to reconcile all of this, and it's going to take some. It's probably going to take him some time, because he has to feel it and he has to grieve it. This is an interesting. We get the 8 of Wands. We have the Hermit, and then we do have the 10 of Cups. So progress is going to be made at some point here. And I think ultimately, yeah, it's going to work out. He's just, so it's like, the family, the whole family thing, the tower, it's unexpected, the loss. He's super bummed out. You know, he's trying to figure out what to do here. This is like more towards the future here. This is going to be a little bit down the road. But it's like he starts to realize, he starts to get himself back, the Two of Wands. He might want to, to see like a counselor or get involved in a community or just something here, the Three of Pentacles, and heal. And then here you are coming back to you, and you guys are going to have a fresh new start here. So something's, yeah. And look, after the Fool, we have the three of Cups. So, back into a fun, celebrating, good vibe energy. I think what's really going to happen here, ultimately for him, is, and this is kind of like intuitive, Gene, but I think what's going to happen for him is this is rattling him in a way to where it's actually going to, right now, it's not so helpful, but as he goes on this journey, it's almost like he starts thinking about life in a different way. He starts asking questions he's never asked before. And it's almost kind of like the universe is using this opportunity for him to kind of get connected to a spiritual part of him that he's not been connected to. And so this is kind of like the gateway or the doorway of him kind of like, what's the meaning of life? All that kind of stuff, right? And I think that that's going to lead him into, I don't know, kind of like his spiritual awakening, if that makes sense. But, this is happening for him because even though the Death card is literal in terms of like losing his person, the Death card is also still holds true to its spiritual meaning, which is a rebirth, a transformation. So this situation is going to transform him, and I do feel like this is going to be the gateway for him to, I don't know, to, wrestle with God or the divine and just kind of come full circle. And I think it's going to lead to a spiritual awakening, essentially, is what I feel. And I feel that the way that you interact with him, again, based on just the reading, the personal reading that I did for you, because I remember bits and pieces of that, I think that this is going to be one of the moments where you really get to shine in a way, to whatever degree that you interact with him or are able to interact with him. And even if you're not like specifically or literally able to interact with him, then you can do it energetically. But it's the unconditional spiritual love in you, and the way that you interact with him is that defining moment where that energy is gonna help. It's gonna help catapult him towards a spiritual awakening here, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's just part of a divine plan that ultimately I feel is going to lead him into a spiritual awakening. But I think he's going to be sensitive because he's mourning. So just be aware of that, and I think to the degree that you can use your intuitive abilities to know kind of like when you can be like there to like nurture him, but then when you need to just kind of like back off and just leave him alone, like that'll be very useful right now. Is just really leaning into the intuitive, what does he need right now? Does he need space? I'm going to kind of back off and I'll just send him love and light, and support him energetically from a distance. Or does he need compassion and understanding right now? Right. And if you can set yourself aside from that, to a healthy degree, not abandoning yourself or betray yourself, but if you can set, your personal opinions aside about how you felt about this man, this other guy, his friend, I think that'll also be beneficial, So, but yeah, I think that this is going to actually be a moment that, he potentially will look back and he'll remember this support that you gave him. And, hindsight's 2020. When he comes out the other end of this, he'll look back and he'll go, man, like I didn't realize just, how helpful and how bad I actually needed you to be there when I was in my funk. But now hindsight looking back, I can realize just, man, like I really needed you and you were there, and I think that when that time comes, you'll be acknowledged for that. I just intuitively sense that. But it's a process, like I think it's, obviously, who knows how long, but I think it'll, obviously it's going to extend, a decent way into probably the new year. But I think by his birthday, you said he's a Cancer rising, or no, he's a Virgo. So well before his birthday, he's Virgo. Well before his birthday, I would say like maybe mid-year, mid 2025, like late spring, early summer. I think that he's gonna maybe expect some drastic changes from him by then. And again, take that with a grain of salt. I'm just intuitively feeling it, I'm not a big person for shouting out timelines and shit, but like I feel comfortable enough with that energy to share that. And I know that you're a spiritually responsible person, so I don't expect you to go out and like, you have to be careful with that shit, man. Sometimes you start giving out timelines and crazy stuff. People, they eat that shit up and they take it so literally. And then when it doesn't happen exactly the minute and the second and the day and exactly like, it's like they lose their shit, So, so you have to have that discernment about knowing what you can share with people who are spiritually responsible because they understand how it works because most people don't. But, yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense for you, but yes, it's like yes and no. Is it affecting your relationship? Well, yeah. I mean, any type of loss and grief is going to affect a relationship, even if you and him had a perfect relationship up to this point. A loss of that magnitude is gonna, it's gonna knock him down a few levels. So, it's gonna have some bleed over effects into your relationship for sure. But just, I don't think it's not a direct thing. You know what I mean? It's not like it's an indirect thing. It's just something he has to go through. And he's going to have good days. He's going to have bad days until he comes out the other side. So, but, no, I get it. I totally understand. Like, I totally get what you're saying about that part of it. Like, sometimes people, they choose bad people. And it's like, there's probably one person I can think of that if I found out they had passed away, I probably wouldn't bat too much of an eye. You know what I mean? Like, well, that's life. You know what I mean? Like, I think we all probably have at least one of those people in our lives that we could think of. If that makes sense. But you're strong, my friend. You're spiritually strong. You get it. You understand all the things. Just don't let the situation that he's going through to affect you too much just because it's affecting him. And because it's affecting him, then the way that he shows up for you is going to be affected. So it's just one of those things where you can't take it personal right now. You know? And I feel like one day he'll realize, you know, and that's the gift that you have. And the more that he hangs out with you and the more that your relationship progresses, one day he'll realize, like, hey, you know, this woman has insights like most women do, being the feminine, intuitive beings that they are, in seeing and sniffing out bullshit that most men can't because they're so logic driven, right? And if men actually learn to trust the intuition of females more, they wouldn't fuck up as much. And I'm guilty of that from my long, long past ago when I was very, very young and very unspiritual and very immature. And I was married to my ex-wife, you know, and there were times she had intuitive hunches about things. And I, you know, didn't, you know, I didn't take them serious, and she was right and I was wrong. But, yeah, just hang in there. Just be there, be supportive. This too shall pass, as they say. It sucks. I mean, you know, because it does affect the way that he's going to relate to you to some degree. So that part sucks. Well, I remember, you know, I remember some of the, you know, I remember some of the, I don't remember all of it, obviously, but I do remember some of the bits and pieces. But yeah, no, absolutely. Email me. And unfortunately, you're getting the like, now that we've gotten down to like almost 5 a.m, like the gas tank is like full blown on E now. So you're getting like the mentally shutting down, the body shutting down part of me. Yeah, if H is still here, I at least got to get their reading done. Then I'm probably gonna have to, definitely gonna have to hit the hay. I've got to at least be able to get 2 hours of sleep. I don't regret it though. I just got to get through tomorrow. Get through tomorrow, and then I am off the rest of the year. So then it won't matter how late I stay up, which is why you guys will probably see me quite a bit between now and the new year, because I plan on hopping on. Got some things I need to share with you guys. I think H is gone. I'm going to have to send their money back or email them or try to get in touch with them. Where are we at? No, you're welcome, Gene. Send me. Oh my God. Yeah, you're crazy like me. You got to be up in 3 hours and you hung out. That's insane. Gene, send me another email. To follow up, because I want to make sure that I understand. Like, I know you've explained this to me, but actually, I think I have your other emails. I haven't deleted any of your emails. I actually probably have your old ones, if that makes sense. But my favorite saying: "Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain." Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Gina. I love that. I love that quote. Oh, that makes sense. And you can always, you know, if you have a question, you can email me, and I can always do the offline reading for you too. And then you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait after like 10 donations, which I'm not complaining about the donations, but and you know, it's a test of patience. You really gotta be patient, man, to come up in here on this channel. These free readings. Is Trudy still on? I'll look on my phone real quick. Is she still alive? Let's take a look real quick. She is. So, there she is. Kind of hard to see on the reflection. There's Trudy. She's lying right now. So if you guys hop over to Soul Tribe Tarot, you can get a free reading right now from the master herself. I don't know how long she's going to be on, but she's live. The glare. That's terrible. Well, maybe this is a better way to do it. Yeah. Where? Here? Yeah, here we go. She's live right now. There's Trudy. So you guys can hop over there, get a free reading. I've got to get sleep. I feel so bad. That's why I stay for so long, because you guys wait so long. And the other night I went 9 hours, and it just my body was not happy with me after that 9 hour live, because I have sciatic nerve damage from being crushed in a car when I was 16 by a drunk driver. So, I think just sitting for 9 hours straight without moving at all pinched my nerve or something. It took like a week to get over it, 'cause it's a time thing. You just have to. It just takes time. Like, you can exercise, you can move, and it's like until the muscles like clear, whatever happens, it doesn't calm down. But I just gotta I don't know. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring out this whole live situation and the timing and all the things. But I'm tired, so I'm now going off on a big tangent here, so I need to shut up. But when I come here, I really want to serve you all. I take this very serious. It's very passionate. To come here and to be honored to be a messenger for things that people are going through that are very important, could be life-changing. You just never know. You never know, who needs something, or what, in that moment, to be able to provide something that somebody needs that they could be desperate for, whether they know they're desperate for it or not. And that's not a brag on me. It's just me saying that I'm, it's just very hard for me to walk away from it, because that there's that moment where, you have to honor yourself, honor your body, and you just don't know. It's like, but what if the next person? So it's like, that's just the person, the servant in me. You know, it's my Virgo energy, the service, the people person, wanting to just keep going and keep going and keep going. And sometimes I have it, you know. Sometimes I feel that energy. I could literally sit here and just do and go and go and go. Like sometimes my brain doesn't shut off, right? Sometimes I do. So, well, and I appreciate that, Gina. Really appreciate that. Like, I mean, that to me, like, that's the best compliment you could give me. That's the best compliment you give me. It's like to know to sense the value in something, to be willing to wait for it, you know. But well, here's the thing. So before I disconnect, um, just so because I got a few of you, blah, blah, if I can talk, I have a few of you still here. So this is my plan, and you know, give or take. I mean, obviously it's the holidays coming up, so today's the 20th. I'll be driving back to Florida the 24th and the 25th, at least for Christmas, to see my folks, my family. So I'll be there at least 2 days. And then New Year's Eve, I may have plans, but you know, the rest of these days I'm going to be free, and I have my intention is to be on here because I have some other things that I want to do. Obviously, I want to announce to you guys, you know, about this group coming up, and also some other things that I felt Spirit was putting on my heart to do for you guys. Some other things that I want to share with you all. So, my plan is to be on several times before the new year. And then I actually am going to be off like the first about week and a half of January. So I've got a good stretch of time here that I should be here, because that's essentially my whole New Year's goal, is to get this group cranked up that me and Trudy are working on. And actually, you know what? I just saw you hopped in. You're lucky. You went away. You almost missed it. I would have sent your money back or email, but I'll do you. You're here. I got enough in me to answer that question. So H, I got you because you donated. But anyway, I just wanted to tell you guys that, because while you're here. So I'll be back. You guys are going to see more of me, as this is my plan going into the new year. Obviously, for those of you that join the group, you're going to be seeing a hell of a lot more of me once we launch this group, because essentially that'll be my life when I'm not, you know, caught up doing the other things. So, all right. So I'd like to see the current energy between Monty and I. I've been feeling his energy, and it's been confusing. Okay. So H, my question to you before I begin your reading is, are you currently in a relationship with Monty, or are you in no contact? Because I don't want to guess. I don't have the mental power to guess right now. Are you guys currently seeing each other, or are you in no contact? Just give me that much information and I'll get the rest. You're welcome. H, H, H. H, 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 H. Are you in no contact with my... Not in contact. Okay, thank you. Got it. Thank you. All right, current energy, please. And yes, for those of you that are still here, go run over to Trudy's channel while she's live. Get in where you fit in. Get in where you can. You won't have to wait that long at hers. She's very, very, very regimented. Like, she'll get you done in 5 or 10 minutes. Short and sweet and to the point. Okay, well, so H, there's a chance here that you guys, obviously something happened. So we have destruction here, and we have secrets. So obviously, your relationship blew up somewhere. Something blew up. You know. This is like a high priestess energy, which is feedbacking off the secrets. So there was things that were unknown, and we have the unknown card here as well. So there was definitely secrets. There was definitely things that were hidden here. Now, this card is also, there's a secondary energy here about you trusting your intuition about something here, or needing to focus a lot more on your spirituality. Yeah, there's like a whole separate energy coming through about you, in your spirituality here. It's huge. Like it's like a whole other situation that I can't get into. It's like a whole separate reading, but it's very strong. I would definitely recommend at some point, whether it's through me or somebody else. I don't, whatever. I'm just giving a recommendation here. I would definitely recommend getting a reading about whatever this is, because there's something a big deal with you in spirituality. And it's just pertaining to you. It's personal to you, but it's very important. It's like a life-changing thing. Now, this is kind of like the silver lining, despite the destructions and the secret and all the shit that's happened between you and him, is this renewal. But there's a big but. And that's usually what happens. Like, people come to, like, when they come in to me and they ask for a relationship reading, and Jean can testify to this because she's always here. Freaking love this woman. The best mod in the world. But she can testify because she sticks around for hours and hours and hours and listens to all my bullshit. But there's always a big but when it comes to relationships, right? There's the silver lining, there's the good part, but then there's the but, right? And the but is where things always, there's always a crack in the but, because, it's just not, it's just not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a clean, it's just not cut and dry. So, the big but here with the renewal has a lot to do with a few things, 3 things to be precise. The first thing is the ability to potentially release and let go of whatever the things are that have happened here that caused the destruction in the first place. This is kind of like a can you forgive and release kind of energy. Not just you, but both of you. There's some type of forgiving and releasing energy here. Second thing is who's going to go first? Who's going to take the lead here? Leadership is about taking responsibility and accountability, right? And right now, I feel like because this card is here out on the table, that there's not been a whole lot of accountability or responsibility that has been being taken. And this is not about the blame game. Ideally, everybody would be taking 100% responsibility for their own actions thoughts, behaviors, and their own bullshit. But obviously, when people do shit like this, secrets and sneaky shit, and they blow their relationships up, they typically go into the blame pattern. Who's guilty? Who's right? Who's wrong? All that kind of thing, right? And that's kind of the big but. It's like, well, this can be fixed. The universe is literally telling you this relationship can be healed. The energy is right here. This can be fixed. It can be healed. But not if certain things are released, people don't start taking responsibility and accountability for their thoughts, their actions, their behavior, and their shit. And the third energy that you're going to be confronted, the third challenge, I should say, is can you, him, or both of you, how well can you tolerate uncertainty? An unknown. Basically, like, can you literally coexist for a period of time just going one day at a time? Not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow, not knowing if you're going to talk tomorrow, not knowing if you're going to be interested tomorrow, not knowing where this relationship is going. Do you love me? Do you care about me? Do we have a future together? Do you want the same things that I want? This unknown card is literally saying, how comfortable are you in tolerating a radical level of uncertainty where you literally just wake up going, I don't know what's going to happen today, but I don't know. We'll find out. And there's a second energy attached to this as well, which is becoming detached from the outcome, becoming a neutral observer of the situation in such a way to where you're detached. It's like, hey, you know what? If this person's in my life, awesome. Then I'll go one day at a time and I'll appreciate them and I'll value them. I will have boundaries. This isn't about not having boundaries. This isn't about betraying yourself. This isn't about tolerating bad behavior. It's not about tolerating people who lie and cheat and blow shit up or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. Because all of that is implied here in the leadership card and taking accountability and personal responsibility. Whoever did what and whatever. And again, the universe is basically saying, hey, you have free will. So it's up to you to decide and up for you to determine what you're willing to tolerate, because you're going to get whatever you tolerate. And so the universe is, in a sense, not here to tell you what to do or how to be or whatever. It's allowing you to kind of decide what you want. It's just answering the questions you have about the thing that you think that you want. And so the universe is saying, well, I know that there's a part of you that wants this renewal energy here, but there's all this other shit that's happened. And so the universe is kind of like, well, yeah, I get the essence of your question. Yes, this technically can be healed. It can be, it's recoverable, but you have these mountains to climb. And the universe is saying, are you willing to climb the mountain? The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. What are you willing to tolerate? What are you willing to give? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you not willing to tolerate? What are you not willing to give? What are your boundaries? What are your non-negotiables? How do you move forward? Right? All these questions, these unexplored, uninvestigated questions, are things that the universe would say, ideally, you would sit with these things first. You would sit with you and get these, answer these questions within yourself first, before proceeding, before focusing on him, before focusing on this relationship or any of that stuff. It's saying, hey, there's actually something more important that needs to happen first. Is as you get clarity with where you stand with you and about what the plan, the vision, goal, and the purpose and the plan is, if you're going to move forward, if you're going to go pursue this renewal energy, then, what's the clarity that you have about you? What are you going to tolerate? What are you not going to tolerate? The non-negotiables, ABC, XYZ, all the things that I just mentioned. And as you gain clarity about all of those things, or those questions, the second major question is, what is the value of this to you? Right? Like, how much life are you willing to exchange for this thing that you perceive as value? What's the value? What's the price tag on this? And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, what's the value? What's the price tag that you're going to put on this by way of, if it goes if it goes the way that you want, great. Awesome. If you get the renewal that you want, if that's what you want, I'm not saying it's what you want. I'm just saying if that's what you want, then there's a cost. There's a cost that comes with pursuing this renewal. Because once you know, it's like I tell people who come to me for relationship counseling. So I try to explain to them that it's different. It's one thing to attract somebody and get somebody into your life. It's a totally, completely different thing to keep them. Two totally different strategies, right? If I'm working with someone single and it's like, look, I'm single as hell. I just want to find somebody. Okay. Well, that is one strategy. That's one concept. That's one world in and of itself, right? And so when you accomplish that, you attract somebody, you're single, and we get you somebody in your life. That's one accomplishment. Now you're faced with an entirely different thing called, well, I've got this person, now how do I keep them? Right? Because I don't know anybody that goes out and looks for a long-term relationship that doesn't want it to be long-term. Now, if you're just out, having a fling, a hit it and quit it or whatever the thing, then that's different. Like you're just out having fun. It's not a big deal. You don't care. But people who are wanting a serious relationship, it is different. And so it's two totally different sets of skills. Attracting somebody, and then once you get them, how do you keep them, right? And that's the second thing that needs to be addressed here, is assuming that you're willing to do whatever it takes to bring this renewal energy, to pursue this renewal energy. Then if you are joined back together, what value is this relationship to you in terms of learning the skills that you'll need to learn in him too, by the way, to keep the relationship, right? Because it's pointless to pursue this if you're just going to end up back in the same destructive place that you landed this time, right? Because if you haven't changed and he hasn't changed, then nothing's going to change the second time around or a third time around or a fourth time around. And this is the crazy cycle that people go through. They break up, shit hits the fan, they break up, and then they regret what they did, or, it's a trauma bond or whatever the hell it is. And then they go back and they come together, and for a very short period of time, they re-experience the infatuation phase and things are good. It's always good in the beginning, even after a breakup, even coming back together after no contact. It's always good in the beginning, the honeymoon phase, right? But as the chemicals wear off from the honeymoon phase, the person that you really are and the person that he really is will eventually come out. And if those two people have not changed, then you're right back here. You're right back here to destruction energy. Whatever happened before will just happen again, right? So it's going to require a separate set of skills the second, third, whatever time around you are with this guy, assuming that, you reach the renewal, you pass go, you collect $200 and you get to this renewal energy with this person. Then the next challenge that you have is, how valuable is this to me for me to go pursue this in a different way than I did before, with a separate set of skills to get a different outcome? Because doing the same thing, expecting a different result, is the definition of insanity, right? And that's not what you need here. You do the same thing again, you're going to get the same result, and this whole relationship, this whole reading is pointless because you're just going in circles. Nothing's going to change. So there's a new him that he's going to need to become and a new you that you're going to need to become to facilitate a new relationship. So this doesn't happen if you can achieve this, right? So this is the first step. If you can't even get here, then everything else that I'm saying right now will be pointless. You first got to walk through this door before you can walk through the rest of the doors of getting into the potential for, a higher level of relationship, a fulfilling relationship, a lasting relationship. But again, the silver lining is it's possible. It's possible. So what I'm telling you is that the potential that you and this man have together is good. It's a good, you and this man have potential. There is in the realm of all possibilities, there is a potential future that you have with this person, and it's a good, bright, happy future. The getting to the happy, bright future is the problem. It's not the possibility that it can exist. That's not the problem. The problem is, do you guys have what it takes? Do you guys have what it takes? I can't even, fuck my brain. Do you guys have what it takes to become the new versions of you that will be required for you to achieve that possible outcome? Because if not, here's the black hole of destruction that's just going to pull you right back in. You're just going to be right back to square one, right? So what else? And I know I've kind of like harped on this, but the universe really wants you. The universe really has some things. Going back to the beginning of this, when I said there's this whole other thing going on with you. So I know like you're really focused on the relationship thing right now, but there's this thing going on over here with you that's, I would say at this point in your life, it's probably more important than anything else. That's just my 2 cents. So don't forget about that, because you might want to get a reading on that. Yeah. So, all right, we get the deep knowing card that came out. And again, this is tied to the sixth sense here. So yeah, you both know, regardless of whatever's happened to you guys in the past here that caused the relationship to blow up, you both know that you have that possibility that I was talking about. Like you have a possibility with this renewal card energy. It's a like there's this bright future there. Like you both know that deep down, like your soulmates, or you have a soul contract. Like you know that this isn't just this relationship that you have with each other isn't super. It's not just a whatever. Hey, we met at we met at a bar and we hit it off and now we're dating. Like this is a profound connection. It's a soul connection, right? You both understand this. You know this. You have a deep knowing about it. However, here's the big but. All that glitters isn't gold, right? So while this is the paradox, while you both know, while you both have this deep knowing, there's also all this bullshit. Here's all the bullshit. Let's put our masks on. Let's be superficial. Let's be fake. Let's pretend. There's this whole, it's like, how do I explain this? There's the true you and there's the true him. The people that you really are in your soul, your truth, your highest selves. Those two highest selves, the highest self that's in you and the highest self that's in him, are wanting to come together and create that, that beautiful possibility that I was talking about on the renewal card. That's your true selves. The selves that you have been with each other up until this point is this superficial fake shit. And I'm not saying that to be ugly to you, by the way. I'm just keeping it real. It's not, it's a lower version of you and a lower version of him. Like you're not being real with each other. You're not being real with yourselves. It's playing low ball, right? Like it's low vibrational stuff. And I just have to keep it real because I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not going to lie to you. So while you both know your souls recognize each other, there's a deep, profound connection because your souls, your highest selves recognize each other. The selves that you're being in the 3D right now is, all this, all that glitters isn't gold. It's like, it's like a superficial type of energy. And again, I'm not saying that you're a superficial person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the behavior of the relationship is not high vibrational. It's not, you're not connecting on this deep, deep knowing level. You're connecting over superficial shit, getting superficial results, having superficial conflicts, having superficial, all the things, all low vibrational things. Let's just exchange the word superficial for low vibrational, right? More appropriate. So low vibrational energy, low vibrational behavior, low vibrational effects or outcomes, right? That's kind of what that is. And it's also people, again, secrets, being fake, hiding things, whatever, your relationship that you had with this man, the details, what kind of things you guys did to each other, what you didn't do, what your fights were, your arguments were, whatever. You guys know what those things are. Those are the things that I'm talking about with this card. The things that cause the destruction. And the universe is just calling it out because the only way to get to freedom is to embrace the truth. And the reason that people never experience the freedom and they never get to this renewal type of energy, whether it's a relationship, whether it's their career, whether it's their life purpose, whatever it is because as human beings, we have a tendency to like to co-sign our own bullshit. We don't like to look at our own shit. We don't like to look in the mirror and go, hey, I'm an asshole. Or, hey, I did some fucked up shit. Or, hey, I was rude. Or, hey, I'm selfish. Or whatever the thing is. People don't like to take accountability for their behaviors, their fuck-ups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why they don't experience the freedom that comes from embracing the truth, which is also why they don't experience fulfillment. Now, interesting. We have the Loyal Heart card as the next card, but it came out sideways. So this is fascinating. Your entire reading is paradoxical. It's here's the beauty, here's what's possible, here's what can be real, and then here's the shit. It's like the universe is you just keep saying the same thing in a different way. It's like deep knowing, loyal heart, but look, bullshit. So it's like, again, it's showing you a possibility. It's saying you guys actually have a deep, profound soul connection here. And you guys, instead of the secrecy and all the other bullshit over here, you could actually be a power couple. You guys could come together. You have the capability within you both. If you took accountability and personal responsibility, you did all the things that I talked about earlier in the reading over here, you could have a loyal, deep, profound connection with the Loyal Hearts card. But when it's out sideways, it's imbalanced. It's saying selective loyalty. It's loyal. I'm only loyal to you when it's on my terms. I'm only loyal to you when it's safe. I'm only loyal to you when you're nice to me. I'm only loyal to you when, you're meeting my needs, or you're behaving the way that I think you should behave, doing the things I think you should do, treating me the way that I think you should be treating me. And then the minute that shit hits the fan, or the minute you piss me off, the minute you trigger me, loyalty is off the table, right? It's selective loyalty. That's what it is on sideways. I choose when I'm loyal and I choose when I'm not. That's how it's been. This is what it can be. How it's been versus what it can be. And which is actually very beautiful, because what the universe is trying to do is actually give you hope. Because most relationships would be done. Most relationships would not have hope. Hope card, hope card, hope card. You got 3 major hope cards on the table. Most relationships would be done with just this one card. Much less this card, much less this card. Like, this one right here by itself. Done. It's over. It's done. Move on. No hope. So the fact that the universe is actually trying to give you hope for this is actually because there's something, this renewal energy, it's bigger than you. This relationship, if you guys could get to this point of having a healthy relationship, there's actually something here for you that is, it's bigger than just the satisfaction that you and him would have with each other. You have a call. You have a purpose together. Your relationship would serve a greater purpose than even you guys. And who knows what that would be? Who knows what would happen, what that purpose would become, right? And so, yeah, Can't make it up. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Imagine card, right? It's like literally like it's limitless. It's subject to your imagination. It's like whatever you imagine, like it's literally, it's that the potential, again, the key word is the potential that this relationship has is nearly infinite. Like your higher selves, your true selves, what's your souls coming together. If you could get in your high vibration, your highest self, and he could step into his highest self, then the relationship that you guys would have would be like a once in a lifetime relationship. Very, very rare. That's the energy that's on this table. If you could get in your best self, your highest self, and this person could become their highest version of themselves, you guys came together, then holy shit, this relationship would be revolutionary. The potential is revolutionary. But right now, it's far from. But, you know, the universe is wanting to give you some things to think about. Because this, again, goes all the way back to the beginning of what I said. The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. Right? And asking yourself questions. What are you going to tolerate? What's your non-negotiables? What do you want? Why do you want it? You know? And you, instead of putting the cart before the horse and just launching forward just to get back into it, it's like, hey, just get back into the ring and let's start fighting all over again. Let's go back to war with each other as soon as possible. God, I've missed you so much. We've been in no contact. Hey, you want to go to war with each other again? Yeah, let's go to war with each other. And you run and you jump back into the cage and you're back to fighting, right? The universe is like saying, hey, let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's sit with this for a minute. If it's really true that this person is one of the highest levels of connections that you can experience in the avatar form, and what he and I need to do is become the best versions of ourselves to achieve this, and I'm the only thing that I can control because I can't control him, but I can control me, then what is it that I need to do and who is it that I need to become to take responsibility for my side of this relationship and see what will start to happen, right? It's the mirror effect. As you start to change yourself, it's going to have an energetic and soul connective effect with him where he's going to start to feel inspired to do the same. Because your souls are connected. You're matching each other's energy. So as you level up and focus on you, he's going to feel inspired to level up and focus on him. Right? So that's a possibility here. And there's many other possibilities. And the universe wants you to start thinking about this strategically, logically, not just emotionally and irrationally or passionately, like throwing each other at each other again just because you've been apart. And, you know, the more time you spend apart, the less you start to feel this destructive energy, and then you start missing each other. And then, you know, you want to see each other. And then the happy hormone honeymoon chemicals kick in, and, you know, you're in a trance, basically. You know, you're high on drugs. But, you know, the minute the drugs wear off, you're back in a destructive mode. The universe wants you to conquer this, conquer these mountains. Conquers the release, conquer the leadership, conquer the unknown, everything that I said at the beginning of your reading. But you have to sit. You have to have questions. You have to have a conversation with yourself and be very crystal clear about what needs to change, what the strategy is going in if you intend to pursue this and move forward in this. Because if you do it carelessly, I'm just going to jump in head first time instead of feet first. Take my time, maybe ease my feet into the water, you know, like there's no rush, you know, then you got this bomb waiting to go off, essentially. So what else does H need to know? Yeah, chaos and conflict. I mean, the car, literally everything that I'm saying, it's not even me saying it. The cars are backing up. Chaos and conflict. Everything that I literally just came out of my mouth. So I'm not even going to repeat it. The chaos and conflict card is here. It's the same exact thing. If you go into this situation, without a sense of pause, without evaluating your moves strategically, without questioning, without going within, without evaluating yourself, taking leadership, taking accountability of you. Why do I want this? What needs to change? All of that kind of thing. Then this chaos and conflict is waiting for you, and then destruction's waiting for you not far behind after that. However, if you do the things that the universe is suggesting here, you have a change in the wind. And look, two cards, same picture, two different results. Here's this zebra, change in the wind, things working out for the better, chaos and conflict. It's the exact same zebra, two different outcomes, right? Which again just continues this paradoxical good bad theme that's going on in your reading here. And then the next card at the bottom is never ending story, going around and around and around and around and around and around. This is the doing the same thing and expecting a different result insanity card, right? It's also an energy of overthinking. You're in your head, you're dead. So, this is one of those situations where having a spiritual mentor, having a relationship coach, something that you can immerse yourself into if you're unsure about the next move for you. What's the next best move for you? Forget him, because you can't control him anyway, right? It starts with leadership. Leadership is what is the decisions that you make to become the best version of you first. Everything moving forward that's going to have any type of positive effect, if you want this renewal, starts here. This is where you start. Leadership, self-leadership, influencing yourself to become the highest version of you. And as you become the highest version of you, then you're going to pull the entire relationship up with you, including him, including the possibilities, all these beautiful things, right? And so if you're unsure, like, where do I start? What do I do? Then, find somebody, a spiritual coach, a life coach, find somebody who can help you navigate or walk through that process, right? But to answer your question, and let me get, just do this. Give me near future energy. Just anything. What does HD know? Near future energy. Between now and New Year's. 3 cards. Okay, yeah, there's an opportunity. At the Page of Pentacles, there's 2 energies attached to this. There's an opportunity for you to learn, because this is the card of the student, learning. But there's also gift giving. So you might get a gift from him. You might decide to give him a gift as we approach the holidays. But this is also a card of investing. Investing in who? Investing in yourself. And if you want to invest in the renewal potential of this future. Now look at this. I'm just going to show you something. This Page of Pentacles, holding this pentacle like a seed. Renewal card is the literal seed that this Page of Pentacles is holding. It's almost like if you could take a magnifying glass and zoom in on that pentacle right there, this is what you would see in his hand, the renewal, right? So there it is. There's the page holding the renewal, the possibility of this renewal, the seed that can be planted, right? Give me 2 more, or a bunch more. Yeah, so right now, there's a lot of guilt, shame, grief, loss, regret right now. There's a lot of focusing on the negative, focusing on what you don't have instead of focusing on what you do have, right? Focusing on the past, focusing on the problems, focusing on the pain, focusing on the fighting, focusing on the destruction, focusing on the fuck-ups, focusing on anything that's negative, bad, loss, guilt, shame, grief, regret, instead of focusing on what you can do to change it. With the 2 cups that are still standing behind the person here. 4 of Wands. Here's the hope that you're looking for. The hope is this can be renewed. Here's renewal energy. What, I don't know, number 3, number 10, whatever renewal energy we're on. The 4 of Wands. This is what's possible. This is marriage. This is homecoming. This is you being with your person. Having a life together, having a future together. meeting your soulmate, having a soul contract with somebody. However, you're at a fork in the road. Path number 1 goes this way. Path number 2 goes this way. Which path do you choose? You can choose the path, the light, and go in the direction of health, or you can go carelessly and recklessly into the darkness and fumble your way, and who knows what, maybe you'll fall into the black hole, maybe you won't. Who knows? There's a fork in the road here. That's one side of the energy. The other side of the energy is the chariot. Is you have challenges and obstacles that can be overcome, but it will require you to take control of the situation, leadership. You have to take control of your life. If you want to overcome the challenges, you have to become the leader of your own life and take control, take charge, take the reins back over your destiny and your life. It's possible. And here it is, the Three of Wands. The future it's wide open for you. This is the unknown card, by the way. So this Three of Wands is the same thing as the unknown card. The world, the vast world is open for you. Where do you want to go? What do you want to explore? The world's waiting for you. What do you want to do? What's the future? This guy's standing on the edge of a cliff and he's looking out over the horizon. The world is his oyster. All he has to do is get in one of those ships and set sail and decide where he wants to go, where he wants to explore, and basically just set sail. That's it. Make a decision and start heading in that direction, right? But it's implying that just like the blank pages of this book have not been written, your future is up to you to decide how you write. So going back to the fork in the road energy, whatever path you choose is whatever words get written on the book. It's up to you to decide the fate of this story. This story is your relationship, and the fate and the future and the outcome of this story is in your hands. And there's two stories here. There's one of overcoming challenges and evolving into a very, very beautiful, high-level relationship that's going to require work to get there. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Or the destruction of a relationship that could have been because two people were playing small and they decided that, we'll just bullshit our way through this relationship and go nowhere. So those are the two paths: destruction by way of bullshit, or renewal by way of effort in achieving a revolutionary relationship. But the decision is yours, and it is possible. You can succeed. This relationship can become something. You have a very strong connection, profound connection with this man. So the only other thing left that I know to say is it's just there's a big question mark. That's what I'm seeing in my mind's eye. It's just a big question mark. What will you do? What will you do? And so I haven't been looking at the chat, so I have no idea what you've written. I know this was very direct. I know this was very real and raw and not holding back anything. That's just the way that I do it. So just please understand that my passion and my directness is not at you. It's just me being fair and honest to you as the messenger to just present you with the information that I'm given. And so sometimes it comes out very direct, very, just raw and real, but sometimes that's just the energy of what it is. So let me see what you guys saying in the chat here. Okay, not in contact. Yes, I've been focusing on my spiritual development. Oh, man, my eyes are burning. I feel like that's what I've working on, but it's a while since contact that I don't always trust in it. I agree. I've been using this time to focus on my own growth personally and spiritually. Absolutely agreed. Okay, cool. Yeah. And so, if I were you, my next step, the first thing that I would do, and this is just me, it's just an extra advice and opinion. I was mentioning to you that when way back at the beginning of this, I felt that there was, your guides, source, God, universe, whatever you believe in, wants to have a conversation with you about your spiritual growth and your spiritual development. Because there was a whole other, all this information was flooding into my mind when this card came out. And none of it had anything to do with your relationship. It had everything to do with just you and just your spiritual purpose, your gifts, you alone. Had nothing to do with all this, which is why I didn't get into it, because that was a whole other reading. But just again, my 2 cents is I would start there. Because if you get this figured out, the spiritual side of it, your personal development side, that's going to help you do this, the leadership. And that's what I said a second ago. If you can get this going, the leadership going, then all of this will start to will start moving as well. Right? So, so that's where I would start. And see what the universe wants to say to you in regards to all of that. And that'll give you some answers, some information, and you can start moving the ball forward, if that makes sense. Danielle's here. So I guess I'll just I give an update since this was definitely my last reading, which I apologize to all of you guys that are just hopping on. I don't know how long I've been on tonight. I don't know what the time is. I don't know how long I've been here. Okay, 6.5 hours. It was supposed to be 2.5 hours, and I'm 6.5 hours, but that's okay. So yeah, I definitely have to get to sleep because I have to be. I'm gonna get 2 hours of sleep, and I have to function tomorrow. So it's gonna be fun. It'll be a highly caffeinated day, but it's worth it. I love all you guys. It's totally worth doing the. It's totally worth it. So, but really quick, for all of you who just hopped on, Danielle asked a great question, so I might as well take an opportunity to my brain's so shut down right now. Yeah, my schedule. So here's the thing. Today is the 20th, December 20th. So when I finish my day job tomorrow, I unfortunately am not doing this full time yet, but I'm going to be off for a substantial amount of time. So it'll be almost like 3 weeks that I'll be off. And so my plan, I've got everything kind of, planned out here, but I'm going to be on, hopefully, it'll be a lot. Between now and New Year's, it'll be a lot. And then after New Year's, it'll be a lot because of where we at? This. Okay. So, for those of you who just hopped on, my dear friend Trudy and I, if you don't know who Trudy is, you can go check out her channel. I don't know if she's live. She may not be now, but she was a second ago. But Trudy and I, Soul Tribe Tarot is her channel. She and I are joining forces, and we are creating this group called the Conscious Collective. And I will be coming on doing more free live tarot readings between now and New Year's, but also coming on to explain more in depth about what this group is, how you can join the group, what we're going to be doing, what we're going to be talking about, what you can expect, and all the things. So tonight, I just introduced it. That's all I did. Very beginning of this reading, 6.5 hours ago, just throwing it out there, letting the first wave of everybody know that, hey, we're joining forces and we're going to start a very unique spiritual development group. Okay, it's not just a hobby group. It's not just, hey, a hangout group. It's not just, hey, we like, it's not just for tarot people or whatever. Like, it's actually a spiritual development group. So it's for people who take their spiritual development and spiritual growth very seriously. They want to be in a community of like-minded people who are all about their spiritual development, their spiritual learning, their spiritual growth. It doesn't matter where you are in your journey. You could be a brand new person. You could be the spiritual ascended master of the 10th dimension. It doesn't matter. Anybody at any place in their spiritual journey is welcome, as long as, you're just, you're, it's serious for you, which again, I'll be talking more about, kind of like, for lack of better words, the prerequisites of like what we're going to be looking for in terms of like the culture and the community of people that we want to have versus the types of people obviously we don't want to have in the group. Right. But, Trudy and I have a lot of different ideas of different things that we want to share, that we want to teach. She's got God knows how much life experience in her. I have a shit ton of experience on my coaching background, relationship coaching, spiritual development background, life coaching, and then of course the spiritual side of what I do. There's just a lot of things that we want to share with all of you guys. Lots of classes, lots of, diving into all the things, diving into deep tarot discussions, soul searching, meditations, astrology stuff, numerology stuff, lots of exercises and techniques that I've learned that, the psychology side, the human behavior side, the relationship side. Essentially, what we want to do is we want to do our part in the spiritual community in helping people become their highest and best versions of themselves, because we know that the more that we can help other people become their best versions of themselves, you guys get to go out into the world and you guys will be doing your spiritual calling, your spiritual purpose, and you'll be helping people. And that's going to further help awaken and raise the vibration of the collective. We need a shit ton of spiritual people that are tapped in and tuned in as we move into this new year, because there's going to be a mass spiritual awakening. And it's not the kind of spiritual awakening that most people think. What it is a bunch of people who are realizing that the distractions and the life that they've been living are very unfulfilling, and there's something missing inside of them. They don't know what it is, and it's going to be driving them insane, right? And so all the things that they've been used to doing to escape and check out of the reality are not going to work anymore. So all of us spiritual workers, this is our opportunity to get to those people and help them get connected to who they really are, so they're not living in the matrix anymore, right? And that's how we all can collectively do our part to serve humanity while also being connected to a community of like-minded people. So it's not isolating, it's not alone. And hey, you're around people that love you, they support you. We build connections, we build relationships, we support each other, right? So it's like all the things, right? Or at least that will be the intention behind this. And so you guys are actually getting more information. I didn't even share this much at the beginning because, I was trying to get into the readings, but, you caught me at the end, so you're getting a little bit more information. So that's what this is. This is going to be, a closed group, closed meaning that there will be some degree of prerequisites. So we're not just going to let anybody in, right? There will be what I will call gentle screening. We're going to make sure that, the people who come into the group are a right fit for the group, because we don't need a bunch of bullshit energy. So there's a degree of seriousness that, we want people to have when they enter the group, if that makes sense. But so I will be coming back on live, getting back to the point, what Danny asked the question, when am I going to be going live again? I'll probably have to recover tomorrow because I didn't get any sleep tonight, but potentially Saturday, potentially Sunday, and then next week, and I've got some other things that I'm intending on sharing with you guys too. As I start to kind of metamorphosize and play with the way that I'm doing my live readings, I'm going to be mixing it up. And sometimes I'll come on. My intention tonight was to come on and do some quicker readings, because I hate that people wait so long. Like if you have simple questions, and Trudy's really good at that, by the way. Her readings are really, for the most part, 5-10 minutes long, and she gets through a bunch of people. I'm not so good at that, unfortunately. Like I'm not. I'm trying to get better at it. Try to answer more questions and things. But, I also have to stay true to the way that I do my craft. And, when I feel I'm supposed to share certain types of information and allow, the universe to speak and say what really needs to be said, so it's not just a superficial reading, then I have to hold space for that. And sometimes that takes time. So I don't move through people as fast, but it's a different type of reading that you get. So I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to find a balance of, how to break my readings up to where maybe I can do quick readings at the beginning for people who just have yes or no questions or simple answered questions. And then, the people who want like the legit, the full blown reading, I can do those people after that or something. But I also want to get on here and start teaching you guys things that has the ability to change your guys' lives that I've learned. So you're basically like free coaching, the same type of coaching that people pay me for offline that they spend a lot of money for. I'll be sharing a lot of these things for free with you guys, whether it's on the channel, but definitely in the group. So like most of the real badass stuff will be shared inside of this group coming January 1st. So, I knew going into the new year, I knew this was a direction that I was being led and called to. It's taken me a long time to work to get to this point of clarity, because I'm on my own spiritual journey, and there were certain things that were going on in my life that needed to kind of take form and unfold, and I had to find confidence within me and clarity about what I felt was right and the steps to take. And, that information came to me in the last, I don't know, it started coming to me back in October, but really in the last like 3 or 4 weeks, it started coming in strong. And so I'm here, I'm answering the call. I don't know what this is going to evolve into long term, but that's fine. It'll get there when it gets there. But anyways, the point is, to the best of my ability, you guys will be seeing me a lot more consistently and a lot more often, as I'll be shifting my life around to make this in the group my priority. So basically, that'll be the intention, is that this will essentially be my life. Like I'm going to be spending time here with you guys, spending time in this group with Trudy, and this is it, like doing the spiritual things. So yeah, you guys can expect to see a hell of a lot more of me, and definitely in the next, I guess, 10 days or whatever's left in the year, and then definitely going into the new year, because we'll be kicking off this group, and I've got so much stuff that I want to get to. Like it's just a huge, massive backlog of information. And there's no rush, but it's very exciting. So, anyways, that's kind of the big long spiel. More information to come. So, if you're new to the channel, for those of you absolutely brand new, you've never seen my face before, it's like, what's this guy talking about? I just came here for a free live tarot reading. My name is Eddie. Obviously, this is my tarot channel. Hit the bell notification icon, like, subscribe, all the things, please. You'll know when I go live coming up this week, and you can come back, find out more about the things that are happening. And if you're interested in the group that I'm referring to, again, there will be more details. I'll make separate videos talking about it. So I'll probably take clips out of, the live reading where I'm talking about this, so I don't have to re-explain it. And that'll be a separate video. So you come back, whether you catch me live or not, you'll be able to find out more about the group, how to join and participate. And it's going to be awesome. Like I haven't been this excited about something in a very long time. And to the best of my knowledge, there's nobody that's doing anything like it. And that's not a brag or anything. It's because it's not have anything to do with me or Trudy. It's just, something, it's filling a gap in the spiritual community that isn't being filled right now, because the spiritual community is just kind of recycling the same stuff. It's oversaturated with the same type of stuff right now. This is not that. This is different. It includes some of that, but it's not that. And so I'm very excited about it because, I want people to find the power to change their own life. We all have that power within us, myself included. So, let's find it. Let's find our power, take our power back, and go out into the world and create the life of our dreams while serving the collective. We get the best of both worlds. You get the life of your dreams, and you get to go out and have meaning and purpose that exceeds yourself and serves the collective, right? I mean, that is the blessed and fulfilled life right there. Doing what you love, doing it passionately, while also being able to create the life that you've always wanted. So that's kind of the purpose and the idea of it. Yeah, you guys aren't going to want to miss it. And obviously, I want you guys to come back and get your questions answered, because I love doing the live tarot readings. I love meeting all you guys and making new connections as well. So make sure you're subscribed, hit the bell notification, and I will see you guys, probably in the next 48, 72 hours, something like that. I would say the possibility of being on later, I guess technically later tonight, since it's now the 20th, would have been possible many hours ago, but I stayed on much, much longer than I anticipated. So now I'm going to have to make up for that by actually sleeping tonight. So if you don't see me, you probably won't see me before Saturday, which I guess technically is tomorrow, because today technically is Friday where I am. So, but with that being said, I do appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out and listening to all the things. And I will hopefully connect with you guys all again very soon. Have a blessed, wonderful rest of your day, if it's day where you are. And hopefully I'll see some of you guys tomorrow night. And Gene, thank you so much, my friend, for staying all this long. I can't believe that you hung out with me the whole time. You lost sleep for me. Send me the email, Gene, like we said. And I will talk to the rest of you guys soon. Love you. Love and light. And talk to you guys soon.